Oh, guys, bad news. We did the entire TeaTime off stream. I forgot to make us go live. Oh no, what am I gonna do?
Might as well just end it now.
Yeah. Well, thanks for watching, guys. We appreciate it. We're gonna do the outro.
You guys missed Lara cursing up a storm and hard flaming.
What?
Yeah, you guys missed Dark Lara. The live premiere of Dark Lara happened, but
we were talking about being a fish, and we were sharing all the illegal strats to be a fish really fast.
And now we're not going to tell you guys because you guys aren't good enough.
Yeah. Whoa.
You want to see the flame video? You can contribute to a Patreon.
Oh, bro. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. That was a good opener. That was subtle enough that, you know, we've got some plausible deniability there. I like that. Anyway, welcome to the JANTHIR Wilds TeaTime. We've got Sneb, we've got Em, we've got Lara, we've got Nike, we've got me. Okay, we're here to talk about the expansion. It has dropped. It's out. We've got bears, we've got war claws, got housing, got the maps, got a variety of things. And actually, you know, it's over. Me and Sneb finished it. I don't know about you guys, but we're done. And I guess that's a good place to actually start. Like, where is everyone at? Where is everyone at right now in terms of the JANTHIR Wilds journey? And what is everyone up to? Actually, that's you know what? I know where everyone is actually, except Emmy. Where are you at? What's going on with you in JANTHIR Wilds right now?
Yeah, so I finished all of the story stuff and I tried to do some of the achievements, but then I got distracted by going into my homestead and then trying to craft a wall of raid trophies, and that took me about 3 hours to get everything aligned. And then I got hit by the bug and I couldn't craft anymore, so then I was like really sad. So then I went and I joined a bunch of gold farming trains. So yeah, that's where I am right now.
Okay. What about you, Sneb? What are you trying to do right now? Still trying to get that? Wait, didn't you actually nearly finish the last unbugged achievement, I believe, during the stream intro?
Yes. So I just need to collect pomegranates and do some sniffa, and it's over. I've 100% all secret achievements, 100% mastery, 100% story, everything. I've almost got every single thing you can do. I did all the collections. I've unlocked all the armor. I have to go into World versus World and get all the, I think it's called woad armor or something. I have to get that.
Yeah, you already.
Otherwise, I am done. I have completed everything. I've went really hard this entire week, and I'm actually a little bit tired now. But I've completed the meta probably 16 times. I would love to talk about that at some point, but I won't do that now. Yeah, I'm kind of just done. Like I've completed the expansion. It took me about 50 plus hours. So there you go.
Okay. What about you, Lara? I think you're still on the first map, right? Like, have you managed to get off that yet? Are you still trapped there?
Wow, no, I'm still on the first map. I do feel like a casual though, because literally just like Sneb, I've literally like played over 50 hours, like on stream. But I am nowhere near close finishing everything. I literally like just finished the story. I've only done one of the collections. I've gotten my lowland mastery though, and I've gotten golds and all the adventures and stuff, but I just keep getting distracted. Like I keep like walking out in the open walls, and then there's like some events. I'm like, I should do that. And then there's another event, and I'm like, I should do that. And it's like when you're playing Skyrim and you're trying desperately to finish the main story, but you just keep getting distracted by random other stuff that's happening. So I've played a lot. I think I've got a pretty good feel of the expansion. I've done most of the big stuff, but I haven't nearly done as much completionism, I guess, compared to some of you. But I am tired though. Oh my gosh, like with the Twitch drops as well. Like I've been streaming so much. Like I'm actually very happy I'm doing TeaTime today instead of streaming, because usually it doesn't last 12 hours. So that'll be good.
Oh, we can change that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can maybe switch that up now. 12-hour TeaTime, just keep that going. And yeah, what are you up to, Nike? What have you been doing in JANTHIR Wilds so far?
I went pretty hard. Got all the masteries. Got 600 masteries. Did the story. Did all that, and then took my foot off the gas in terms of like scrambling around an open world. And then now I'm basically just learning all the DPS rotations that are relevant to the stuff I play, which is the real grind. And they're all gonna probably get nerfed, so it's a complete waste of time. But got to do it.
You enjoying the 53k rev right there?
Not actually. I haven't even bothered.
Pretty good.
I mean, I learned the Condi Herald, Quickness Herald, because that's like much more relevant. And I mean, it's gonna get nerfed, but it's like likely to at least exist in some form. Whereas, yeah, I don't think that the Renegade is something I need to worry about really long term.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's just like a fun toy to play around with. I've been playing with the Kundi Ren, and it is really insane DPS. I did a convergence because I lead them every Friday, and I think I was a solid 20k DPS above like the next
Yep.
person.
good.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's good.
So.
Yeah, and I guess for myself, I've been kind of, I think, similar to Sneb. Like, I just went for the completionist stuff. But also, yeah, I really want to emphasize what Lara was saying about kind of just getting distracted by things. That was definitely how I went about it as well. I was like constantly doing all the other things. And that's something that we'll get into when we talk about the maps in a bit more detail, actually. But yeah, I think this is something this expansion does really well. You know, there's not this main attraction, I suppose, as you might have with some of the previous expansions. There's a lot of stuff that just keeps happening, and you have to go and follow off this like other random thread, like, oh yeah, look, the rampaging warg is back again, guys. It's time. We got to go get that. The fish is back. We got to go get the fish now as well. See, I've basically done everything as well. I have beaten the game. The only thing that defeated me was the Act 1 story. I did not repeat that for the achievements. I went to World Buswood instead. I admit it, I'm too weak. I can't, as much as I like listening to the bears talking at me for like 15 minutes, I'm not doing that again. Okay, but it was enough for me the first time. I was satisfied with the dialogue there. But yeah, okay, that's where everyone's at right now. And at this point, I need to be like peering into Emmy's, Google Doc notes for like where all the topics we're going over. I have to kind of guess where we're going to go first. But yeah, I think a really good place to start is actually going to be the maps, right? Like that is kind of a bit of a focus of Guild Wars 2, like a really key thing about Guild Wars 2 expansion, I would say. And I guess I'll open the floor for discussion here. But the way that I would describe JANTHIR WILDS maps, I think, is Path of Fire, but better, with actual things going on them instead of them being basically very beautiful desert wastelands that we kind of got in Path of Fire. What do we think about that assessment? Am I wrong, or am I insane, or am I completely correct?
I think you are completely correct. It's just they're so big, and like it's nice to have nature again, like especially after like Secrets of the Obscure was like all in the sky, man-made structures and stuff. It's nice to just have pretty open areas to explore, and it's like very vertical in the first map, but it's way more fun to like get up and down. Like we talked about it a little bit before the show started, but in Secrets of the Obscure, it was sometimes quite annoying to like get up and down. The verticality wasn't always fun with the sky scale. But I think this time the verticality is much more enjoyable because it's much easier to get up and down. But the big thing I think is the hearts, right? They've brought back hearts, and everybody was kind of thinking like, oh, hearts, it's gonna be boring, right? Like we've seen hearts. Hearts are usually like kind of a boring quest that you do. This time the hearts are much more like focused on the whole area. So like there's lots of events that will count towards your heart. There's
or only events will count to your heart.
Or only events that will count towards your heart.
Which is good,
so
I think.
It feels much less like, hey, I'm doing some kind of boring MMO style quest. It's much more like, hey, just go into this area of the open worlds and do whatever the heck you want to. This is like why I keep getting sucked in and why I keep getting distracted, because it makes doing like an event feel much more, I guess, like rewarding, right? Because you're leveling up your heart at the same time. So the hearts are cool. The hearts really, I think, sort of fuel this like gameplay loop. And it's also nice because there's actually events happening, right? Like in Path of Fire and also in End of Dragons, there very often it could be pretty difficult to even find like regular events that were happening. But in this map, it feels like an event is running and then there's like a 10-second timer and then it just runs again. Like it's just constantly like rolling. So you're just constantly running around and there's constantly events that you wanna do because it actually feels good to do them.
Yeah, I'll kind of chime in and say, like, I think the biggest thing with these maps is that they feel a lot more dense. It feels like there's always something to do on the horizon, right? It's like you wrap up this one thing and you look over there and it's like, oh, hey, I wonder what's over that hill. Hey, it's another event, or it's another achievement, or it's another jumping puzzle, or
Yes.
it's another, I don't know, even harvesting nodes, right? Because the introduction of like the new harvesting nodes meant that they were very, very valuable at the release. And I think they will actually hopefully increase in price, because right now I think a lot of people are locked out of crafting in their homesteads, and a lot of these crafting materials are used in your homesteads. units. But I think that's like the really big thing. It's like the event density is really nice. And it feels like you can immediately move from one event to another. So it feels like there's very little break in the flow, right? I feel like a lot of times what happens, and probably a big reason why people like things like meta events, is that you do one event and you know another event is going to come up, and then you go do that one, and then you know another event is going to come up, and then you do that one. Whereas I feel like for a lot of people that play the game more like solo, it's kind of like, okay, I'm going to find this event, but I don't really know where the next one is, so I guess I'm just going to wander around a little bit, and okay, you know what, I'm bored now, I'm going to leave, right? So it breaks that flow a lot. But I feel like now it's like you have like, I know this happens a lot in like single player games. I'm very guilty of this, or I'm feeling like, oh, I'll just do this one more thing, or I'll just do this one other thing. And then all of a sudden 5 hours has passed and I have like no idea where my time went. And I feel like this, especially the first map, really, really captured that feeling where it just felt really full of like life, honestly. So I really like the first one. I do think the second map definitely did have a bit more of that sparseness. I think like the map was much more flat and felt more like a wasteland, so to speak. But I do like, I guess this is another thing is I do really like how much more combat oriented a lot of the events and the world boss and everything are as well. I feel like in Soto previously, like there were a lot of events where it's like you're just collecting things, you're running around pressing F on stuff, or you're using your sky scale to dash through things, yeah, or you're like, you know, fireballing and that kind of stuff. But it feels like this time around, there's a lot of events where you get to just hit things with your skills, right? Which is, I think, doubly important because we got the new spears. So, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Go ahead, Nike.
First map is of course way better than the second. The second, the northwest in that like sulfurous area, there's like nothing going on there, and there's a little bit of story I think that was in that instance or in that area of the map, but there's no real events happening in there. So it was like this. It's almost like they ran out of time and didn't get a chance to like populate that area of the map. So it's like a good 20% of the map is like a dead zone as a result of that. But that's the only like real negative. Plus, it's the first map is like one of the prettiest maps I think they've ever done. Like environmental design is like amazing, and the second map, like it feels like thematic. And look, it's probably based on, you know, like Scotland or like Ireland and stuff like that, which sometimes are nice looking, but a lot of times it could be quite dreary. A lot of times of the year. So a little, and that's sort of the vibe they're going for, is like this like kind of like dreary, windswept, wet area, and that's what they're going for. But it's not necessarily like the prettiest thing that you've ever seen, like a swamp in, you know, Ireland, not necessarily so pretty.
Yeah, I will say I did like the second maps. Okay, this is probably just different strokes for different folks. So I like the visuals of the second map a lot because it reminded me of like, because I go hiking in the summer every now and then, and it kind of like gives you that mountainous feel, right? Like there's meadows with like little streams going through, and then there's more mountainous areas. And I think the coolest part was definitely that whole Bloodstone area in the middle. I remember when I first like moved into there and like the lighting changed and like the colors changed, I was like, whoa, this looks really cool. But yeah, I don't know. I think the first map was great, but I like the second
fog as well. Like it looks so good. It's like they have new shaders or something. Like when you're like skimming over the water in the second map and you see the fog like between the trees and stuff. It sort of blew my mind. I was like, this is like the same engine as like Queensdale. Like it's actually wild that this is the same game as like 2012.
Yeah, I think the second map definitely lacks some content. I almost feel that they might have this kind of baked into the plan. Maybe this is cope, but I'm kind of that we don't have a new map coming out with the next update coming out in a couple of months. So I almost feel they might go back and add some more stuff there. Like the story is probably going to be on that map a fair bit as well, I would imagine. And obviously it's going to be linked to the raid and the convergence too. But yeah, that map definitely needs a couple of extra things. Like some of the hearts end up being a little bit annoying to complete actually, unless you are a cloud enjoyer, actually, because there just isn't really that much going on sometimes in some of those areas. And some of the events are simply kind of just like copy-paste, right? Like there's like 4 different kill the elementals events, right? Like there's a bunch of like these very similar gathering events there. I think a lot of the time in development like went into the first map, and I think that really, really shows. Like to be frank, it is one of the best maps they have ever made. I would even say arguably the best map I think that they've done in terms of like the the whole living, breathing world that they want to do with the event system going on there. It's very, very strong, I think, visually, thematically, and from the design perspective. It's even got the Bog Queen, which, look, I don't know why. This is weird. I'm not sure if you guys had the same experience in your streams. My viewers really like the Bog Queen. I'm not sure if there's something going on there, but they were like really enjoying the event a lot. Maybe a little too much, you know.
They were saying something about wanting to be maggot, wanting to be one of her little maggots.
Yeah,
and I thought that was weird.
I have a few takes on the maps too. I think the first map is, without a shadow of a doubt, the best map they've ever produced.
No, but there's equal depths though, right?
I don't think it even matters. I think that this one is the best by far. It doesn't have necessarily the best meta event, but I think thematically this is the best map. It is extremely fun to move around the map. The waterfalls, the water. I don't know if you noticed this, but is there anywhere else in the game where there's a current in the water? I couldn't recall.
This is like a new thing that they've added. Yeah, I think it's you know what's really funny? It's from SAB. This is like tech from SAB they put in. It's actually really fun. Yeah.
But anyway, this to me just made it feel so much more alive. I thought it was. They have all these little nooks and crannies. There's like 3 jumping puzzles going on. There's events everywhere. The events are meaningful and interesting to some degree because of the hearts. The Bog Queen is pretty fun. There's a lot of like little hidden achievements. There's 7 hidden achievements in that map. I don't know if you all know that. 7, at least. Maybe there's more that I don't know about. But one is like you stand on a bridge and wait until this event happens to destroy it, and you instantly get. One is you dance at night with the Coden. One, they're super fun. It's just a good map overall. They even have fishing, the adventures. The salmon run is one of the best things they've ever added. And there's 2 of those. The Raven thing is kind of so-so, but whatever. The second map, however, I think it's supposed to feel like a bit more dark and brooding and like mysterious. And I like that feel. Like when I'm on the map, I feel like, man, there's like a great power here. Like something has like destroyed this place, right? And like that's the vibe I get. Even when you go underwater to kill a Leviathan in the northeast corner, the water is very dark and scary, and you're like, wow, like this is just so thematic. So I'm massively impressed overall with both maps. I think the second map is weaker, and I think one of the big reasons it's weaker is when I'm playing the first map, I never feel like, oh wow, this heart is super annoying. I hate doing this. The Western heart is maybe the hardest in the first map, but on the second map, there are 2 hearts that when I'm doing them, I think, when will this be over? I am tired of delivering the vegetables. It's so many vegetables. But other than that, I think it's a really good time. And I would also echo the sentiment that I think they're going to add something to this map, especially because of the northwest corner, the Sulphurous Springs. There's just nothing going on there. And I feel like that's where the next part of the story would start off, if I had to guess. But yeah, big fan of this so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like they went open world is content people like in this game, this exploration gameplay, and they really leaned in on it. And it felt like in previous expansions that wasn't as much the case, right? It was very much about like, hey, go do the meta events. And this time, again, we probably should talk about the meta events as well, but it definitely feels like they went like, we gotta lean in on that exploration gameplay, and I think they really nailed it for sure.
I think one of the problem sort of with POF was that they confused exploration with non-combat.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, you get to explore this cool cave that's like out of the way, and like the big payoff for going in this cave in POF is there's like a note that you can read that has like some like random Guild Wars 1, tie-in lore. And that's cool, but it's not gameplay, But whereas in this one, it's like, oh, you can explore this cool cave, and there's a champion to fight, or like a veteran to fight, or something you need for a collection, where it feels like you're actually like playing the game rather than just exploring for the sake of covering every nook and cranny.
I think it really reminds me of the core game, actually, right, in that, because I feel like that's how the core game went. I actually did a full map completion before the expansion came out, and it felt really similar to me, you know, like, because in the core game, there's all this stuff there, and, you know, you do a jumping puzzle, there's like an earth elemental you've got to fight at the top of it, right? Or it's stuff like in Tangled Depths, where you know, you find the secret path, and there's like well, I guess another earth elemental in this case, actually, but there's like a bunch of like hidden stuff, like the ooze boss, like in Auric Basin, right? Like all the like random stuff that you can find there. I think that's like the really cool part of exploration, is when there is actually something at the end of it, and it's not just, oh yeah, look, I guess this is kind of cool. Right, they definitely like lent into that pretty well, I think. And what I also liked about the maps is that it really felt complete. It feels really good that adventures are back. You know, I kind of want to echo what Sneb was saying. Like having them actually launch and the adventures are kind of okay was really fun, because it's like another thing that you can do on the map. Like all the little side stories are really fun. If you haven't done them, like you guys have got to get the crew back together. That's all I'm gonna say, right? You know, you got to engage in some criminal activities with some animals, I guess. I enjoy that. But yeah, it was the maps definitely feel like some proper Guild Wars 2 content. And obviously I would like, you know, like Emmy was talking about Tangled Depths. I do like the hybrid approach, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I would love it if you kind of have a little bit of both. I think I'm kind of with Emmy on this. Tangled Depths, it's pretty good. You've got the big chat Garen, and you've also got loads of exploration to do as well. But, you know, we're in a new era of Guild Wars 2, so maybe we can't have everything these days, potentially.
I think the maps also feel very alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Emmy, I'll let you go. I just wanted to comment that the maps feel very alive, whereas some of the previous maps that they've done recently, there's like nothing going on, right? There's just no NPCs. It doesn't feel like they're inhabited at all. The first map is just bolstering with joy and happiness. The bears are hanging out, they're doing their thing. And the second map, it feels like people are like settling there. And so there are things going on, but there's less going on, and it's very in alignment with what's supposed to be going on that map. Anyway, Emmy, go.
No, it's talking is too hard. I was just gonna say, I feel like this expansion definitely played to Guild Wars 2's strengths. Like basically the things that kept me in the game, right? It's like when I played Guild Wars 2, right? When I first started playing it, I didn't come for the story because I'd never really played Guild Wars 1 before, and I didn't really come for even like the raids and like instance content, right? The reason why I fell in love with the game is because there's a natural grouping that happens in open world, right? I feel like most other games don't have that, right? So obviously a wide variety of games are all single player, but even for the multiplayer games, right? Usually you're like forming small teams, or like you're kind of banding up to like tackle a big raid together. Guild Wars 2 was the first game that I had ever played in like a large setting where there's a lot of people coming together to tackle big things together, right? So in this case, very much felt that with the event, right? It's like you saw people kind of banding up together with like mentor tags, commander tags. Even now, in like every time I look in LFG, there's always people like doing events for mastery points, doing events for EXP. And there's very much like people just gathering together to do the events. And I feel like that's fun, right? It feels like in a way you're part of something bigger. Whereas I feel like a lot of times in the older maps, I was doing the events because it was a checklist of things that I needed to do in order to progress the story or progress my mastery points, or even just to kind of like see what it was like FOMO. Whereas this time it felt like, I don't know, you just like see other people and you're like, hey, what are they doing over there? I kind of want to see what they're doing. And then you just go over to them. And I think that's like a really unique experience specifically to Guild Wars 2. And I'm really glad that they like, I don't know, emphasize that a lot more.
Yes. They're pretty good. Do you want to talk about the world bosses now? It's world boss time.
I want to say one thing about the salmon before we move on.
Okay, do it.
So the salmon is like really the first like kind of like weird sexual simulator they've added to the game.
Wait, what?
Because you know why salmon swim upstream, don't you? They go to spawn. That's the whole point, is we're going upstream to spawn. And therefore, I have to say, if you don't have gold in the uphill salmon, you're not going to spawn. You're going to die a perma-virgin. Because your DNA isn't good enough to be passed on to the salmon eggs that are up there. And so, yeah, you got to get gold. If you guys are not gold salmon run uphill, log in and get gold. Otherwise, you're a genetic dead end. That's it.
I am never doing this adventure again. I'm done. Never going back there.
215, by the way. 215.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I didn't see that one coming, I guess, but... There is that. Anyway, world bosses, guys. So we have 3 world bosses, and one is actually on the first map. You know, I thought there was a bit of confusion. I thought, is it 3 on the second map? But no, there's 1 on the first map. The Bog Queen. But I guess the main event is actually on the second map, and it is, of course, the Titans, Greer, and Decima. And these are pretty interesting, actually. Like, it's weird because they were bugged on launch as well. There was kind of a really weird issue where you had to avoid phasing them at the same time, or it would completely stall the encounter. Definitely a little bit unfortunate in that regard, and you just simply couldn't finish one of the Titans there as well. But yeah, this is an interesting one because this fight is, to me, just basically a bit of a DPS and a healing check more than anything else. There is, of course, the coordination element of having to kill them at the same time, but I don't know. Like I don't think that's like a really big deal, to be honest. Like you just have to like stall a little bit sometimes, like to get the job done there. So I would say this is actually an area of the map that I do think is actually a little bit lacking, to be honest. And I think there's a reason why the bosses work the way they do. Like, if you look at them, and this is a little bit of a hint for any aspiring raiders, there's green stacking circles, there's lines firing out that you've got to stack in, red ones that you've got to avoid. I actually think that the bosses in the raid and the convergence are very likely to have very similar mechanics. I think we're going to be seeing some reuse of this stuff in there as well. But because the mechanics are kind of like raid mechanics, it means that they can't really make them that punishing in open world, let's be honest, right? Like that's kind of a recipe for disaster. Imagine if you fail the green circle and then the entire group dies, right? Like that's probably not the best idea in open world. Same with the green lines on Decima as well. I would say I do like Greer, actually, because Greer kind of has a lot of movement checks. You have to move a little bit to avoid getting hit by his attacks, and there's some survivability going on there. But yeah, I do wish there was a little bit more to them, actually, overall. This is not a part of the map that I think is actually as good as the exploration features with these world bosses. Like, don't get me wrong, like they're fun to do, and we're farming, obviously. You know, you've got to grind these things out, but I definitely think that it would have been nice to have like some more kind of coordination and group testing challenges. And, you know, Sneb kind of remarked that it was kind of more fun to do when they were bugged, and I actually agree with that.
Yeah,
like,
I said the same thing.
Yeah,
it added one more layer of coordination check that made it a rewarding feeling fight to win.
Yeah, for sure. And now that that's gone, it kind of feels to me like a stack and pump, right? Like for you know, like 10 minutes.
Now it's a race. Now it's to see which one boss, the squad is uber noob and the other is pumper, and you have to settle it. There's only one way to settle it.
Yeah. What do you think about the world bosses? Yeah, but go Sneb, initiate.
I've done the world boss maybe 20 times, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I've lost track.
Okay.
And when it was bugged, it was so much fun, because what I would do is I would say, everyone, you have to get in Discord. Like, we got to coordinate this like perfectly. I need everyone in Discord. And boom, 50 people in Discord. And guess what that reminded me of, Teapot? Take a guess.
Suwon. Was it Dragon's End?
It reminded me of that. It reminded me of that moment. And I had this like glimmer of hope. And I was like, wow, this is so fun. I could do this every day. But then they fixed the bug. And now I kind of am like looking at the other screen and like just doing other things. And we still end up winning pretty much every time. And the people on Discord have gone from 50 to 20 to 10. You know, they don't see a need to coordinate anymore because it's so easy. So, you know what I did to solve that? I decided that I'm going to try to do some interesting tricks. So when I do my maps, there are 2 events in the map that I think either only spawn during the meta event, or the world boss rather, or they very rarely spawn without it. I'm not sure exactly, but I identify those 2 places, and we basically start there and we do those events. Then we go split and kill the boss. And then I discovered something very interesting. You can get the double horde. So you know how you get a horde? There's one that's like a daily chest, but then there's one that you just get even if you completed it if you completed it like 10 times a day, you'd still get that chest. Well, you can actually get 2 of those. And the way that you can get 2 of them is if you swap and kill the other. So what you can do is we say that we're role playing Suwon, and we swap at 15%. And we just like 5 subgroups trade places with the other 5 subgroups, and we kill the opposite bosses, and then everyone gets double. I've also heard that if you log out right after, because you know how there's like a ring of chests, if you take your chest, go to the other area, log out and log back in, you can get the other chest too. But we've mega rewarded it. That's what we've done. It's fun.
Yeah.
I like
I
it.
guess I'm of the similar opinion. I actually do think that the bugged version, it was a lot more fun in the sense that you could see people working together. And personally, I actually try to avoid using Discord and stuff because I know that there's a lot of people that don't have it. So I just prepare a bunch of copy pastas and I just like spam that over and over again in map chat and like squad chat and squad broadcast and that kind of thing. But even then, it's like squad chat went from I think it went from really really lively, like people were talking all the time, right? There was always like buzz, like hold DPS here, we need to do this here, like people would like come in asking like, hey, what is everybody talking about? And there was just like a lot of chatter, right? But then kind of afterwards, because I've also done it a handful of times now that the bug has fixed, people just come in and they're like, all right, where am I going? Are you organizing subs? Okay, sounds good. And then it's kind of like silent for like the entire rest of the run, other than like sometimes around like 15-20%, people are like, okay, hold DPS, we need to wait for the other side to catch up. So I do get that feeling. It does feel a little bit more lonely now, I think is maybe a good way to put it, where it's like now it's a lot of people kind of playing by themselves together in the meta event again. Whereas before it definitely felt like we were playing together. So I think it could have been really interesting if, I don't know, they, instead of having it be bugged and it just completely locks you out, like maybe if they both enter at the same time and NPC says something like, oh, this guy is already like draining all of the power and then now he's like revived and gained another 5 HP, right? So it kind of like enforces that they're always staggered. I don't know, something like that. That could have been.
I think it should be like KO, right? Where if they're not within a certain alignment or something, then you like way empower the other one and everyone starts dying, and then the other side can flame the opposite and just say, stop killing it so fast, we slow down, we're all dying, gonna make it even worse, you know? And so then you have to like switch places a little bit or like figure that out. I think that could be good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think...
I imagine
Oh yeah, go ahead.
retroactively, they're probably not going to add anything new. But I do think that at the very least, if we're comparing Soto metas compared to this, even just this world boss, I do feel like it is very much like leagues above it, right? So I guess the hopes is in the next few maps, the whatever world bosses or metas that spawn there, they'll take even more lessons from this. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. Oh yeah, go ahead, Lara.
I haven't like done it that much. I've only run it like 3 times. Like 1 time since they fixed it. But my impression was that I liked how they integrated the rock onto the encounter. You know, like in Omnitas, it was like get on your sky skill and then you gotta like slowly fly somewhere and then spam your fireball over and over. And it's not super fun to do. But I like how the rockfall feels much more integrated here, right? Like it's in the middle of the fight, you just press the button, you just get on it instantly, you run through some gates. It's almost like you're doing this little race where you're just running in circles, right? And then you get off. It doesn't overstay its welcome as much. And I think it's one of the first times that ArenaNet has actually done a good job integrating like a mount in an encounter like this. Also, like, you know, in Giala Delve, when you got on the turtle, it wasn't super exciting to just like spam the stomp ability over and over, but this time it actually like it feels like it's a neat part of it. It doesn't overstay its welcome, it's fun, and you get back to the combat. So that was definitely one of the things that was my highlights for this fight.
Agreed.
I definitely feel like they flowed together really well. It's like you have this period where you're doing pure combat, right? Just like your rotations. And then you have like a moment where you're killing a bunch of ads, right? So that's kind of like a break from the rotation sort of gameplay. And then you have like a big CC bar and then you have your mount. So it does feel like very segmented out, but it feels like it makes a logical sense, right? Because you do that once at 75 and then you do the exact same thing again at 25%. So you can kind of like feel your brain synapses like, you know, snapping together and like that kind of thing. The other really big thing I like is the auto mount. I feel like it felt really good where as soon as that phase comes up, the game mounts you up and you know what you're supposed to do. And the spectacle of watching people like run circles around it is also really, really cool. I think kind of just like calling out again, like I think in the Soto metas, first I didn't mind the movement of the sky skill that much because I don't mind the 3D traversal. But what I didn't like is that in Soto, if you got onto your sky scale in combat, you're locked out from doing that again for like another 3 minutes or something like that. So that means that if you had mounted up to get out of combat because there's an annoying ad that's chasing you, then you wouldn't be able to do it immediately when the meta event called you to do it, right? So then you had to go out of your way, you had to run to an updraft, then that popped you up in the air, and then you had to run back to where you were before and then do that there. So it feels like there's like this weird transition part where you have to go out of your way to do the mechanic, where this time it feels like the mechanic is very closely integrated with what you were already doing before that. So
yeah, I definitely agree with the cults and the mounts there as well. It's pretty high energy. I guess what I would say about the open world thing here is I really feel that they don't want the open world to be that difficult, I think. And I think there's a couple of clues on this. Well, one, it's not that difficult. Wow, that's a clue. But also, I think they really want to push... I think they do want there to be some kind of challenging, large-scale group content. I think that's going to be convergences. We already know that they've said they're making convergences harder, which I think was kind of a surprise if you think about it, right? Like, if you think about the fact that people already struggle a bit with Umbriel CM, it kind of farms people pretty hard. Even with, but apparently even regular Umbriel in public, it's a bit rough, So when that one pops up, I think. So I think that we're going to be seeing a bit of a split here. I think the open world events are going to be pretty easy. There'll be like some stuff that and will almost like serve as a way to familiarize you with what the abilities look like. Like, oh yeah, look, it's a green circle. Oh look, it's a green arrow. I think it's really funny that I've seen a couple of clips of players kind of getting the green circle then running away from people. I think that happened with Soto launch as well. They just get the green and run away. So I think that's their goal there with that. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more challenge-oriented content in the convergences. And I think there's a decent chance, no cope, that we kind of have a little bit of the Su-1 experience, but in the convergences, or maybe even in the convergence challenge mode, actually, when those come out. It's a long way away, but I think that is what's going to be going on there. And this is something that we have to... It is a new feature of this, the release schedule, the development cycle that ArenaNet are going for here, that you aren't going to have... you aren't necessarily going to have like all of the content that you're particularly interested in, or like that kind of satisfies like what you're looking for out of the game on launch. Like some of it isn't going to be there on launch. Like obviously the open world stuff is going to be there, but especially like the combat oriented stuff that shows up a little bit later, which is probably going to take some getting used to. But I think in a lot of ways it can end up serving the player base better, because if we think about Su-1, right, like, Su-1 is the perfect example of this, I think, because some people loved it and some people actually hated it, right? Obviously. Like for us lot, like we like that kind of stuff, and we like, organizing a big group and just blasting and trying to overcome this challenge. But let's be honest here, like that thing was like cruising for a nerf since day one, and yeah, they gutted it. They annihilated Su-1, right? Obviously. On the release of the expansion. But here's the thing. They don't have to do that if it's a convergent CM, right? It's supposed to be hard. That's a get good angle, right? And this is, I think, why this could end up working out. In fact, I think it's quite likely to end up a little bit better in some sense, as long as they're able to kind of capture that same large-scale open world boss fight within the convergence. I do think that it being open world like inherently makes it feel more organic, and moving it to an instance is going to feel a bit more artificial in a way. Like, you're kind of going to break the immersion a little bit to an extent. But I think there's always going to be trade-offs with changes like this. And to be honest, like if we could have had old Su-1 preserved in an instance, I'm pretty sure people would like that, right? Or at least the people who liked launch Su-1 would go, yeah, okay, that's a fair compromise, right? And have the open world version be pretty easy and like not really require a lot of coordination. But then you could actually make like you could make a pretty hard world boss, right? If you wanted to. They could do actual proper mechanics in the challenge mode. They could go even further than Umbriel CM. So I know that's kind of like my rambling thoughts on like the difficulty of the world boss and why I think that, yeah, I feel like it's not like a crazy big deal to an extent.
Yeah,
I'm content pacing wise, I'm still not sold that they have nailed the content release pacing. Having the raid come out in the same patch as the convergence and the convergence CM, even like I understand that like the convergence CM is a 50-man version of the raid or whatever, but it feels like I'm gonna be in the raid, progressing the raid, I'm not going to be doing the conversion CM until after I've done the raid. And I know that's not everybody. There'll be some people that don't do the raid and only do the convergence. But it feels like if you just spaced them out, you would get double the juice from the same content.
Well, they kind of have, right? The raid, the CM doesn't come out to the final update of the convergence. Yeah. So I think the pacing is actually kind of okay. Well, in this regard, anyway, it's like raid and convergence normal mode. Then it's raid CM and LCM. Then final patch is convergence CM and fractal with fractal CM as well. But I do know what you mean, though. Like, I think if there was a different convergence on launch, right, like one that was, maybe another event that happened in the story, that would be really cool, right?
Yeah, I think the issue is that I think what they're trying to get away from with the initial launch is you guys were very completionist, right? Like you did everything. I feel like if they had come out with a convergence or that was like worth your time, that you felt like we got to get the crew together, we got to get the guild focused on this, you would have only done the convergence and you wouldn't have, done as much in the rest of the game.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty normal in a lot of games where they release like the open world story stuff first, and then they don't release the more competitive things until later. Otherwise, I guess all of the competitive people would just rush through the story, right, to get worlds first on whatever the instance thing is. So
And then the Titan meta would never succeed.
Yeah, but I did want to chime in. I want to go back to what Teapot was saying before with the whole Sue-1 thing versus the other stuff. I think a big part of it is expectations, right? It's I think a lot of people when they saw EOD and they're like, oh, this really cute turtle mount, which is a really big part of the marketing side of everything, is going to be behind a meta. Oh, I really hope that I enjoy the meta and I can get my turtle. And then they come in and then they die to it a bunch, never having expected oh, I need to actually organize with people. This is actually going to be a really organized thing. I think that expectation is what soured the experience for a lot of people, right? And I think it's very much you see this everywhere, right? It's in raid LFGs or in new player groups or even in open world, right? Where it's if people expect open world to be hard and then it's easy, then they're disappointed. If they expect open world to be easy and then it's hard, then they're disappointed. But everybody's really happy when they expect, okay, open world is going to be, I expect it to be easier, and then it met my expectations, right? I feel that's the key thing here. So I think my hope is that with the convergency, the fact that they have been very upfront about, hey, this is going to be segmented out, it's going to be harder, there's going to be unique rewards for it, and we are setting this up as a precursor for the harder difficulty content in the game. People are going to go into that with the expectation, yeah, this is going to be a bit more challenging, right? So, and I think once you've almost prepared yourself for that, I feel suddenly now failure, you already prepared yourself for it, right? So it's it's not quite as unexpected. I think it always feels the worst. And honestly, I mean, I am also very guilty of this, right? It's I'm an end game raider, but if I expect my groups to be clean and then they're messy, I get disappointed too. I think that's a very natural human reaction. I think it is very much the game's responsibility to make sure that those expectations are accurately set. So I think, we'll very much see the opposite, right? It's if they're hyping all of this up right now, kind of saying, oh, we're going to add convergence CMs and it's going to be essentially a different difficulty mode. And then it ends up being even easier than the Titan world boss. People are going to be upset, So either way, anyways, that was the take that I wanted to say really.
I 100% agree though. It's the expectation versus the reality, right? I think this kind of goes back to Sodo when Dagda CM came out and nobody knew is this strike gonna be super hard or is it gonna be not hard, right? Dagda CM was very easy.
What do you mean the Dagda story mode was too hard for some people that are in
Dagda
game
CM was
journalism?
very easy. Sarah CM was really hard, right? But they were both called CM, so it's just you both had people that were disappointed at fights being too easy or being too hard because we didn't know what to expect. But this time for the raid, they got normal mode, challenge mode, and legendary mode. I'm so happy they have legendary mode as a thing now, right? So we know that we can, in fact, expect it to be very hard in legendary modes, right? I 100% agree. They need to communicate beforehand, is this going to be easy or hard? And I think Teapot is right. I think the idea is open world is going to be easy, but you save the challenging stuff for the convergent CM. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
I really hope that they make the mapping of the mechanics a lot more consistent, right? So it's people need to understand green means good, red means bad. I feel historically there have very much been situations where they are not the same, right? Where it's like, I don't know, like, okay, to be fair, this was a bug on Soda release, was with the green circles. I think this is what actually trained a lot of people to run away with the green circles. They were bugged on release, where it would just kill anyone that was standing in the green circle. So what people would do instead is then they would just leave, and then they would be the only person to die, and then everybody else on the group was okay. So I feel like, I mean, obviously, again, that was unintended, that was a bug, but that's like just one example, right? Where it's like, having the same indicator mean two different things is naturally going to like result in a lot of confusion. So I think it is very, very important that they standardize everything, right? Like, I really think that the standardization needs to be there. So
yeah. No, I definitely agree with that for sure. Like that, and I think that's what they are trying to do with some of the telegraphing going on there. So hopefully that will work out. I do think there is some room for a challenging world boss, right? Like out there. I would love to see something like that return, but yeah, I think set the expectations. Probably don't put an expansion feature behind it as well. That's probably not the play. And yeah, then there's maybe some room for it. And for those, I think people are still struggling a little bit with the world boss, but I feel. This is kind of a hot take, and I think actually no, this is an incredibly cold take. Now, what am I saying? I think people are struggling with the world boss for kind of the wrong reasons, right? Like, people are not struggling with it mechanically; they're struggling with it because they're doing like 5k DPS, right? Like, and it's just not dying in time, and that is, I think that's a much less interesting way of losing than if you don't understand how it works, right? I think that like when you die to triple trouble or something, it's like, oh, we didn't do the bombs right? Or we didn't get enough people with the spear gun, right? to fire out the worm on Amber, like that's, I think, a bit more interesting to deal with, as opposed to like, oh yeah, people didn't do enough damage. And I think damage is relevant, but I feel like damage checks are more of it should be more of a thing for like instance content rather than for open world stuff.
I slightly disagree. I actually think it's hit a pretty good middle ground where, yeah, slightly. I think there's a middle ground where it's nice if you give a light DPS check so that it reinforces the idea that your contribution is important and that improving your skill and getting better at doing damage or providing boons or doing the mechanics is important. Now, it shouldn't be the sole focus of an open world event because you don't want things to be so locked behind DPS checks that it's impossible for general groups to do it. I like that there's a lot of mechanics so that maybe you are a weaker DPS player or a newer player, you just popped in with Selly, being able to contribute by doing the mechanics very well, like standing on the arrows and, running around with the mount. Like those things are good. So you still feel involved, you still feel like you're having an impact. But if you don't have like any DPS check and it's solely about mechanics, then players will never learn that those things have any value in engaging with.
yeah, I think this always goes back to the problem of, I think it's very hard to tell how well you're doing DPS wise without the use of third-party tools, right? I mean, I say very, very hard, but it is borderline impossible, right? And I think the reality is, and I don't even think that this is necessarily a bad thing, right? It's like that there is a casual player base that is almost never going to look at third-party add-ons. And I think that's fine, right? Because those are the players, they just enjoy different things. But I think the problem is then, again, the expectations. It's like you have these people that don't really know like how to improve DPS and all that kind of stuff, and then you're telling them, hey, I need to do XYZ things in order to like increase my DPS and everything. Why is it that I'm hearing this from you and I'm not hearing this from the game, right? I feel like that's like really, really weird. So I feel like I don't know what's like a good solution for that in the game itself, right? It's like at the end of the day, it's like having these strict DPS parsing things is not, I think it would be very controversial. A lot of people would not like to have that directly in the game. But at the same time, making it optional means that there's always going to be a very large gap in the skill level, right? Between like people that don't want to invest that much time and people that do. So.
Yeah, I think that I mean, look, it's important to get feedback on how well you're doing, right? Like at the end of the day, it is a video game, and that means you can win and you can lose sometimes. So like when things go wrong, you definitely want to have an understanding of like, what actually went wrong, right? Like why did things go a little bit wrong? But yeah, in a game like Guild Wars 2, it definitely is. It is complex to kind of reach that understanding, I think, especially in open world where things are pretty chaotic, I guess I would say.
Oh, sorry.
Chaotic, like Emmy being gone.
Yeah.
My camera
Emmy
is like overheating.
is
It's
gone.
like dead. It's okay. Don't worry about me. I'll like let it
It was
cool
such
down
a hot take that the camera
Yeah, the
overheated.
terror
Yeah.
melted. Actually, just melted away into nothingness. To be honest, unfortunate. You hate to see that. You know, I just like that. You know, I mean, how long has it been since Ender Dragons we're still talking about Suwon? Okay, that's just, I guess, like a good example. What?
I'm back.
Well, I can add one quick thing to this. I think you all make very strong points, right? Because there's no transparency in the game with how much damage you're doing. If you do make a boss too much of a DPS check, then that's just going to frustrate players because they don't have the required information to make a change or to adjust so that they can succeed. However, my only rebuttal to that would be just because we don't necessarily have all the information doesn't mean that it's untrue that. Well, it doesn't mean that if there isn't a mix of DPS requirement and mechanical requirement, it doesn't help players get better. Like, you still need to help players get better, even if all the information isn't there in some big analytical grid. It kind of sucks because my hope is that eventually there will be something that is like, for example, you know how in PvP it tells you like top stats? Even if there was something simple like, hey, like here's kind of, and it wasn't broadcast to everyone, it just was broadcast to you and said, here's kind of like where you stood as far as contribution. Here's how many bundles you gave. Here's how many times you lapped around the boss. Here's how many revives you did. Even if there's just something that showed what you were doing. But we can only dream at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it would be really, really nice to have those, right? It's like, I mean, a lot of competitive games have them for a reason, right? So that you can actually figure out how well you're doing within the context of the game. But I can very much see like ArenaNet kind of not wanting to do that because the game is meant to be very like sandboxy and like time friendly, right? And it's like there's also just in general going to be a lot of people that have no interest in that kind of thing. So it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. What I do think might be kind of interesting, mostly just because I know the technology is already there, right? But like in the golem room, when you hit the golem, every 25% of the boss's health, or no, every 20% of the boss's health, it tells you what your average DPS was for that session, right? So
It's time.
I don't know, maybe something like that, where it's like in the meta, like every 20%, it tells you how much damage you did, like at that specific moment. I mean, I don't know. So it could be just like a personal thing, right? So you can like see like how much you did and nobody else would know. But I mean, the technology does exist. It's not like this is out of nowhere.
I'm a believer in the participation system, to be honest, and maybe ArenaNet is too. This is maybe one of the more subtle details that maybe not everyone's seen, but there's actually an achievement that requires you to get gold participation on every event. In the, like where you fight the bears in the bear arena, the achievement for completing that says you have to get gold participation on every single one. To actually complete the achievement, which obviously is not super hard, right? But they could use that. I thought that is actually a really good system. You got a gold medal. Let's go. Like the thing is, you get a gold medal for literally AFKing outside the arena with a herald right now. That's something that people are doing. That people are leeching those bears. So you got to watch out for that. But yeah, I think that's kind of cool, right? Like to have like
I have to
a
sidetrack.
cool medal. Oh, really? You're derailing?
Derailing
on TeaTime? No
leeching,
way.
Yes, the greatest leeching operation is currently occurring right now in JANTHIR Wilds. People have discovered the ultimate leech spot, and it is absurd because you can sit there and every 3 minutes get an immense amount of map resources and just event participation. You can complete a heart for free. And like you suggested, you just sit on a herald and you're outside that arena, auto-running, giving boons to other people that are actually doing the fighting. And guess what? There's no counter to it. You know all those YouTube channels where they counter the leeches and the AF? There's no way to counter this because there are no enemies around. I tried to lead them, and then I realized that if you're standing outside the arena, they are friendly, so they're not going to deal any damage to you. And they still get participation. It's insane. The best leeching operation I've ever seen. I'm still trying to figure out a way to take them down.
Granted, I do feel like that does seem more like an oversight, right? Because like when you're outside of the arena, everything is friendly, like you said. So like I feel like basically whenever you're outside of the arena, any buffs that you apply, it should be like isolated, right? So I feel like maybe ArenaNet can do something about that themselves, where it's just like whenever you like enter the arena, it removes any buffs that were applied outside. So I don't know. To me, that to me seems more like an oversight than like a ArenaNet put this in here and people are gonna forever take advantage of it. But then again, there have been bugs in the game that have been there for who knows how long now and never get fixed. So we'll see.
No.
Have
I
any of
think
you done the? Oh,
no, go
go ahead,
Lara.
Ruben.
I was gonna re-rail us, but onto something else. But yeah,
I
do
was
it.
I was
Go.
going to talk about the bears. Have any of you done
Bears?
the hide and seek adventure?
It's impossible.
It's
I give
it's
up.
like it's so awkward. There's like one bear that sometimes doesn't spawn on an instance. And you gotta
Unlucky.
find all 12 to get gold. So you're like doing hide and seek, and there's just one of the bears that's just cheating. Just straight
That
up, it
bear's
hasn't
really
shown
good.
up. It's so. But they'll fix it. Honestly, they have been pretty on point with the hotfixes. There's been a hotfix patch pretty much every single day. You know, there's still a bunch of things that they definitely do gotta fix, like the invisible hide and seek bear. But it's a matter of time.
Yeah.
They're working hard at fixing stuff.
I don't like to go too hard on devs for bugs on launch. I felt there's
Yeah.
there's gotta be bugs, right? You know,
It's
and they
gonna be
did a good job of fixing them. You know, I think it would have been really nice if the world boss one had been fixed a little bit sooner. That was super frustrating, actually. But you know, we were able to figure out like a way around it, so there is that. But yeah, that was kind of annoying. I think the really bad bug was the one where you couldn't get story progress because rifts weren't working properly. That one was pretty gnarly. But you know, they also, you know, fixed that one pretty quick. So I think that's fine, yeah. And they'll get this stuff. There's a couple of bugged achievements, and that was frustrating when I was trying to go for mastery points. Like some of the mastery points were bugged. Basically, that's kind of annoying. But not the end of the world, in my opinion. But actually, you know, speaking of the hide and seek, I actually saw a pretty epic operation. Basically, a group of people like set up a portal at every single hiding spot, basically, and they got the world record. They completed the hide and seek gold in like 29 seconds by just chain portaling to every single hiding seek spot, which is also funny because it's actually weird. I think ArenaNet should actually disable the ability to do that because people are going to do that with Salmon Run, by the way. You can do this, like you can have people help you with the Salmon Run, and actually, I don't know about you guys, but I think the competitive integrity of the Salmon Run must be maintained. Okay, look.
All is fair in love and war, and this is love. So.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see.
The bugged achievements.
You were gonna re-rail us.
Yeah,
I gotta mention the bugged achievements though, because I have pretty much every achievement possible. I've done all the side stories. I just need to do Bog Queen. I'm like 70% done that a whole bunch of times. And then I need a few sniffas, and that's it. I've got everything else. Except there have been a few that I've had to like force new instances for. I did the lightning event over 30 times. Over 30 times to try to get the achievement. And I find okay, and I get this. I'm on a map and I had kind of given up, and then I walk by the lightning and I see the achievement eligibility, and I'm in a big squad full of my guildmates, and we're all in Discord because we had just done the meta. And so suddenly it goes ding, little achievement, little yellow achievement in the bar that's filled with experience boosters, by the way. And I start screaming on Discord. I'm like, get to the lighting, get to the lighting, get to the lighting. And then I press M, and all of the blue dots start converging upon the lighting.
Converging, you say?
They converged. They came to the lightning, and we did finally get it. But now there's that stupid bear that you're helping in the garden or whatever, and all the snake things are trying to shoot poison at it, and you got to bubble it. I've saved that stupid bear like 50 times, and the achievement never activates. So I'm in a little bit of depression about that, but that's the last one I need.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think they've done pretty well about fixing the bugs. Like, it's been all right. I think there's a few things that are maybe a bit unintended still in the game, and I question. Yeah, Cloud. I like to say cloud poems on my stream anytime people bring up the cloud, because it's a very peaceful adventure, you could say. I do enjoy
thanks to the
cloud.
shout out to the ghost farm, which allowed me to get like 5 million XP in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
that
same.
Was good.
Same.
I finished my entire homesteading mastery track in like 30 minutes thanks to that. It was great.
Yeah, it was pretty high tier actually, and yeah, that
Laura
was...
will never know because you have to exploit early and often, and Laura did not.
Yeah.
This is why I am so far behind. I'm starting to get it. This is why I am so far behind.
You know, I guess like on the achievements thing as well. I actually thought they were really, really fun to do. Like during Soto, it was actually a very similar design, right? And I think this is like a big key point of refinement, I feel like, between the two expansions, is that in Soto, I was like, where is this event? Just spawn, right? And it just would not spawn ever. It's like, what is going on here? I hate this. This is so painful. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But in, and you know, getting all the mastery, like, no, please, I just need 1 point. Just give me a mastery point. But in JANTHIR Wilds, it's like the events spawn all the time, right? It's like super easy to find all of them. There's a couple that are a bit trickier to find, like, I couldn't get that Iboga to spawn for a while. That was kind of annoying, but like everything else is like super, super easy. They're pretty generous with the mastery points as well, which I really like. You know, it means that you can just get in there and just like play the game. And it transformed, it made it into a really fun experience. I was like working with a squad, right? We were saying, oh, the event's up on this map. We would all like pile onto that map and go and do that. Made it into a really fun, kind of cool exploration, figuring stuff out experience too, especially with the collections and the side stories as well. Because of course, like we were kind of doing them on the bleeding edge, right? Where there were no guides, we had to figure them out, right? Like where's the next animal we need to recruit into our clandestine operation criminal gang, right? To rob Evan Nashblade and all the other stuff that was going on there as well. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff going on there. It was like a really fun exploration experience. If you haven't done the collections, you got to do the collections, guys, for sure. But yeah, like the entire unlocking process was way less painful. Like Soto, I found painful because especially with a couple of events that just were super annoying to find and super annoying to get. But JANTHIR Wilds is like a much more refined, better version of that. Like especially with the way that the hearts work, right, and like the Homestead materials. I think that actually really helps with all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think most of the events were fine. The only two that I really didn't like were the ones that spawned during the meta, right? So there's two of them, the code and sacrifice ones. Like, I think, honestly, it could have been really cool if they made that, like, part of it, right? It's like you had to first do the pre-events and then you go over to the two bosses. I mean, they have precedent for that, right? I think, like, Shatter and, like, that kind of stuff. It would have been kind of nice if that was tied in there because then it would have guaranteed a lot of people would have gotten that thing. But I know, at least for myself, because I didn't really browse, like, Reddit or other forums that much, I was stuck for so long. I was like, where are these two events? I literally did the events in Cynthia, the second map, for so long that I started hitting diminishing returns. And I was like, I can't find these events for the life of me. So it was only when somebody told me, like, oh yeah, they only spawn during the meta. I was like, oh, that's crazy.
It almost feels like an oversight to me, though. That, or at least the fact that they only spawn then. If it spawned guaranteed then, and also a couple of other times, that would make sense to me, right? If it's like the fact that it's only during the meta, like once every 2 hours, that's kind of weird, right? If you ask
since
me,
they moved the starting time of the meta by 5 minutes. Did that change that? To where it
did they
overlap?
Did they? Is that what happened?
Yeah, the meta spawned at 40 after, and now it's 45.
Oh,
really?
Interesting.
No.
Yeah,
that does
45,
and then they moved it to. I don't know. They moved it at some point. 5 minutes.
Oh, that does change it.
You
then,
sure?
actually,
I forget. From launch, it's different. It's like 5 minutes different.
Yeah. Because on launch it was at 40. Is it not 40 now?
Or they moved the bear spawn. Either way, they changed the timing of the events.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it's still a 40.
It was at 40 the few times that I had on it.
Yeah.
Wait, launch was 35? Wait, was it? Wait, I thought it was always 40. I was streaming 18 hours a day. I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea what's going on at this point. Who knows? But I guess I think we've kind of covered everything about the maps and I guess the world and stuff. I think so anyway. Yeah, that's about it. Like you can also sniff, and there's also some jumping puzzles. There you go. That's it. We can kind of round that out there as well. And you know what? Jumping puzzles, I kind of like them. But anyway, you can.
Good.
You can be a bee. You can role play as a bee. I think I guess we can move on to spears. I think it's spear time right now. And overall, I think they're really good. Actually, I think that you've got to kind of judge them for what they are. I'm not gonna lie. It's not an elite specialization. Okay, it's not that. It clearly isn't. But yeah, they're actually. I think they're really well refined. They're much better than the Soto weapons, that's for sure. And I think these ones are kind of interesting because they seem like they kind of fit into existing builds super well. A lot of the time, they just kind of just get in there. Like, you don't have anything like I don't think, and maybe I'm just wrong, maybe I'm out of date, but I feel like there isn't anything like, let's say, Chrono Rifle that kind of really helped create a brand new build, like a new thing. I think a lot of these kind of like fit in to kind of what's already there to a certain extent. But overall, I think they're all really fun. They iterated on them really well from the beta, I think. You know, like, look, Rev Spear isn't overpowered, guys. Well, don't worry, we'll fix that, okay? Like, we'll sort it out, no problem. And then, of course, you know, they've got your LE Sphere. I feel like it's funny, actually. I feel like LE Sphere is the only one that isn't kind of busted in some way, which is kind of funny to me, but yeah, there you go.
Ranger Spear is also not the strongest, but I do have a point that I want to make, because I've had a lot of people come into my stream saying stuff like ArenaNet doesn't know how to balance, the power creep is getting insane, all that kind of stuff. I remember I said something similar for Soto as well, and I do think that it's really important to remember this, is that it is far better, I think, for the weapons to be really strong at launch for them to be way too weak, right? Because like I always tell people, like, imagine the sentiment if it was the other way around, right? Imagine if the weapons release and they're really like kind of mediocre, they don't do that much damage, they don't provide any new utility. People, I mean, the sentiment would be, even for myself, it would be like, well, they basically didn't add anything to the game, right? Like, if anything, that was wasted development time, because I'm not even going to engage with this new piece of content that they released. So now the fact that on release they are very strong, there's a lot of hype around them, there's a lot of buzz. Every time I'm trying a new build on stream, people are like, hey, what build is that? Is that build out yet? Is that on Snowcrows? Where'd you get it? Was that like a YouTube guide? It gets people talking about it, which I think is really, really important, because in a way it's almost pseudo content, right? Because you get to re-experience old content with something that's slightly new, and I think that's really important. My expectation is that within probably a couple of months from now, they will slowly nerf the weapons back down, which is the same pattern that we saw in Soto, to give people actual numbers, right? So like pre-Soto, I think most DPS builds were between like 36 to 39 to 40k, give or take. And then after Soto release, like the week or two after that, a lot of builds were pushing 47, 48k. The Scourge was 50k with pistol, all that kind of stuff. And it was really, really like people like, to be fair, I know a lot of people, even my own community, we got GITV with Scourge because it was busted at that time. But and then after that, right, they nerfed it and they pulled it back. And I think most classes then kind of settled around 41 to 43k DPS, which is, I mean, relevant for the power creep discussion, because we did ultimately, I think, get overall higher like ceiling numbers, but it wasn't 50k, right? So like my expectation here is, right now we're seeing a lot of builds that are pushing 50k plus. They'll most likely pull them back down, and we'll end up like maybe like 5% higher than where we were before. Which, as a complete aside, I don't know if you want to like talk about this right now, old content is very much invalidated by the fact that how much damage these stuff do. Literally the other day we did like a complete YOLO Wing 1 run, and we did 0 cannon Sabbatha.
I basically do 0 cannon Sabbatha every single time now.
And I mean, the thing I want to point out is, like, I think before you could do that with like really experienced players, right? Especially players that knew how to like do Aegis stuff or like overheal and like that kind of thing. But this was a group of people that hadn't really even done raids that much, right? Like, we're talking like people that had maybe raided like 2 or 3 times before, and we were still able to do 0 cannon Sabbatha. So anyways,
no, I think
actually
that's...
haven't.
Go ahead. Go, Lara.
I haven't actually tried the spears that much in like instance content yet, because I've just been busy doing open world JANTHIR stuff, right? So that's kind of like, I guess, my week 2 of the expansion, just sitting down and trying them in raids and fractals and strikes and stuff. But I've played the Ellie spear a lot in open world, and I really like it. Like, all the Ellie mains, we can rejoice with this weapon. Like, it's so fun. You know, we had like the Ellie pistol with Soto, and it was honestly very, in my opinion, kind of difficult and not very fun to use. Like, you had to keep track of like these bullets, and you had to spend the bullets and to carry the bullets into different attunements. I didn't think it was a very fun mini game, right? But this time, the minigame is much more fun. Like, you put down this etching and you charge it up, and then you can unleash a massive skill. Maybe, like, I haven't done demos yet. I'm a little bit scared of like the demos oil, like seeing that under all my crazy skill effects before I kill the whole team by stepping into it. But I guess my impression of most of the spears from my haven't tried them in instance content is just that they feel pretty fresh. You know, just the fact that it's like a new weapon archetype, right? This is not, hey, this animation, we've already seen this on 5 different weapons. Like, everything feels kind of fresh and new, and that is something I quite like. But yeah, still gotta jump into some raids and stuff next week.
Yeah, power creep is something that I think they do need to keep in mind. Okay, maybe I'm going to be wrong on this, but I actually think they might use this as an opportunity to actually handle their Virtuoso problem. I would not be super surprised if they did nerf this stuff down, but maybe to around 46k, as opposed to like nerfing it all the way down to more like 40k. Because the thing is, because they've added Ceres into the game, I think they're going to be really unwilling to actually rebalance that encounter. I think that is harder for them than saying, okay, let's just nudge the damage up, and then Virtuoso is less oppressive, right? Like, to an extent. So I think that might end up happening when it comes to like the power creep there as well to help them balance the game. But I do think it is a very major concern. Yeah, I mean, I actually had the opportunity to, and I think Sneb this as well with another creator, Darth Microtransaction. But yeah, I played with Max from Liquid, did some raids on stream because he was sponsored to play the game, and we checked out a couple of stuff. And it was a little bit awkward because we were going through Wing 1, and I was saying, well, you know, this boss has mechanics, but we're going to completely ignore all of them because the game's so power-trapped that they don't do anything anymore, right? Like, yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation there as well. And I think it is something that ArenaNet do need to keep in mind because, yeah, like, you can't really say with a straight face that old content in Guild Wars 2 hasn't been invalidated by power creep. It absolutely has been invalidated by like the development cycle of the game over time. And it's probably not within their development budget, in my opinion, to go back and actually fix that stuff and retune it, unfortunately. But I don't know, maybe we can cope and hope a little bit and we'll get like Veil Guardian CM or something like that. I don't know. Yes, Giga Veil Guardian, it's time. You know, that's how it is.
That would actually be very good.
Oh, yeah,
I'd love to revitalize raids instantly. Instantly, it would revitalize raids.
Yeah, I guess I will play maybe a little bit of devil's advocate here. I know we completely derailed from spheres and stuff, but I do think
good job, Emmy. Yeah, nice dera. This is your fault, by the way.
Call me, by the way. Yeah. But I do think the fact that older content is easier has also changed a lot of the community perception around endgame content. I think like back in the day when I used to run like raid trainings before, you know, power creep and everything, I had to like make sure people knew, hey, make sure that you double check your gear. It doesn't have to be expensive, but make sure you at least have like, you know, a matching set of 6 runes, have your sigils and sigils and like weapons and stuff that makes sense. And I think that even that intimidated like a lot of people. But now it's like I can kind of tell people it's like your gear might not be optimal, but yeah, that Selly gear that you have from like, you know, the instant boost, that's sufficient for doing at least the early raids and stuff, right? And I do think that has, at least if we're talking about perception, has made a lot more people a lot less scared of doing raids, which if anything, this is another derail on top of the derail. Difficulty settings, right? It's like, I think if, for example, the current iteration of VG with its like relatively low health compared to the amount of damage that Spirit is doing and like that kind of stuff, that would be a really fantastic easy mode, right? And then if you had a normal mode that was maybe tuned up a little bit, and then CM mode, and then LCM mode. Like, I feel like they set the stage here because we know that Wing 8 is going to follow this model. Like, it's probably just copium, but I really want them to go back and add that to the old stuff as well, if only just for the sake of consistency, right? Because imagine you're explaining this to someone that's never played Guild Wars 2 before, and they might ask like, oh, how do raids work and stuff, right? Well, then you would say, oh, well, you know, Wings 1 through 4 were released, and they're like technically easier than Path of Fire, and Path of Fire has like these CMs and stuff. Oh, and then there's also Wing 8, which actually has like an open world version, and then also an LCM. Like, it's just so inconsistent. Okay, anyways, derail on derail. Back to Spears.
I must respond.
Yeah.
Oh, Sneb's getting in. He's weighing in.
I think you're right. I think you're right that there have been a lot of really positive things that have come from perhaps a little bit of power creep, making the fights easier. However, there's also a bit of a negative that I think is worth highlighting, and it's that sometimes people play it and they go, "That's it."
Yeah, I agree.
I go, what? You made this, like, I thought this was way harder. And it's gotten to the point now where I actually think it's kind of difficult to retain players from other MMOs that come and try raids because they go, holy crap, this is all you guys got? Like, where's the challenge? Like, well, there's these 2 fights that are like somewhat challenging. And they're like, that's
well, I guess now you just don't start them with Wing 1 anymore. Is the way to do it if that's the worry.
Where'd you start though? Sarah CM, just throw them in. Just get in there.
I mean, start
Wing 2, Wing 7, CMs.
Depends. Like if the worry is that they're gonna like say, oh, this isn't enough for me and not play, then yeah, you should start them with something hard. Start them with KOCM.
Well, I mean, this is a bit of a rabbit.
Honestly, yeah, EODSMs wouldn't be a bad place to start, to be honest, actually. Yeah, that's true.
Well, yes, I mean, in theory, that would be nice, but I don't know how it is on EU. But I think you're gonna find it's troublesome to get a brand new player into any kind of strike CM. Like, people just won't take them, right? So
yeah,
then they encounter that wall, and there's like these layers of difficulty and accepting the content or getting into it. They're like, wait, you want me to do this like trash tier content that's technically too easy for my skill level before I can do all this other stuff? And you're kind of like, well, yeah, because that's the way that the system works among the players. Unless you go and make your own group and like, okay, well, I'll make my own group. But then it's like, well, but can they find other people who are like, it's this really weird social thing. But it's possible. It's totally doable. There's just layers of challenge associated with it, I'd say.
It's just so unclear, like what different difficulties are supposed to be. I think that's just what it boils down to. It's like you say, oh, strike missions are supposed to be easy because you look at IBS 5, and then you go and do Sarah CM, and it's like, oh, well, okay, these are both strike missions, I guess. But anyways, Derail. Condi Ren, on the other hand, super OP, really fun, pretty easy to play. I led a convergence the other day, and I was 20k DPS higher than the next person. Ask me anything.
Wow. Nice. That's a bit nice flex with the
flexing
DPS
on
there.
open worlders. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Yeah. I do think the spears are good overall. I think what I really like about the design is that I think there's a lot of effort with their design to make them intuitive to use, which is a criticism I have of a lot of Guild Wars 2 weapons, actually, especially in PvE. Like, every single ability you have does damage and is usually a DPS increase, but how you do that is not necessarily obvious, if that makes any sense. What I really like about the spears is that it's like, oh, Rev is a good example, right? Like, oh, my 5 skill is my big damage. And oh, look, if I finish my auto attacks, it recharges. If I do this 4 skill, oh, it recharges it. If I do this 2 skill, oh, yeah, it recharges it, right? That, I think, is actually a really cool piece of design. And a lot of the spears are like that. I've been playing a lot of the Guardian spear. It is really fun to use. It feels great to use, actually, as a weapon. It's really powerful in World versus World. It's also pretty good in PvE, actually, as well, on power Dragon Hunter builds, guys, for all you Dragon Hunter mains out there. Wow, incredible. And yeah, some of them probably need a little bit of tuning up. I think, like, the Ranger one is kind of like, it's about the same to what you already had. The Necro one, again, it's kind of like, yeah, it's about the same. Oh, that one's got some really cool lifesteal, though, actually, on it. Like mega lifesteal on the Necrosphere in PvE, actually. It's kind of cool. You get, like, 2,000 lifesteal per shard, almost. So if you land your big perforate, like, boom, you're back up to full health as well. So it's kind of good sustain. I think the Warrior one is also going down super well in PvE, right? It's like absolutely blasting on some of the quickness Berserker builds, and like the DPS builds work pretty well as well on Spellbreaker and Berserker. I mean, look, we can go through them all. Like the Thief one is blasting. They had to fix it because it was like broken and it was just like costing no initiative. Enjoy that. Love to see that as well. The NG one, I mean, honestly, I'm not really a big fan of the NG one, but apparently it's pretty good. You can play mech and you can like own people with Selly in World versus World. So there it is. Enjoy. But overall, very positive. I think they're a great addition to the game. They feel really fun to use, actually, and I like the ability design. I'd really like to see ability design like that slowly get added to some of the older weapons, so you kind of have this intuitive ability design on skill so that players can kind of figure out the game by messing around, rather than having to kind of look at like a spreadsheet to like figure out how to actually play. I think, which is pretty good. That's like the way I want things to go. Not the spreadsheet way though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And no, the other truths will not have a word. Okay, this is, look, I just have them on there.
Silent.
Yeah, they are silent. Okay, they don't get to talk. This is my show. Okay.
We're here for moral support.
But yeah, go ahead, Nike.
I'm sort of interested to see how they're going to balance some of them. Obviously, like things that are doing 53k damage, like yeah, that's a balancing issue for sure. And quickness builds, like even coming close to 40k is a big problem. But there's like other things like Fresh Air Tempest doing 46k. I don't know if that's necessarily the end of the world. Because it's funny, it's kind of like a meta issue where if play rates don't change, is it really a problem? You know what I mean? Like yeah, like Warrior Spear is doing like really good benchmark DPS, but if the play rate of Berserker and Raids is still like sub 1%, does it matter what damage it's doing? Like it's sort of like if a tree falls in the forest, like does it make a sound sort of thing? And yeah, so and some people are like, well, yes, obviously they should have like a hard limit on where they want DPS to land, and they should have a hard limit on where they want boon DPS to land. But then you get back to the people that complain that they only balance around benchmarks. So I think that there is like a nuance to it where you need to take the benchmark into consideration, but you also need to take the play rates into consideration. Yeah, and see if it sort of warps the game around it. Like if a build is doing 53k DPS, it's going to warp the game around it, and allow people to, you know, it's going to trivialize certain content, but you don't necessarily need to nerf something that no one's playing. Just because it benchmarks a certain
they nerfed my Condi Mirage for that. The Condi Mirage with like 5 people playing it, just somehow managing hitting higher numbers, and then it got gutted. But I do actually think on this topic, this is probably a hot take. I know there's going to be a lot of people that don't agree with me, but I am a big fan of flavor of the month, right? Where it's like, you know, intentionally leaving things a little bit unbalanced to drive players over to trying things out. And I mean, I'll use myself right now as an example. For those that know me, I am resident Mesmer main. I have more hours on my Mesmer than all of my other classes combined. And because Renegade is doing so much damage right now, and I've heard so much hype around it, I'm playing Renegade. Why? Because it feels like, hey, this is a new shiny thing that I get to play with. And I know it's really strong right now, so I'm going to take advantage of that. And I know that there are definitely other games that do this, right? Where it's like, you know, this around this time, like, you know, it's like the tank meta. This is like the support meta. This is like the shield meta. This is like the glass cannon meta. You know, they kind of like cycle through these different metas, if only to get people to try new things, right? And I feel like I know that there's obviously balance things, and I know there's going to be a lot of people that are like, that's unhealthy for the game at the whole. But if we're talking about it from just a fun perspective, right? It's like, it's fun to try something and then feel like, wow, this shit's broken. This shit's so much fun. This is like insane, you know? And then afterwards they nerf it back down, and then another class gets its turn. So it feels like, obviously within a certain margin, right? It's like, obviously no class, if like, you know, the benchmarks right now are like 46k, the flavor of the month should not be doing 1 million DPS, you know, like obviously within reason, right? But it's like, if this class is doing like 45k, I don't know, is it that crazy? Like, you know, maybe this month this class does hit 50k, does hit 55k, or like, you know, and then they nerf that back down, and then okay, this time, I don't know, Ellie gets to hit like, you know, 55k, like that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. I guess like I don't find that to be an unappealing idea.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
I agree. I think as long as it's not too extreme. I think that, you know, if you know, this patch, this build does 55k DPS. That's probably a little bit too much, right? But I think stuff like, you know, I would say that like the current kind of flavor of the month is the Fresh Air Tempest. Like that build being sick. Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. Yeah. I don't really view it as a big problem. That, you know, maybe it needs to get toned down a little bit. I don't even think it's a huge deal if it stays this way. Like stuff's pretty powerful, right? Like it's not like mega over. Well, it's a bit mega overpowered, but it's not that mega overpowered, right? Like especially given like the you know, the difficulty of the content that Guild Wars 2 has. It's not the end of the world, I think. But yeah, no, I like flavor of the month, to be honest. I like bringing in new things and like going like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this really, really good. You know, like, oh yeah, you know, next patch, heal Tempest is busted. Like, yes, let's go, it's time. You know, like get the heal Ellies out there. Yeah, because I think that the reasoning that you gave there is really important, because it helped solve the inertia in the community. Because I think right now we're in this really weird spot where there are builds that have very, very low play rates that are actually really strong. But people almost like aren't aware that they're strong, and I think this is the really big one, they've never seen anyone play them. I think it's a huge issue, right? Is that the biggest motivator for a player trying out a new build or a new class is someone's in the group with them and they go, holy shit, this player is blasting, right? Like they are just going crazy, like with this build. I want to try that. That is a really healthy
think,
thing to have, a really healthy thing to have in the game, I think. And that's why I do kind of like a little bit of flavor of the month. It can be done wrong, you can overdo it, but a little bit of flavor of the month balancing, I think is really healthy for the game and like promoting diversity in what people are playing.
Yeah, I want to chime in really quick before I let Nike take it.
Yeah.
I also think it's very important that all of the content should still be clearable by all classes, right? So it's like, in this sense, it's like, for example, if we're just assigning hard numbers, let's say in order to clear an encounter, you need to have minimum 25k DPS, right? Obviously, then every class should be able to do that, right? So that, in other words, every class is viable. But I think it would be really interesting if some classes were just a little bit more viable, you know, a little bit easier to play, or has like this fun gimmick related to it, or it just does a little bit more damage, or does more CC, or has like certain like mechanic negating like things. Like, basically what I'm trying to say is, I don't think, like Teapot said, like obviously don't overdo it, but I think, I don't know, I kind of like this idea of, it's like I could go back and I could play my Mesmer and I could like clear everything that I wanted to, but I could also try this other build that's been rising in popularity and I can see what the hype is about, you know? So, because I feel like then kind of hits like that sweet spot between like, oh, this person doesn't have the gear to try out this thing. It's fine because your class is still perfectly viable. But if you have that option, if you have that time to spare, if you have that gold to spare, you know, why not? So
Yeah, like
anyways,
nobody
back to-
was really playing Ellie in raids for years, right?
Mhm.
And now, because Tempest is so good, finally people are playing Ellie again. And even if like Tempest gets nerfed a little bit, some people will now be like, hey, I like this class. I should keep playing this. This is kind of fun, right? Same like Spellbreaker. Like nobody was playing Spellbreaker. Then Hammer SPB got like really good for
and then
like
it went
a
back
little
to
bit.
no one playing it.
Yeah, kind of true actually.
Spellbreaker was like a huge victim of power creep.
It got outpowered
It just
for
got
sure.
surpassed, right? Yeah.
Like for a while, like when the top DPS builds were like 41k and Spellbreaker was doing 40k on Hammer, you were like, okay, Hammer Spellbreaker is the shit because it's got like insane built-in defensive capability, good CC, perma stab, and it only, you know, it's like 1k below like the top stuff. It's great, but then, you know, the ceiling got raised on a bunch of other builds. And now Spellbreaker is, you know, 5 or 6k below the top builds. And you're like, if I play this, I'm just going to get shit on by, like, random pucks. Like, it's just not a fun feeling when that happens to your build. But so,
I saw like a Sarah's log where like the quickness heralds for top DPS, and I was like, okay, maybe
yeah.
a little bit
Hell
maybe
yeah, let's go. That's how it should be.
I think one thing is important to consider is like the sort of average player plays the same build in everything they do. The same build they raid with is the build they play strikes on and is the build they do in fractals, and they are going to gravitate to whatever, not necessarily the best build is, but whatever
the most
build
universally
allows
good.
them.
Yeah,
which is why Virtuoso has such a huge play rate, because they can just play it everywhere and not have to like really struggle with it super bad. And definitely, you know, I think that's a big consideration. So like success sort of breeds success in that regard, whereas it might not even be more than 1% better, but it just has this perception that it's universally good everywhere. So people that want the path of least resistance will just flock to it.
Yeah. I also think that a lot of things that change play rate is also just playability. Like if you've got, I think something that plagues quite a lot of builds is like, oh yeah, this build's got like 7 different forced movement abilities. Like, yeah, nobody's playing that, right? Like that's not going to be good. And that's one of the issues that Mirage actually has, to be honest. And I think one of the reasons why they nerfed Mirage actually was to improve playability in the same way that Nike was talking about here, because like Mirage was like, oh yeah, it's absolutely insanely broken, busted on these bosses that where a confusion is good, and like on the other bosses it's like, okay, it's whatever. And yeah, people don't want to play a build like that where it's like, oh yeah, I reload to my Mirage for like these 3 bosses, right? Like that's not really what people want, I think. And so looking at playability, I think, is almost more important than balance. Like I think if you look at some of the builds that have low play rates, it's not even because they're bad, it's because their playability is quite low. And that's not even about difficulty necessarily, it's more about like practicality. Like, and I think there's a subtle distinction there. Like those two things have some overlap, but some builds are just like very, very impractical in like real encounters, right? They just don't really make a lot of sense with like how they actually end up playing out. I think one of these really big ones was Berserker, right? And a lot of issues with Berserker have actually been resolved, I feel like. But kind of when they changed Berserker and made it like really, really strong, it was like, oh, I dropped out of Berserk because I did my rotation wrong, and like, okay, I'm useless now. Nice. That feels good. That feels really good. Everyone's going to want to play this class. And I think those are like the really key issues that need to be resolved, is like making sure that there is a build. I think this is something really important that Emmy said. It's like not every build has to be like, really practical and really easy and really universally good. But I think you kind of need to have an option for every profession, right? That has something like that that's like very highly usable, very playable, I think. Because otherwise nobody's playing that shit, right? Like that's just the way it's gonna be, right?
So they got
with this stuff.
Buff staff Daredevil to make the thieves happy.
Yeah.
It's the simplest, easiest to play build.
Yeah.
It should be pumping.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I'll play again a little bit of devil's advocate here, because for the record, I do completely agree. I think having accessible builds is very, very important, right? There's like a whole website with like accessible builds now and stuff. But I do also think a lot of the fun, at least for me personally in this game, is finding those unique kind of niche builds that fulfill like a certain role. So like those that have spent time with me knows that I love like CC Mesmer, right? So like you just slap on a bunch of Mesmer runes, paralyzation sigil, you have like all of like the traits that give you like CC and all that kind of stuff. And then you go into an encounter and you can basically solo CC every single bar. So that's like really insane for fights like Samurag or Aetherblade Hideout, like CM and normal, that kind of stuff. And actually, I guess kind of tying it back to the whole spear thing right now, if anyone wants to try it, CC on Spear 4 on Thief is pretty insane. I think it might actually beat out my Mesmer, which makes me a little bit sad. But I don't know. I feel like having interesting interactions like that kind of does feed into that, a bit more of that like sandboxy nature of gw2, right? Like another example is like, to be fair, this is kind of old news now, but with like Firebrand back in the day, right? Where you could like dodge on your heal. I know a lot of people actually like that a lot. It was like very flavorful, right? So it's like having stuff like that, I think, is also really important. I do hope that they don't completely standardize everything, where those little like unique little like special snowflake builds are now like obsolete. So
yeah, I feel like it's not necessarily mutually exclusive though. And like, now we're really like
I mean, I hope not.
I think you can definitely have both, right? I think that there's always, because of the way that the build system works, and I think just because of the way that RPGs work in general, there's always gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, if I want to optimize for this encounter, I'm going to take this exact setup, right? I'm going to have this kind of crazy setup there as well that's going to work really, really well here. I feel like that's somewhere where relics can also be cool. It's like, oh yeah, I want to use this relic for this boss, right? In particular, because there's like something different about it that I can customize my build because of this relic. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. You definitely want to have room. You don't want to have like a universal build where you never change anything. Like that's not fun. That's not really enjoyable whatsoever. Like you always want to have like different options that you can use that are going to work differently on like different encounters and so on. But yeah, I mean, spears are pretty good, Spears pretty good.
I'm pretty sure all the spears have no auto attack chains. They just have the one simple auto attack. Am I correct in that?
I think
everyone I've played is just an auto attack.
Is there an exception to that?
I mean, the Thief are kind of like chains you go through.
NG has
you never
a
need
chain?
to the auto attack chain.
Okay, yeah, I haven't played NG Thief or Ranger. Okay.
Yeah.
I've dodged.
Oh yeah,
all the
Necro
ones
does.
with-
Yeah, Necro does
Okay.
actually. It has like, it's a bit like the Greatsword. It's got like a chill on the auto attack chain at the end.
Well, okay, they should fix those to not have a chain.
Oh, dude,
It's just
I
the way
like
they're
it.
designed.
Oh, I kind of like auto attack chains though. Yeah, except the Guardian one. We've got the loot stick back. Yo, it's time. Kind of like an auto attack chain. But I guess it is a little bit, peepo unfriendly to an extent, because they get punished by the auto attack chain.
Can I also just say that some of the spear auto attacks changing when you're melee versus range, like holy
Very
the
cool.
technology.
Yes.
Like it's not even like whether or not it's good or not. That's just like, wow, this
Oh,
technology that can dynamically change based on your target's
Wow.
position. Wow. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like
the
literally
thing about that though is that it feels kind of bad if your spear doesn't do that. I kind of wish that they had applied that to just all spears, but I recognize that would also probably be a balanced nightmare. But all I know is on NG spears, sometimes I'm like waving the spear back and forth and think, why can't I just give it a little throw there every once in a while?
yeah.
I don't know.
I think it would be,
Yeah,
it'd be
I don't know,
nice if the loot stick had 1200 range. I can just like, boom, hit
Mm.
everything in a 1200 Length cone. Be pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
I think.
Loot stick, Mad King farm coming up soon.
It's going to be back. It actually is going to be back as well. And you know the best thing? It's actually better than loot stick. You know why? Because it heals. Okay, so now you hit stuff and you heal people, which is busted for tagging, by the way. Like, you get every tag, because every time you heal someone, if they then hit something else, then you also get credit. It's actually the ultimate loot farm. It's also the ultimate world versus world lag creator as well, because it basically is a 10 target auto attack. So the servers are going to be screaming, begging for mercy in world versus world, but you know, it's okay, because well, I don't know, like it's an auto attack, so you can still use it while you're skill lagging, so it's no problem in that regard. Okay, I guess that's spears. Let's see. I guess we've got to talk about the masteries. We've got to talk about the Warclaw and the Homestead, actually.
Homesteads, yes, I have a lot of thoughts on Homestead.
Okay, okay, in that case, Unchain. Emmy Unchained, go.
All right, okay. I've got like a couple topics for this. So first things first is that I think the implementation of designing your homestead is incredible. I think it very much shows that they hired someone that had worked on these sorts of like customizable systems before in other games. It shows in this game, right? Like being able to like very precisely rotate things, scale things, being able to lock it so that it rotates by 45 degrees, being able to import like your last like use like sizing and all that kind of stuff. Incredible. However, there's, I think, a lot of issues. Some of them are just bugs. I think the bugs have been, at least for me personally, very infuriating, because right now I am currently completely locked out of decorating my homestead, because if I try to craft something in the handiwork bench, it just does the animation, but it does not consume the materials, nor does it give me the thing. And I know that there is a workaround where you can buy it on another, or you can buy the recipes on another character, because that's a whole other issue, is that right now, granted, I was told that this is confirmed to be a bug. This is unintended, but the recipes that you buy are character bound. They are not account bound. So that means that when I bought the recipes on my Herald, which I use for open world, it did not show on my Mesmer, who I use for story, which is very confusing at first, because I was like, I swear I bought these recipes. Where are they? Right? So that was like another issue. So basically the bugs have made it so that a feature that I was personally very excited for on launch, I'm almost entirely locked out of using them, right? It's just, it feels really weird. It not even just feels weird. It feels impossible to like actually take advantage of it without using like kind of an unintended workaround. The other big complaint that I have about homesteads is navigating in and out of them is a huge pain right now, because you can only enter your homestead if you summon the conjured doorway, but you cannot summon the conjured doorway in a lot of locations. So for example, you cannot use them in Lion's Arch Aerodrome, you cannot use them in Arborstone, and one that I think is a little bit more understandable is you cannot use them in Mistlock Sanctuary. But Mistlock Sanctuary, I know it just has some really weird code in it, because it's like more like an instance than like an open map. But the fact that you can't use it in some of these other hubs that, at least for me personally, I spend a lot of time in, right? I spend a lot of time in Lion's Arch Aerodrome. Not being able to enter my instance immediately and needing to go to another map, open up the doorway, and then enter the instance is a very big pain.
What was the logic or the thought process behind not letting you open the doors in, like, say, the aerodrome?
I have no idea.
What is the best case thing? And there's devs in chat, they can maybe chime in, but what is the argument there that makes no sense?
I feel like it has to be unintended, because like you can do it in the Wizard's Tower, so it's not like they went like, oh, you can't do it in the hubs or something. I feel like they literally just had to like set a flag somewhere and they forget to set that or something. But yeah, I agree. I think homesteads are super fun. Like the tools are so good, and I fortunately haven't had those bugs, so I'm sucked in. I've already upgraded all my refineries. I've just been crafting decorations like crazy. But yeah, getting in and out is a bit annoying. Also, like if you open like the world map while you're inside of the homestead, you can't see the rest of the world map, which I think is a big oversight, because I want to spend a lot of time in my homestead, but I also want to be able to teleport, right? Now I gotta like leave my homestead, sit through a loading screen, and then teleport. So I want to be able to see the rest of the world map from my homestead. Also, I feel there's a ton of decorations, right? They have like this massive list of decorations that you can get. And I think it's really fun to like, get all the crafting materials and craft them and put them together. If there's one request I have though, is I want more basic decorations almost. Like right now, there's a lot of like very specific props that have like a very specific shape. I just want like some plates, you know, some like very basic, almost like Legos, so that I can use them to build stuff, right? I just want some walls. I want some roofs so I can like build buildings and stuff like that. But I think that stuff should be relatively easy for them to add. So I've got good hopes that we'll see more basic decorations coming in with the patches.
Yeah.
My,
I know
my
that
thought.
there's basic ones
Sorry.
from the heart. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead first. You go ahead first.
Oh, I was just gonna minor comment. I guess I mean it's not basic in the sense that it's built in, but the ones from the heart do have like the plates and stuff. But yeah, I mean you do kind of have to do the hearts first in order to get them. So
Oh yeah, I mean there's like this like what's it called? Like this wall thing? Like it's a divider or something. I've been using that one for like everything. But also just one like literal like wooden I guess like how do you even call that? Like a log or something, you know, so I can like stack stuff together.
I'm not much of a homestead enjoyer, but in terms of decoration, but I have to say, harvesting my home instance nodes with one click from the locker is one of the best feelings that I've had in game in a long time. Just clicking that button and having the XP explosion on the screen and then getting all the loot, I was like, oh yeah, that's what's up. That's good.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a good system, and they're adding a bunch more decorations, and I really hope that they continue to do it. I think the big thing about homesteads for me is that even though it's a system that I'm not particularly interested in, I really see it as a really great opportunity to actually reward players in a way that's meaningful, which I think the game really struggles to do a lot of the time because there's no vertical progression in this game, and that's what, you know, that's how a lot of other games do it, like long term, is giving you the fat upgrades for your character, but gw2 can't do that. So I think having some actual meaningful reward structure is really, really powerful as well. But yeah, I hope it's a system they do iterate, because like you guys have clearly pointed out some really key issues, like some people in chat saying you can't preview decorations, and I mean, I know that sounds like a feature that will be really useful if you're kind of, you know, want to look through like a catalog of all the things that you can kind of make there as well. For example, that would be really cool to add. You know, the one thing that I would say, and I guess I'm not, I didn't even think about this, but it makes sense to me, is someone saying like, oh man, it sucks that you can't like completely scrap everything right there. Like you can't get rid of like the house, you can't get rid of like the lumber mill and like almost like make your own version of it as well. So it's not like a completely blank slate. That's pretty interesting as well. There's definitely some iteration and improvements of the system that definitely would be good. And yeah, it sounds like that some of these bugs are really, really not good as well. So hopefully they get those fixed up pretty quickly too. I think one thing people are going to be surprised about actually is how expensive it's going to be actually, because oh boy, woof, yeah, it's going to be rough, and maybe of course prices will go down. They might make some tweaks to the economy and so on to help out with that. But I don't know, am I crazy on this? It feels like making stuff in the homestead is going to be like mega expensive, like a giga gold sink. That
it is,
again,
for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like, is that a concern here?
I have a few comments on homesteads. One, my impression of homesteads is that it is a massive system that they've barely scratched the surface for. It seems like some things are, I don't want to say like incomplete, because it sort of insinuates that they release an unfinished product, but it's just such a big thing, and it affects so many different aspects of the game that there's no way it's ever going to be like fully complete in a sense. Like they can always add upon what they've already released. So right now it seems like there's kind of a few things they're kind of figuring out, and they'll add more and more and more to it. With regards to gold sink, I think it's the most massive gold sink the game has ever seen. And I think it's quite intentional that they've done this sort of weekly thing with you buy like certain resources and it's weekly, because then they can adjust the prices weekly if they so choose. So every week people can, like, it could refresh on a Tuesday or whatever, and people can go, oh, like this is like the new cost. And that allows them to put, maybe even someday they can put like different items in there depending on what it is. Maybe they can add a new thing where there's like a bigger black market for stuff. You see that there's so much they can do to affect the economy with Homestead. It's actually wild. And then they can revitalize as much old content as they want by just putting like a decoration somewhere. Now suddenly everyone's at Shadow Behemoth trying to get like the eye of the Shadow Behemoth or something. So I think it's quite exciting to think about all the possibilities with homesteads. It's actually the one thing I have barely touched, and I think it's because it's so time gated. If I'm going to complain about it all, I suppose I would say I was a little bit disappointed by that. Like it is fairly time gated with different resources and things. and so I just find myself not as drawn to it. I think in a few weeks, and maybe this was intentional though, I think in a few weeks you're going to see the economy change quite dramatically, because suddenly everyone's going to have moved on from achievements and stuff to the homestead. That's going to be like the one final thing for them to do.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really important point. Is I feel like Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire to me were really game-changing expansions, right? Like literal game-changing in the sense that they added mechanics that you could re-experience old content with a new lens, right? So for example, with Heart of Thorns, obviously you got gliding, right? Gliding completely changed the way that you would navigate the core maps. And then you had mounts, right? Mounts completely changed the way that you interacted with like the old Heart of Thorns maps or the core maps or like that kind of stuff, right? I feel like one of the things that was very lacking for me with like EOD and Soto is that they didn't have these like expansion, like gameplay changing mechanics, right? It's like you had the masteries, but the masteries were very much isolated within those certain maps. I feel like homesteads can be that potential for the game right now because, like you guys said, you can add recipes to old content. For example, you can buy the raid trophy recipes from Glenna. And my suspicion is I already had them unlocked, but my suspicion is that you won't be able to unlock those trophies unless you've actually cleared the encounter. So it'll basically incentivize people to go back to the old content. And the other really big thing is I think I've had a lot of people express the sentiment. Well, it's like, well, I'm not going to really do my homestead that much. I don't have any interest in Sims. Like, this is kind of like wasted for me. And my kind of like response to that is like, it is, because now the materials that you're getting from doing other content is suddenly so much more valuable, right? So think about even just like, for example, the honey flower farm that a lot of people are doing right now in the new maps, that even if you never engage with homesteads ever, those are going to be very valuable because there are going to be people that are. And I think the sinks that they're adding for a lot of like the tier 1 through 5 materials, right? So like the logs and like the silk scraps or like linen scraps, that kind of thing, that's also going to be huge, right? Because now that means that whenever, I don't know, if you do your silver waste or if you do your daily meta trains or if you salvage your gear and all that kind of stuff, that is going to be way more valuable for you. And I think this is actually really interesting.
Running your AFK farm operation is now way more valuable for you.
Oh no. But yeah, it's like, I think a big part of it is like it feels like you're getting rewarded more for like all of the stuff that you're doing. But my suspicion is that the actual amount of gold in the game will actually not change that much. In other words, the gold I think will have a lot more mobility, right? You're generating a lot more of it, but I also think it's going to get spent a lot more rapidly. So I think that hopefully will keep the economy once it's like reshaped itself accounting for homesteads. Hopefully the economy then will then stabilize, but the movement of gold and the movement of materials will be a lot more rapid, which I think is really exciting. I don't know. So
it's definitely a good time to be a farmer right now, that's for sure. Like some of the all the resources, the material prices are up big. It's actually crazy. It's like it's super easy to farm gold right now, actually. Currently in the game, actually, like, just especially when you're doing like open world content. And I think there is like some also intentional stuff here as well. I think they kind of want the prices to be a little bit high. I think they've really struggled with some of the gold sources in the game, like fractals and even PvP, actually, with like automated tournaments for a little while now, actually. And now that basically gold is getting less valuable because prices are higher, like that stuff kind of like automatically balances itself out in a way. Because of like some of the changes to the economy, so it's pretty interesting stuff actually with how the game is going. I think they were really tactical with how they set up all of the reward structures and all of the like economy stuff with the homestead as well to like keep it in a healthy state, right? It is very interesting, and I think it's a great point about all the content too, because this is something that is a bit of a Guild Wars 2 problem. Like it's funny, like if you think about like, let's say, the economy in World of Warcraft, right? Like if they kind of fuck it up, it doesn't matter because it just gets reset every expansion anyway. Like all the materials just don't exist anymore really, and you have to go farm all the new stuff. With Guild Wars 2, they have to make sure that, that ecto market, it kind of has to still be good forever, right? Same thing with like tier 6 materials and so on. And, they're going to be using that for the legendary as well, in addition to the new stuff. So yeah, they really have to design this to be evergreen, right? They need to make sure that the homestead stuff is going to hold its value. So that, in 3 years' time from now, we're still going to be doing like the sniff farm and the honey flower farm as well, right? You got to go back and pick the flowers. And that gives them a really solid foundation to continue to make content rewarding, right, for both players who do homestead stuff and players who don't in expansions down the line. And yeah, as you say, like with all the content too, right?
Yeah, I remember being a little bit like kind of weirded out because I remember Soto released a lot of new ways to generate gold. I think that was like a really big point that I had is that, for example, the Wizard's Vault, right? You're literally printing money, right? Like liquid raw gold. And then on top of that, they added all of like the gobblers, right? Where you could like turn previously account bound materials where people just deleted them, right? And then now they're actually generating gold. So that was a lot of gold that was entering into the game without really that much way of them exiting, right? So like, for example, in End of Dragons, you had the Generation 3 weapons, right? With all of their variants. And that acted as a major gold sink. But Soda didn't really have that. You had like the obsidian armor, but a lot of the obsidian armor had materials that were account bound, right? So namely the essences. So like in terms of the actual sink, there wasn't too many, especially considering a lot of people already had legendary armor from World vs. World, PvP, the raid armor, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really glad that they're adding this because I feel like I don't know, I've like talked about it before, but I think a lot of players don't realize that there's actually not a lot of raw wallet gold that actually enters into the game at any one point because the vast majority of value that you get in the game comes from materials, right? And the only way to get gold value out of materials is then through the trading post, unless of course you do player trade stuff, in which then a 15% tax is taken out. So that means in terms of the actual wallet currency in the game, it's relatively stable compared to, for example, the material value that enters the game. But again, Soto introduced a lot of ways to get actual wallet gold because when you did the gobblers, it gave you junk. And junk can then be sold for gold. And you also got it from the Wizard's Vault. So anyways, just some shower thoughts about like I think the economy side of stuff.
Yeah.
It feels similar to like what they try to do with research notes. Right, like have like an actual sink, make sure that all these old materials have some value somehow. But this is a much more fun one. Like I was trying to like cap out on my homestead materials, and I used like so many materials I didn't even know existed. These are like in my bank somewhere, and I was like, I guess that's an item. I'm trading it now for like fibers or something. But yeah. It's nice. I'm very interested to see how it plays out long term.
It's gonna play out with some swiping.
Probably.
Swiping.
They're probably gonna make a lot of gold money. They're gonna make
whales and the
money.
pay pigs fighting it out to see who be financially dominated by ArenaNet.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And look, this is the kind of thing that I really expect. I don't think Homestead's ever in doubt that they were going to be a good system. I don't think so. This is definitely like one of the areas where ArenaNet shine, right? They're really good at this stuff. And they did a great job with it. It's a fantastic system. It's one of the,
if it worked, I want to use it, but I can't use it.
Yeah, I think, oh man, I really wish you could take the squad there. And I think one of their concerns that is probably, you know the thing, I wonder if they could code this, because I have a bit of a suspicion that they don't want you taking an entire squad in there to harvest the nodes. Like that actually might be a concern to them, right? Because if essentially, because you can do it with a party, obviously, like 5 people, you know, in your home instance, you go and like feed them your home instance. But man, like what if you could actually feed 50 people your home instance, like full home instance? Like that actually starts to get a bit more relevant. They might have had concerns around that. It might have been a tech limitation as well. Maybe they didn't want like 50 people decorating, but you could just disable that in a squad as well. I don't know. Yeah, I wish you could take the whole gang in there, but I guess maybe they were also concerned with overlap with the guild hall, and they kind of, I love that they backported the systems to the guild hall. Actually, that's going to be so cool, especially when it comes to like stuff like making like arenas and beetle racing and stuff. That's going to be really insane what people are going to be able to make with that system in the guild hall as well. But yeah, I do wish you could take the squad in to the home instance, because it feels a little bit bad, especially because it uses like the scuffed ass party system for the home instance too, which is a bit, it's a bit cursed, let's be honest. Compared to the squad system.
Yeah, okay. I actually have a complaint about that as well. You cannot enter or make a squad while you're inside of your instance. It's the same thing like in your home instances and stuff right now. And I think this is actually where I think the line gets really fuzzy, because this isn't quite an instance, because you don't need an instance owner to open it for you, right? People can just right click and then join on you. However, a lot of the instance related things don't work. So TP to friend does not work. You cannot join a squad. You cannot make a squad. And I've lost multiple times where I'm like decorating and then I like, you know, see an LFG pop up for like a strike mission or something that I want to do, and it's at 8 out of 10. By the time I've left my home instance, that party's filled.
Yeah,
I can't join it anymore.
That's actually rough.
Then I'm like, okay, I may as well go back into my homestead again, and then I have to sit through a second loading screen to go back to where I was doing before. So that It's like I was like complaining about it a lot. It's like I think the actual homestead themselves are incredible, and I really, really love what they symbolize in the game. But entering and leaving them is such a pain in the butt.
Install
Also,
the
what's
DLL. It's
what's
time.
that? I've never heard of such a thing before. Is this the technology that leverages systems that it's not supposed to use?
Ceres.dll.
Ah, really? Ceres.dll can get multiple DLLs. Yeah.
Yep.
Emmy uses Ceres.dll.
Confirmed.
Really?
And fastload.dll.
That's shocking.
Shocking
there's
news.
2 versions. One of them has special features, which Emmy probably uses as well.
Why are you guys exposing me? Excuse me?
No way.
That's crazy.
What if there was a Reddit mod using teleport hacks? I don't know. Just saying.
Could happen.
That could be.
Do not break the TOS, dear viewer. Do not do it.
No, don't do that, guys.
This is a TOS-friendly stream. That's what this is.
No one would ever do that.
What if you ran a website that wasn't TOS friendly?
Yeah, what? Okay. All right. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's get back to homesteads here. I think we've gone over a lot of the key points there. I kind of want to bring Sneb in there. Sneb's been resolute in the corner, just listening, observing.
Resolute.
Yeah, I would say so. Do you have any additional thoughts on homesteads? This kind of setup here as well.
I think again, I don't have. It's funny because I have a lot of opinions about JANTHIR Wilds in general, but homesteads I have very little because it's something that I just haven't engaged with very much. Because I basically went there and I was like, oh, there's like. It's really expensive. So I kind of like slammed the door back again and walked out. Like I'll be back here later to take care of business. This is a bit of a fixer-upper, and I'm gonna have to, become financially sound before I really take on this project. So I've been focusing elsewhere right now. I think I get maybe there's a little bit of critique there. Maybe it's that by the time you got to it in the story, it doesn't feel like you can do very much because there's these time gates and stuff, but I think the system will get better and better and better, and it will become more refined as we go. And I'm overthinking it, but I actually think the time gate thing is like a weird psychological problem for me. I look at it and I go, well, I don't want to make the wrong thing because then I can't make anything for a week. Like, what am I going to do? Like, if I make a chair but I forget to make the table, it is just got a chair there. You need the table. And so I don't know. I feel like I'm not as free as I thought I was going to be. I thought that it was going to be like, look, if you want to swipe we will let you become the whale lord of your life and you will be able to buy whatever you want for your house. But it turns out that no, you're kind of locked behind these other systems, and as a result, I don't really feel like I have the same maybe freedom of expression in my homestead that I thought I would, but I still think it's a great system.
Yeah, technically, actually, I think there's a black market. It's literally called a black market in the tab where you can buy it for gold. But I think
you can swipe a mega after that.
Significantly more expensive. I think. It's basically. I think I remember doing the math. It's like nearly 10 times as expensive. It's something like 24 silver for a single one, whereas a lot of the materials only add up to like maybe about 3 to 4 silver for like if you're to trade it for one. So it is
you're totally
much
right
more
about
expensive.
that.
So.
If you upgrade your refineries, it does get a lot better. Like I fully upgraded all of them, and then I just got like all the stuff I can get this week. I was like, I just want to get as many materials as possible, and it's a lot. Like I have not managed to run out of the time gated stuff. So, like the time gates, they look pretty scary when you first get in there, but if you get the upgrades, it's pretty generous. You can craft a lot of stuff each week.
Yeah,
sure.
if anything,
like I said, I think it's a psychological problem.
Yeah, if anything, I think it's the perception of it, right? It's always like it always comes back to the perception versus the reality. It's like you just even tell people that there's a time gate, and I think that turns off a lot of people. So, but
yeah, for sure.
For me, I wish I could be time gated. I can't craft anything. I made my raid wall, and then now I'm just stuck. I'm actually so despair.
It is actually despair. Okay. I think that'll do it on homesteads. I guess we can talk about the Warclaw briefly. There's not a crazy amount to say about this. I mean, it's okay.
I have a crazy amount to say about it.
Oh, really? Okay, go.
Yes.
Activate.
It's
Lara
so
activation.
Good. It's so good. It's like the best mount in the game. I love it. Straight up. Like, first thing I did was level up my Warclaw. I know I probably should have gotten the XP one first, but I was like, no, I need the cat. I need the kitty. So I leveled it up to max. I got my Mount Energy Booster level 3, and I'm just bouncing, y'all. Like, I get into the map, I bounce from one place to the next. It's amazing. I love it so much. It's like way more fun to use than the sky skill. I just straight up unbound my sky skill, and I thought that was going to be painful.
Whoa!
I was like, no, I
That's
was like,
crazy.
I want to like, I
That's
was
an
like,
insane take.
I want to force myself to like learn the maps, right? And I don't want to just like sky skill everywhere. I want to like learn all the paths and stuff. But it hasn't been painful at all. Like the raw claw, it's like, it's so fun, and you can keep bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, and it's really cute. I really like the skin, and also, you know what's what? This isn't really related to the raw claw, but if you get the max mastery, you get 20% extra endurance generation on all your mounts.
On top of the Jade bot core.
It's pretty busted. It's pretty OP, actually.
Speaking of, the beetle racers are pissed. They are
Wait,
up
really?
in arms.
Wait,
because
what's the thought?
All their old records are now invalidated by.
Oh, they have to like grind them, huh?
Yeah, they have to regrind them. They don't like competition. They don't like having to redo the thing. They're a bunch of crybabies, and they are getting ragey about it. They need to.
Wait, where are the complaints?
Look, it'd be like if you were a raider and you had like, a raid record and someone beat it with power creep. That's how it goes, dude. If you want it, take it back. If you're such a good beetle racer, put on your scarf and get back in there and retake the record. Let's go.
There's more content, right? Like more technology.
Yeah, exactly.
So
these guys just like resting on their laurels. They don't want to actually have to innovate.
Wow.
Mount power creep is here.
Yeah,
I am here for it. Like, if you get like the full upgrades on the Griffin, you can just keep flying. Like you get on the Griffin and then like you go lower and then you do a jump and and eventually you hit the ground, right? If he gets full upgrades on the Griffin, you can literally just indefinitely fly. Like you don't even hit the ground anymore.
It's really
so
nice
good.
for zooming around.
It's
like
so fun.
Very vertical maps. You don't lose height anymore.
Exactly.
It's really good.
It's so good. It's so much fun. I genuinely like. I guess the last new mount we got was the sky skill, right? That was in like season 4.
For the turtle.
And then
Turtle.
Oh, the turtle, of course. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot
Very
about the turtle.
memorable.
Wow.
I actually forgot about the turtle.
The Warclaw is a better version of the Raptor, and it's like a hybrid between the Raptor, the Springer, and the Jackal, and it's like sort of better than all three of them. And really, I've found that you only need the Griffin, the Skyscale, and the Warclaw now to really traverse things efficiently. You don't need any of the others.
I want to speak up on behalf of the turtle because I know a lot of people bash it and stuff, but the turtle I think fit a very different niche. For exploration, it doesn't do anything. But I run a lot of HP trains, right, in open world. If someone gets lost, I can literally tell them, hey, go to this waypoint, and then I'll taxi you over to the next waypoint that we're at. So it's a game changer, I think, for helping people out, right? So I think, like, in essence, the social side of it. I've definitely helped friends a lot, just like turtle taxi to all of the waypoints in like a new map anytime I'm helping them with hero points. Or if somebody's lost for like a collection, I can taxi them over to the nearest waypoint and then point them in the right direction. So I'm a turtle apologist. Leave my turtle alone. Just had to.
No, I agree. The turtle is fun. It's just it's like like you say, it's an entirely different, I guess, like situation where you want to use it. Right, when you're just exploring by yourself and you're just running around, you don't really use the turtle that much. It's more like if you're playing together with somebody, maybe if you're running Giada Delph, you're using the turtle. But it feels really good to just have that like really fun new single player mount, right? Because that's been a while. Like the Sky Scale got like the fireball, it got some upgrades, and that was cool. But this is the first time in a while where I'm like, oh, I'm just having so much fun running around by myself with this new mount. Honestly, the Warclaw generally is probably maybe even my biggest highlights of this expansion. It's just I'm loving every second of it. It's so fun.
It feels so good to mount into combat with Warclaw.
Yes,
It
that
feels
as
so
well.
good because it's on a relatively low-ish cooldown, and because like you can, I guess like okay, I like the part about Skyscale mounting. It like launches you into the air, so it's really nice for getting that vertical height. But there is still like it does break the animation a little bit, right? It's like if I'm like trying to just get out of combat and just like keep running away from it, I have to wait for the animation to finish
Yeah.
and then move forward. But World Claw, I can just mount up, keep pressing W key, and I can just keep going where I want to go, which is really nice. So
Yeah,
Absolutely
it's
love it.
definitely fun to jump off stuff with when you get like a big bounce. It's pretty good
Yeah.
to use, I think. Yeah, and I've found myself using it. I think it works well on the new maps. That's for sure. I like the beetle too, for, like zooming through some of the more open areas. It's really good for that. But yeah, you know, I definitely I think they've done a good job with how they handle the maps actually. Because you know you do swap mounts, right? Like I've been using like the beetle, the warclaw, the griffin, the sky scale, right? Like and all that kind of stuff. And you know that's pretty cool, right? That's definitely pretty cool. It's fun to like jump off stuff and get a big bounce. Like some of the races are pretty cool there as well. You have to like throw the lance while you're also like running through the rings and stuff. I think they did a good job with kind of integrating it and implementing some of the little challenges that it wants you to do with the Warclaw there as well. And yeah, we already talked about the combat implementation a while back, but yeah, I definitely agree that the way that you can just get on the mount as opposed to having the animation is like a really big strong point of it. It just makes it so much more fluid than some of the previous attempts to make the combat work here, you know, in last expansions as well. So I'd say very good. To be honest, you know, it's a good mount. It's a solid implementation. It looks a little bit unhinged, but you know, it's a bouncy cat. Like that's our new reality now. We have to get used to it.
The skins are so cute. I made the skins
Yeah.
look like my IRL cat.
Oh,
It's so cute.
yeah.
I think the Warclaw augments gameplay without drawing away from it, and that's the big allure for me. When I looked at the sky scale in Secrets of the Obscure, I felt like it was detracting from combat, that it was taking away from the experience, that it was making it more difficult to get around. But the Warclaw in JANTHIR Wilds feels like they're just trying to make the experience a little bit more interesting. They're trying to help you traverse the map in a new way. They're trying to get you to just use it in a fun, quirky way, like the whole spinning around the boss. I don't find that it actually detracts from my experience. I find that it just makes it better, and I'm happy that they learned from Secrets of the Obscure in that regard. I do think that the entire expansion is inspired by Winnie the Pooh, however, because look, I've conspiracy theory. Bears,
Okay.
honey, lots of honey, cat that bounces. I'm just saying. I think the whole expansion is just Winnie the Pooh.
Not to entirely derail, but if we're talking conspiracy theories, I am so intrigued by the story. Like there's like mysteries going on. Like why is all of this happening? I don't want to talk spoilers, but I have like a big conspiracy theory about who I think is causing all the things that happen in this expansion. And as like a lore nerd, it's a fun one. As a lore nerd, it's really fun to like kind of, you know, also like the collections, they all have like a bunch of like info in there. Like there was the collection about the White Mantle with lots of like hints and stuff. I am so into the conspiracy theories right now. Just imagining what's going on. I really hope they manage to pay off on it. I really hope they manage to pay off on all of it because right now I'm really excited.
Yeah, I think this is a good. I think that's a good segue.
Spoilers
good job,
alert.
Lara. Nice.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
I'm
alert,
not
everybody.
a derail. I'm a rerail.
Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the story a bit, Sneb? You want to go on that or what?
Look, yeah. I mean, look. I'm not a huge lore guy. The only story that I like kind of semi followed was End of Dragons because there was a lot of gameplay mixed into the story, and I found that really engaging. And so I was able to understand what was going on because I was like living it and playing it. It seems like in JANTHIR Wilds, they took a step back and they're like, you know, what if we made this even more Telltale-like? So there's way less gameplay and way more just kind of sitting back and people talking to you. I'm not going to lie. I was zooming. I couldn't do it. I was like, let me out. Let me out of the chair. Why am I on the podium still? And I kept thinking, like, Dark Sneb, is there a way I could just, like, kill the council and take over? Like, let me take over. We're just going to I don't want to vote. I am the dictator now. We're just going to do what I say. because this is taking way too long. But yeah, I had friends, in all seriousness, that they were like, "Oh man, I'm so excited to get into JANTHIR WILDS," but they kept kind of having to. They had like work or whatever, so they kept having to kind of leave and come back, and they could never get through. The story took them like hours to get through because of that, because they'd like leave, and then there'd be another dialogue, and so I think. From the perspective of somebody who isn't really into the story that much, the story has very little gameplay, and so it's really hard to stay engaged until the end. Then I felt like the end instance, I felt like I had quite a bit of gameplay, and that was kind of fun or whatever. But oh boy, like the first half, I was like, holy, like this is so much reading. But I will say that that's probably awesome for the story people, and so story people, I'm proud of you. I jumped back and forth on tables for like an hour and a half, and I got through it, and it was good. But I'm glad that you will listen to every word.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of in the middle ground. I'm not a huge lore nerd, but I actually did quite enjoy, I think, the dialogue in this one. I think what it just highlighted is that it's just options, right? It's like I feel like people should have the option to listen through everything. I think there should be a skip button as well for the
Yes,
people that
please.
Yeah.
don't want that option. I think okay, speaking on behalf of the story a little bit. I actually love the voice acting this time around. I feel like, for example,
good,
like
yeah.
the sassy rat that was like, snapping back at people. I laughed. I genuinely laughed a lot. And I think like, the bears, I liked their slower tone of voice and stuff, right? It really did kind of give me the sense of like, these guys were really chill. They have nowhere to go. And they're like really wise and like, that kind of stuff. So I liked that feeling. But I can definitely see there's a lot of people that just don't care about that stuff. And I feel like as gw2 is being a game that caters to a wide audience, it should have the option to let people play the way that they want to play. So, but I liked
Yeah,
it. For the
for
record,
sure.
I liked it. I really liked the voice acting. I liked the characterization. I actually liked a lot of the summary for like the previous like stuff, like the historical things that have happened in the game, because again, I mean, I'm not a big story person. I never played Guild Wars 1 or anything like that. And then I also very much skimmed through like the personal story and a lot of like the early Heart of Thorns stuff. So having even just like a slight recap where people were like, we're like, recapping this for the Empress who's been out of here for like 100 years helped me as well. So I appreciate what they did in terms of the writing.
I think what they need to do is at the end of the expansion, have the player character go, politics and dealing with all the different factions and nations and races was really problematic for me, and like, so I just want to go off on my own and adventure on my own. And I'm just going to get in a boat and go explore someplace and have adventures and not have to have hour-long instance meetings where we yap about like what each city wants to do. And the end result is that you can just start the expansion with the character's boat pulling up to a dock in some new continent and getting right into the gameplay. I think that's sort of the way they have to do it. And I mean, anyone who knows anything about writing will tell you that you do not start chapter 1 of your book or your movie with pages of exposition and world building. That's the surest fire way to like get like horrible reviews and to have readers just zone out and quit reading. It just does not work.
And guess what? We saw that. I know this is a slight derail, but we saw that because of all the people that were the different streamers that were paid to engage with the game. They were paid to play the game for 2 hours, and guess what they did for 2 hours? They listened to people talking. And you got to go watch some of these streams. They're sitting there and they're like, what is going on? Right? Some of them did not even make it to the map. They didn't, like, they spent 2 hours listening to the dialogue. And look, story people, I really appreciate the dialogue. I think it was really well done. I think the bears sounded cool. I'm glad that that's in the game, even if it's not my cup of tea. But boy, is that a weird look when you pay all these people to play the game and they're literally not playing it. They are listening to it. It becomes an audio book instead. And so I think it's just it was a weird way to start out, even if it was like pretty good. I think it's going to turn a few people off. The easiest way, like everyone said, is just add a skip button and then you're done. Good.
Yeah.
I will say, I think. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'll say this, and then I'll.
Yeah,
let
you
go.
go. You go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like, so again, I'm a little bit more on the side of, I actually didn't mind. I actually quite liked the initial meeting and everything. I think the fact that the streamers, and for the record, I completely agree with you on this. I think that was more of an organization thing, right? Like, honestly, big kudos to ArenaNet for even doing sponsorships and doing marketing. It's been leagues ahead of like where the marketing used to be. But I mean, maybe like a little bit of like a self-expose. I know that they have the technology to like get people set up with like, legendary gear and like, just have accounts spawn in with like all of that stuff geared out with like the story and the masteries all done. So it really makes me think, well, I know that they have this technology. Why didn't they do that for the streamers? Right? It's like the joy of Guild Wars, so I think for a lot of people is genuine, that feeling of like exploring this open world. I don't think there's a single other MMO in the entire world that does open world like Guild Wars 2, right? That's a major strong point of it. Having the dynamic events, having like the mount systems, having like the natural grouping up of players, and seeing just how active and full these maps are. That's what they want to be showcasing. So again, to me, this is like less of a story issue. This to me is more of a like, I think in the future, whenever they do sponsorships and like paid streams, they need to get these streamers set up with things the same way they do when they give people like early access to content. Like I know that they have the technology for this, so I just don't know why they didn't do it.
I actually think it's both. I think doing that would be good, especially if you're recruiting like literal world's first raiders from WoW. Like, come on, like, do you really want them playing the story? I don't know about that one. So I definitely agree, and that's honestly an entire can of worms that we could get into on like how they can like represent the game. And they even kind of did this with the press, right? Like the gaming press, like had some kind of like almost like a guided tour, I think is what it looked like on we saw from Bloom what they were up to there as well. But I do actually think it is also the fact that the story needs a little bit of gameplay in it as well. This is actually a criticism I would have for the side stories as well. I actually don't mind long prolonged bits of dialogue, right? I think you're gonna have to have that in an MMO story, right? Like you need, the game needs to communicate to you like some important narrative events sometimes, but I think you do need to actually break it up. Like there are some parts of the story where you are literally listening to NPCs talk at you for like 20 minutes, no joke. Like in a row with essentially you as the player not doing much. And I'm aware, okay, that, yeah, sure. Like, does this happen in Final Fantasy? My understanding is that it does, okay? Listen, I'm just going to say, guys, I would not play the story in Final Fantasy. I'm paying to skip that. Like, that's what would happen, right? Just because another game doesn't mean it's necessarily the best way to do it. I think that breaking up some of the story with gameplay, you've got to go out and you've got to go do this heart. You've got to go out and you've got to do this event, or even better, you have like a little scripted sequence here as well. I think a really big highlight of this was actually the collection that we were kind of alluding to earlier. Like gameplay stuff is so important because there's an amazing collection. It is so funny. It is awesome. You go all over the world, like tracking down this. Like you can talk to animals, and you basically have to recruit criminals into your gang, and you've got to deal with like a frog who's like the muscle. He talks mad smack to you, right? You've got to get a crab together. You've got to find a shark, and it's an awesome mystery. There's like loads of little secrets that you have to figure out. Like, oh, what does this one want me to do to kind of talk to me and like get into the gang, right? How do we do that? But here's the thing: you get to the end, and like the ringleader gives a speech on how you're going to pull off this amazing heist to like rob Evan Nashblade, and then you don't do the heist. Right? Like, man, that sucks, right? Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I still really enjoyed it. That was actual, like, premium content. If you haven't done it, you should do it.
Oh,
but
so good.
It would be so much better if there was a little instance with a bit of scripting where you go and pull off the actual heist, right? And you actually go and do it as well. And that, to me, is what the story lacked. I found the writing interesting. I really wanted to know what happened, right? I enjoyed the story. It wasn't like, oh yeah, this is shit, this sucks, right? No, that's not what I'm saying here. But it's like, I would love if some of that was gameplay as well. And instead of, just kind of hearing what's going on, I want that expressed through an action that I am as the player, is engaged with, right? And
they had that in EOD, right? Yeah. They had that. That's what EOD was like the whole time, for me at least. But we just did not see that here.
Yeah. Like I felt like a very passive participator in the story rather than an active agent within the story. It was like I'm kind of sitting back, watching it happen, watching NPCs tell me what's going on, rather than actually doing stuff a lot of the time. And I think that's kind of like the criticism here. Like the dialogue is almost a red herring. I think the fact that there's loads of awesome voice acted dialogue with some, you know, some really interesting characters. There's some sass going on, there's some banter, right? There's some really, really heartfelt moments as well, like, especially when you're talking with Stoic Alder, right, in the story. Some really good stuff in terms of writing and narrative. And I completely agree with Lara, by the way. I love that it's kind of like, ooh, what's going on? It's a mystery, right? Like this moment, this cutscene where you first see where you see Greer like looming out of the fog. Oh my god, yes, it's so good actually. Really, really fun. This whole mystery that you have to uncover and find out what's going on. But it does, in my opinion, miss that gameplay, that connection to the world that involves the player. In some sense there as well. Like you need that in addition to the dialogue, in my opinion.
It's really interesting for me to listen to this conversation as like a Final Fantasy player, because like we literally, like in the Final Fantasy story, sometimes you literally go like 4 hours without like a single bit of gameplay.
Jesus.
Like you'll just
I'd
be
break.
playing 4 hours.
I'd break instantly.
And you'll just be like, oh right, hold on. I forgot I'm supposed to also like touch my skills and stuff. The thing is though, again, as a story nerd, I'm kind of into that. Like, I want to know what's going on. I want that exposition and stuff, right? I love Final Fantasy story, but I do understand that is not everybody's thing, right? And in Final Fantasy, you can just skip that stuff. There's a cutscene, you can press skip the cutscene. There's dialogue, you can click through it super fast if you want to. I would never do that. I'm into the story, but I 100% agree that it should be an option. And yeah, honestly, I like that it was a bit more character driven this time, you know, lots of dialogue, lots of character development. I was super into it, but again, it's definitely a little bit closer towards Final Fantasy this time around. And yeah, the whole thing with the streamers like doing 2 hours of story, especially if you've never played Guild Wars 2, none of that exposition they did in the first instance meant nothing to you. You're like the Grove, and you're like, what the heck's the Grove, right? So yeah, that was definitely a bit awkward. Do any of you want to hear my conspiracy theory?
I'm down.
This is spoilers, though, I will say, but I feel like we've already entered spoiler territory a little bit anyway.
Yes.
Like, if I happen to be right, like, I don't know, a year from now, y'all have to say I'm a genius, okay?
We'll just clip this and put it on Twitter or something.
They are 100%, in my opinion, they're setting up Menzies or Mingus. 100%. Like these Titans are coming in. The Titans at the end, they call themselves God Spawn. They're not saying we're Titan Spawn, but we're God Spawn. We're made by a god. Like there's a book you can find that talks
Titans
about
were in Guild Wars 1. Titans were forged by Abaddon in the foundry of failed creations. So they would be God Spawn from that, right?
No, but that's the thing, though. Like, Cormyr took over, right? Like, we defeated, like, all the baddies and stuff in Guild Wars.
But there's also a reference to Domain of Anguish still existing.
Yeah.
Isgarin says that it still exists.
I love how I'm having a lore discussion with Nike right now. That's not
so lost. I don't know who it is.
There's like there's a letter you can find from Lear where Lear is going like, it seems like it might be that somebody relit the forge. Or maybe it was on the whole time, but it might have been relit. And you know, Cormyr, she left in Path of Fire, right? She took over the realm of torment, right? But she's gone. So like, and like, you know, Tyria, the World is gone. So I think Menzies has moved in on the old foundry of failed creation and has started making these Titans now. And there's other hints too. Like there's a thing, there was a line in Soto where Lear was like having a memory where he was fighting like Menzies' shadow army, and it's Lear that's doing this thing, and like it's too perfect. It's way too perfect. It's gonna be freaking Menzies. That's my theory.
That would be a cool reveal, actually, like towards the end of the expansion, right? If that, like, I mean, that would be quite a lot to fit in one expansion. Like, that might be part of it, maybe the next arcs, even.
Yeah.
If they go that way, because there's, you know, they're not, the expansions are not totally connected, like Soto and JANTHIR was. They're not, you don't need to have played Soto to understand JANTHIR was, but they're kind of keeping a couple of threads going, like through that with the Astral Ward.
Mm-hmm.
So they could, you know, they could almost have like a grand finale, maybe with like the end of the Astral Ward arc, I guess, like when going in that direction. There's, Yeah, that's a good theory, honestly. Makes sense.
I think Isgarn's the bad guy. He relit the forge, and he's making the Titans.
That would be huge, actually. That would be an actual good twist. That would be a huge twist. And Isgarn is the final raid boss in the next expansion. That would be massive. That would actually be massive if they did that.
No, but that is something I think that they did kind of nail in this story. Like, they were setting up a lot of stuff, right? They were name dropping like the Zalana with the harpies and stuff. Like, they're just, it definitely feels like they are dropping lots of little plot threads, you know? There's something going off the Sylvari and the Pale Tree. It feels like they are setting up for the future. And I was really into that. I'm very excited to see where they go next.
Did you know that in the story, you know, when they're basically duct taping you to the podium and you're like forced to listen to them forever? Did you know that you can turn into a fish and be at the podium?
Huh. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, you can use any tonic, and you could just make it look really funny. So you're like at the podium, everyone's all serious. They're like talking about like really big things happening, and you're just a fish.
Glub. And you can use the glub.
And you can glub, and then they ask for your opinion, and the fish gives the opinion. This is how I stayed sane during the intense dialogue moments.
I'll tell you what stayed me sane in that. I noticed Bram was there. Yes. And I'm like, wait, Bram's a war criminal who in lore wiped out like thousands of people when he served an evil dragon and voluntarily became his champion. This guy should be on charges. Why are we not having a tribunal for Bran? Hang this guy, man.
Holy shit.
Like, there's a tree right outside. We can get some rope.
Whoa!
Bram's got to go, man.
God.
Bram's a war criminal. I have no time for that. Yeah. Why? And he's hanging around like nothing. He's all like, "Hey, chum, how's it going? Screw you, buddy. You killed a bunch of people. You're a terrible person." And he did it all because he disobeyed the player character. Because the player character's like, "Don't do that," and he's like, "I'm doing it anyway," for like the 8th time. Like, fuck this guy. He's an unreliable friend and a war criminal. He's got to go.
Yeah, I just wanted the opportunity to turn into a Sith Lord and just turn on them all. If only we had more agency, you know?
Yeah.
If I ever do like a lore podcast, I'm only inviting Emmy. The rest of you are just not.
I'll just sit there happily nodding along because I don't know who any of these people are. I don't know who like Menzies and stuff is. But yeah, the rest of these guys are unhinged.
Yeah. Well, there's an explanation though. Awesomeness has confirmed that Bram did get pardoned, so he's actually clean. He's clean.
I didn't forgive him.
Yeah, I mean, there you have it. Well, I assume by the council.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I reject their authority too. So.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that the player character is supposed to be like this like badass who's in charge of things, and like you were saying, like it feels like you're just being dragged from one event to the next and you don't have agency. It's because like as powerful as you're supposed to be, you don't actually make any choices, because obviously that complicates the storytelling, and like, you know, they can't have you like choosing not to like advance the plot, you know. But yeah, it is sort of problematic that like the player character is a leader who doesn't actually do any leading, because the character's not allowed to make any choices that affect the outcome of anything. So yeah, it feels like you're a passive participant despite everyone telling you that you're the commander.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because I think they're trying to ratchet it down a little bit and make it less like, oh yeah, you're an unstoppable god. They want to have a bit of a lower stake story. It's difficult to do that, I think, like to de-escalate.
Like
essentially.
I said, they have to divorce us from politics, like Tyrion politics, or like from like the opening thing should have been like, hey, there's some Titans in JANTHIR, and you know, then the Grove people should have been like, we're too busy, we've got a problem. And then like the Canthons could be like, you know, we've got a problem. You know, everyone should have just been like, we're too busy dealing with our things to deal with this small scale problem. If you care about it, you go.
Yeah, and you have to go sort it out.
And you go sort it out solo, and you don't have that connection, and the instance is also like 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm definitely curious how they're going to link it all together. And, you know, this is kind of the last topic I wanted to talk about, was kind of like the content pacing. But, you know, Soto had a pretty solid launch. People were pretty happy with the story. JANTHIR WILD's now the same. I think the really big question when it comes to the story is if it's gonna like crumble in the in the follow-up patches. I do think that they've started out even better actually, and they've obviously had a lot of time to learn and try to make sure it works. And I think that the way where the story is now should make it easier to do that, because with Soto they had this really big problem where they were like, okay, we've got the Ceres arc and now we're doing the Epoch arc, and as a result of that, it just completely, the Epoch arc was completely underdeveloped, right, compared to the Ceres arc. This time around, we haven't actually killed off the main villains yet. We've kind of hinted at a third antagonist going on there as well, right at the end. Bit of a fake out, but okay, it is what it is. Like I thought, oh yeah, we're gonna get these Titans down, but well, unlucky, I guess. Better luck next time in that regard. But we've got that going on, so I think they're pretty well set up actually to follow through, but it is definitely something I have, I guess, a slight degree of anxiety about, because, yeah, Soto, the follow-up patches, history will not remember them super fondly, I think, and this is like a really key thing that ArenaNet need to really get right here, is they need to be able to deliver not only the launch story, but also continue that in a satisfying way through the follow-up patches and the quarterly updates.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time either, right? Like, I think a lot of people have the same thoughts about Ice Root Saga, where it had an insane beginning and then they kind of dropped the ball. But I will say, I am a little bit of an Ice Root Saga apologist. I think that the instance fight itself was great, but I do think that the story part of the instance was definitely very rushed. Which I think actually, I think there's actually an Easter egg somewhere where the writers kind of hinted at that. There was like someone like complaining, like, you can't like make me cut this out. This is like crucial to the plot development. Like a certain, writer of certain genres mentioned something like that. And I feel like that was like a very like subtle nod towards like what the gw2 writers had to do, right? It's like they had the ideas, but then it was forced to be cut out, whether it's because of time constraints, budget constraints, maybe like, I don't know, even just like poor decisions or something like that. I don't know. So I'm a little bit of an ArenaNet apologist, because I think they are definitely capable of writing really good story, but I imagine there's a lot of internal limitations that we as players just can't see because it's all internal to the company.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no. Yeah.
How about those Snargle books though that you guys found?
Oh, yeah, spearing, yes.
Yeah,
a little bit
how to use your
master of the spear.
Some good.
Oh yeah,
some good material in there. Yeah, and you've also got like the bee movie thing going on there, like the JANTHIR bee, and also a bear, I believe. Coden situation going on there.
Furries are eating good this X pack, I have to say. They are feasting.
Yeah.
Good.
Like, I guess that's the story. I think pretty decent start overall, and I guess like this is the final topic. I'm pretty sure I've gone over everything else. I wanted to talk kind of about both the basically about the future, right? Like we've got this full roadmap. A couple of surprises on there as well. They're splitting the map into two, as opposed to just doing an extra one later on, which I think is a positive change, but more on that later. And yeah, like we've got the raid coming up, we've got the convergence, got the fractal, watch out for that, and of course like all the other stuff that's coming along there. So what are we thinking about the roadmap and kind of like where we're going into the future? I think a good segue off the story, which we were just kind of talking about there as well. Like what's thoughts on the roadmap?
I have one major thought, which is that I think ArenaNet has been doing a really good job doing things that people said they would never do. I think that's a big thing, right? It's like a lot of people are like, Wing 8 is never coming out. I don't believe it, right? It's like ArenaNet is not
with that one.
Yeah. ArenaNet is not going to do regular balance patches, and then they did it. ArenaNet's never gonna add home instance or like player housing, and then they did it, right? I think they have a really good track record right now of like, there's a lot of things where people said that they're not doing and then they ended up doing it, which I think to me, even just like symbolically, right, is like really, really insane, because I think it shows that they are being more brave, I guess, with like the direction that they're taking the game. And I think that's something that this game needs, right? It's like, I think it's like if you're stuck in that limbo, it's just not going to be good simply because it's not good. I don't know if that like makes sense, right? So it's like I like the fact that they are kind of committing to a vision of the game and then hopefully able to deliver on that. So
I agree. I think that their goal with this new expansion cycle is very much to say the game isn't dead. You know, we're still trying to do new things. We're still trying to find innovation. Especially now that like there's all the Guild Wars 3 stuff going on. I think they want to really clearly communicate that they're still focused on the game. They're still trying new things and what they want to keep the game fresh and so on. So yeah, I think that doing new stuff and you know trying to keep people guessing a little bit, or maybe not even keep people guessing, or like surprise people a bit, I think is important with their development strategy. And yeah, I also think the other thing they've been doing a really good job of is doing what they say they're going to do, right? Like one thing that ArenaNet has always struggled with is actually trust. And I actually think JANTHIR Wilds is very important for this reason, because Soto was a bit shaky, but you've got to give them credit. They actually delivered on basically everything they said they were going to do, right? For better or for worse, they added a fractal with a challenge mode. They did balance patches every 3 months, right? They added the strikes and the strike CMs. They did world restructuring, right? They said what they were going to do, and then they did it, right? And they now have that opportunity to follow that through into JANTHIR Wilds, and now they have the ability to continue to build that trust with the player base that, you know, it got shattered over the years of, you know, years upon years of it's on the table, soon TM, and of course, like the legendary, we're internally restructuring to make our content, you know, production procedures a little bit faster, right? Like, yeah, over and over again, like people have heard enough of that. Like people want to see ArenaNet actually deliver. And yeah, they did that with Soto. They've got to step it up now and show that they can still deliver the Guild Wars 2 magic that people are looking for with the new model.
I think one thing I can say is Soto, EOD and Soto, in a lot of ways, you could sort of see the lower budget and just that polish. Like say what you will about Path of Fire, the maps were so highly polished, and it had that, like, it just felt like a quality thing. And relative to that standard, Soto and EOD, you could feel that they were either like time crunched or budget crunched, or, you know, they were if there was a corner to be cut, they sort of did it. And I got the feeling with JANTHIR Wilds that there was a lot more polish put into it, and it just seems indicative of a higher budget. And I know they said that they, you know, that they've, you know, the Guild Wars 2 team is bigger than it's ever been or something like that. And it makes me optimistic that if they can maintain the release cadences that they have set out in the roadmap and the yearly expansions, and it can also be this high of quality and this polished, then, you know, I'm optimistic about the future. If it had been another Soto level, I would have been sort of pessimistic, I would say, if like, you know, if the maps had been like New Kainang City, all of them, I would have just been like, okay, this is like definitely not good. So I'm very glad that I was pleasantly surprised by that.
I think the plan, like, is pretty sound. Like, if you look at the roadmap, I think they've spaced out stuff pretty well. I think it's smart that they're not gonna like do a Nios where they do the same map 3 times, kind of, right? Like the first patch is gonna be about the raid / convergence, then the second patch is gonna have its own map, and the third patch is gonna have its own map. These are gonna be smaller maps, right? But I do think it's smart to sort of split it in 2. So I think the plan generally is sound. Also, you have the fractal, you have relics coming in, you have a whole bunch of stuff coming out. It's just like, have they managed to figure out a way to produce quality patches? Because like with Soto, I think a big part of it was probably just that they were also deep in production on JANTHIR Wilds, right? So like it's difficult to like produce an expansion while simultaneously like pushing out these high quality patches, or that's what it seems like from our perspective, right? So can they? Again, I think the plan is good, but the big question is like, can they actually like nail that quality this time? Because I think if they do, I think if they manage to like keep up this standard of quality, then JANTHIR Wilds has got to be one of the better Guilds 2 expansions, certainly in like a while, right? But yeah, it's really fingers crossed. I feel like it generally could go either way. I am hopeful. I'm an optimist, right? But we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, we absolutely will. You know, I feel very similarly actually regarding like the overall quality of the expansion. It feels really weird to judge it. We're streamers, right? So people are always like, "Oh, how good is it? How good is it? How good is it?" It's like really hard for me to say that because, you know, when I look at what the game is right now and I go like, "Oh wow, I really like the open world, so it's really good." But there's no raid, there's no converge, there's no fractal. But like all of that it will eventually happen, right? It's just not in the game right now. So it's kind of difficult to evaluate the expansion overall. But like if we're kind of imagining the scenario, like, okay, the raid comes out and it's got 3 really good bosses in it and they all have legendary mode, like, goddamn, that's kind of basically better than any Guild Wars 2 expansion ever in terms of instance content, if they actually deliver on that, especially if they do a Fractal 2 alongside that. I mean, the Fractal is probably the thing I'm the most worried about because hasn't been going super well last couple of Fractals, but they've got a lot of feedback, so there is that. They certainly know there's a problem, so hopefully they're able to address that in that regard. And yeah, if the raid is good, then JANTHIR WILDS is definitely going to be up there. Like, I've talked about this on stream. I think that JANTHIR WILDS has the potential to be an expansion on the same tier as End of Dragons, maybe even better than End of Dragons in its final form. After all is said and done, everything's been added there, like all of the extra stuff that's kind of dropping into the game later on, new map, new raid convergences, fractal CM, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, I'd like to think I'm feeling pretty optimistic, because otherwise what's the point, like, I'm not really in total despair, unlike Sneb, who is. I can see him just despairing over them in the corner. He's full doom.
No, one thing that this is what I'm kind of thinking about right now. A lot of people have come into my chat and they've said things like, "Oh, what do you think about the expansion?" Other people are like, "Oh, it hasn't met my expectations." And I'm kind of thinking, well, what were your expectations? What did you expect? I paid $25. I played for over 50 hours and I barely touched the Homestead, haven't gone into World versus World yet, and haven't tried 8 out of the 9 spears. So I feel like I've gotten pretty good value for my money. And not only that, but there's more updates coming over the course of the next 9 to 12 months, right? So I feel like I've had a great experience. I've had a blast running around. I think that the meta was fun. I think that the maps are pretty good for what they are, and in fact, I think the first map is perhaps one of the best maps they've ever made. The side quests were enjoyable. All the achievements have been fun. There've been a few bumps along the road, but $25, like, holy, what incredible value, right? This is great.
No sub fee either. I think a lot of games charge the $25 in addition to a monthly sub fee.
Like I can't believe anyone would contest that this isn't worth the value, or that they're like really disappointed, or that their expectations are met. Like, what are you expecting? It costs $15 to go to a movie.
The roadmap is very clear, and I don't blame people. Not everybody's as plugged in as us. Like, we know, like, we're ready for the roadmap. Like, we're like, oh, there's a roadmap coming on Tuesday. We're all like tuned in for it. It's like big news for us, right? Like, not everybody's that plugged in. So a lot of people, they have no idea what's coming in what patch. They only know what's coming. They only know what they experience when it hits. So yeah, maybe based on the fact that they're ignorant to the roadmap, they don't have realistic expectations. I could see that, but at the same time, the roadmap does exist. So that should have tempered, or that should have set your expectations for what you're getting in the patch.
Yeah, it's also one thing if you jump in and you say, you know what, this content isn't really for me. I'd prefer the instance content. That's totally fine. But otherwise, I mean, look, I'm kind of an instance content kind of guy. I enjoy the raids and the strikes and those kinds of things. I have never had more fun in open world. Well, I had quite a bit of fun in EOD, but I think this rivals that. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. I don't think anything can quite top the Dragon's End first run experience, but this is pretty close. I've had a blast just getting people in to do the world boss, running around the maps, exploring. I did all the achievements without big guides or anything, just talking to people, asking if they had done it. And I had like that true MMO experience. So for me, it's been perhaps some of the most valuable $25 ever. I mean, I've got over 50 hours of content so far, and it's only adding up. I'm quite pleased with it.
I think the base launch went about as well as it could have gone. Right? Like, we knew what was coming. We knew this is gonna not have the instant stuff yet, but it's gonna have the maps, it's gonna have the story, And all of that was really high quality. It wasn't perfect. There's like a couple things we talked about in this episode where we're like, well, we kind of hope they fix this thing, we hope they fix this thing. But all things considered, I think they nailed launch, right? But again, like you said, there are going to be some people and they're like, I don't care about open world. I only care about raids. So, you know, that's the next step. It's going to be a good year, I think. Or at least it's going to be an exciting year for sure.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, you know, this is just like a kind of a feature of the way the expansion model works. Like, of course, you essentially pay up front with the, you know, you buy JANTHIR WILDS and you get all the updates there for free. But this is just kind of the way the game works now. Like, not everything is going to be on launch. Like, you're paying for like a year's development. Like, it's almost akin to something like a season pass to an extent, but not really, because it's like a permanent thing that you buy and like it, you know, it adds it to the game forever. When you go ahead and grab that thing, and yeah, that does mean that the thing that you're really interested in, like, might not show up until later. And I think there is some legitimate sadness there, because I think it's really exciting to, like, kind of be a part of that launch experience in a way. And like, oh yeah, we got to get in there. We got to get to the raid. We got to get to the content, right? All that kind of stuff. And that's less present in this game in the same way that something like Dragon's End with EOD kind of had to the table. So that's there. But I mean, that's just the way that it's going to go, right? Like, at the end, then, guys, Guild 2 is an open world game. It's not really a raiding game, to be honest. And, you know, it is focused on like story and open world. It's less focused on, well, you know, the other game modes for sure. But hey, you know, we're getting a new PvP mode as well, and they're updating World vs. World. So there's some interesting stuff on the horizon there as well for other players.
One. Yeah, that's another one where ArenaNet is doing something that people said they would never do. That I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. New PvP mode. We're saving PvP. With that stuff. But yeah, no, I think that it's definitely a good start overall to like the JANTHIR WILDS experience. I think, you know, the chat's bringing this up. I think it's really hard to actually top this, especially with like the Homestead stuff. I think where we go next is going to be interesting. I actually have a bit of a feeling that they might go more in a content system direction. Like, for example, I think they could do an entire expansion around like reworking fractals. Right, like, oh yeah, like fractals, like a really big focus of it, and like they're adding tier 5 fractals, and you need the expansion for that. Like, you know, the big cope would be they would kind of do the same thing with some of the older like raid content, and like, yeah, we're gonna like this expansion, we're fixing everything wrong with raids. Like, oh yeah, this expansion, we're fixing everything wrong with this. You know, as well as adding all the usual stuff as well, right? Like, that would be kind of interesting to go there as well. But yeah, it's difficult to beat like player housing, to be honest. Like, that's a killer feature, you know what I mean? It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Wow. What do you think, Sneb? What are your thoughts?
I'm
nothing.
just excited to see what's next. I really am. I think that I'm gonna cosplay as a slug, and it's gonna be good. And yeah,
wow,
it'll be fun.
Slugging.
It feels good that the optimism is kind of back, doesn't it? Like,
well, yeah, I was actually just gonna comment on that.
You know,
you know, I've often been very critical of things because I really care about them. You know, I will illuminate the things that I think really need to be fixed, and maybe I'm a bit hyperbolic about it at times to drive home the point, but it's because I really care about the game and the community, because I really like the game. That's why I will critique things. But I don't really have that much critique for JANTHIR WILDS. I've just had fun playing my video game with my friends. If I had to critique anything, I would say some of the influencer marketing was a bit weird, and the dialogue would be, you know, it was kind of a lot. But beyond that, I think I enjoyed the bears. I've done every event multiple times. I've done all the achievements, and I just wish there was more. Now I just crave more. I've been having a great time, and so I just have to give like a hats off, huge round of applause for ArenaNet. This was a great expansion so far, and I'm excited to see what comes next, because as somebody who enjoys raids, my hopes are now very high given the quality of this open world content.
Let's go. Well said.
Indeed, that's very well said by Sneb, actually. And yeah, I guess I think it's a pretty good point to kind of start to wrap things up actually a little bit. Oh, I've got to say something. I hate the communicator. I forgot to bring this up. The communicator sucks. Get rid of it or let me turn it off. Okay.
Where did they all get them from?
Thank God, at least Tiny's not talking to us.
Yeah. It has gotta go. Okay. Look. And I mean this in a serious way. I'm not doing the whole, oh, I don't like the NPCs talking to me. No. I'm just going throughout the world. I was enjoying the lowland shores, going around on my mount. You're listening to the fantastic music, by the way. We haven't brought that up. The music is fucking sick in this expansion.
Yeah.
Insanely good. It might be the best music they've done, actually. Overall, as like a complete package, absolutely insane. I just wish there was more of it. But I'm getting derailed. I'm re-railing. The communicator sucks. It pulls me out of the immersion. It de-immerses me. And even worse, it overloads me when I'm listening to like 17 NPCs screaming at me at the same time. And I've got this horribly distorted communicator. I wanted to listen to Greer the Blightbringer. What happened? What happened? Barb Vale just yelling at me through the communicator like, oh, what a great fight that was. No, I want to hear to Greer talking shit. Okay, that's what I want to hear when he like slithers off back into the bog. And now... Get rid of the communicator. Sucks.
I had this moment where I was like doing the story and I was talking to an NPC, and then like the meta was going, so like the meta NPC started like talking through it, and I was like, oh no. And then at the same time, somebody in Twitch did like a bit TTS message at the same time, and I was just like sitting there like, what is happening? It's yeah.
Is it just me, or like I don't like the sci-fi sort of stuff? Like I don't. I mean, it's a Guild Wars 2 at launch was a fantasy game, like very high fantasy, and like you had the Asura and they had technology, but it was like kind of clear that their technology was a little bit more magic than it was science.
Yeah.
But now it does sort of seem like it's like science fiction stuff bleeding in, where there's like laser rifles and communicators and stuff. And I don't know I really don't know if I care for that. I liked it in Cantha because it like there was like a lore explanation,
right?
Like,
yeah, it made
like
sense,
they had
right?
an industrial revolution
yeah.
because they had a new power source. That's cool, but like there's I don't know, the vibe is just way too sci-fi, which is why like before this X-Pack was announced, like I was making the joke that like, you know, Guild Wars 3 is going to be in space because that's the trajectory of what they're doing with the story. And it's like the technology is accelerating way too fast. We will be in space in Guild Wars 3. It seems inevitable.
White blood cells are canon now. There was like a book talking about like the Titan physiology, and then it was like, yeah, it's similar to white blood cells in your body, and I was like, what? White blood cells?
How do they know about that, right? Like, how do they know?
like we didn't discover how the circulatory system worked until like the 1860s. So like the idea that they know like what a white blood cell is like kind of comical for a fantasy world. Like, why are there still peasant farmers? Why are there peasant farmers if this technology exists? Like, come on.
Yeah. It's funny, a lot of MMOs tend to like all that stuff always tends to like bleed in a little bit. It's actually one of the things that I find really jarring about WoW as well, is that there's like a bunch of like, oh yeah, there's like actually like sci-fi shit going on like at the same time, like in the fantasy thing. It is weird. I feel like there's some of that from what I've seen in Final Fantasy that kind of exists there as well.
Yeah,
that might be a bit more caught in the setting. I think that game has always been that way. I think to an extent, or that kind of like that franchise, right? So I think that's like less weird there. But it's like definitely more weird in like WoW and Guild Wars. It's like, what the hell is going on here, right? But yeah, yes. I just wanted to rant on that.
We ruined Sneb's good ending. Sneb did like this amazing like speech at the end.
I can do another ending.
Yeah, let's
got another kind of sad thing to talk about.
Wait, sad? No.
I'm sad. Well, it's kind of happy sad. I just wanted to bring it up. I don't know.
Sad.
Yeah, it's just like a personal thing. This might be my last tea time in a while.
Oh no.
And I just kind of have this this expansion just has brought me a lot of joy and has been very fun. And I've kind of view this as like one of the few times in the next couple of years where I'll get to just kind of total degen it and go really hard because I'm about to pursue my dream of getting a PhD and becoming a professor. So that's starting in 2 weeks. It's crazy how time has flown by. It feels like a year ago. I was just like this little dream that I hoped that I could achieve, and I somehow got in, and here we are. And so I've just been reflecting the last couple days as I've been enjoying the expansion, thinking, you know what? Like what a great blessing the Guild Wars 2 community has been to me, and how grateful I am for all the support I've received, and how, you know, this has been a great way to relieve stress after, you know, people like Teapot were helping me do math and supporting me and trying to figure out how I could do better on these tests that I had to take, these entry tests for the PhD program. I feel very supported, and I'm just very pleased with all the experiences I've had with the Guild Wars 2 community and being on TeaTime and being around people. I just think you'll probably see a little bit less of me for a while as I adjust to sort of a new city, a new schedule, a new life, a dream to pursue. So I just wanted to also say thank you for allowing me to be on these all the time, and for all of you for being positive impacts in my life and supporting me and laughing with me and spreading joy to the Guild Wars 2 community. So big thank you.
I can't believe you went into a PhD program to try to weasel out of the slug stream. Like that's a big,
Don't worry.
Like, man,
don't worry.
That was a big commitment just to get out of it.
It will happen, but I refuse to do it until it actually releases because I don't want an alliance situation to happen, right? It's like, you go to an auditorium full of people and you go alliances and everyone cheers and then you get all excited about that, but then it never happens. So I would prefer to see Wing 8s before I slug stream. There you go.
Okay, and wow, I mean, look, that's some serious. That's a serious feature. To kind of follow that was awesome, and obviously, it's been a real pleasure to have have you with us as well, Sneb. We very much hope that you'll be back. Okay, we'll see.
I'll be back.
He's going to be a busy boy.
Probably just won't be like
the casual player, the casual voice.
Yeah, it just won't be like. Sneb TeaTime at like 2 a.m. the day.
Yes, like that. You're like,
it'll have to be really concentrated and specific.
Have to be more organized, I guess, in that regard. But anyway, yes.
I was just gonna say, can I expose Teapot? I was like, yo, get me on the TeaTime. I have so many thoughts on this, and I messaged him that like almost an entire week ago,
and then
he let me know less than 24 hours ago.
That is true. But I was like, I should have replied.
On red for almost an entire week.
Thing is, I saw that and I should have replied immediately. Okay, it slipped my mind and I was like, I was streaming for like 18 hours. I was like, I cannot even find it within me to type a single letter at this point. Okay, but yes, look, that's part of the TeaTime experience, right? That and doing the entire show before we actually go live. This is absolutely true. But anyway, let us quickly wrap things up. We've been almost like stalling for too long at this point. Even for us. Okay, so let's go. Boom. Emmy was exposing me, so now you get to also say other things. Maybe some final thoughts. And of course, tell everyone how brilliant and wonderful you are as well at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, so for those that don't know me, my name is Emmy. I do a lot of endgame PvE content, so I definitely consider myself a bit more on the hardcore side. So just to give you an example, when Sarah's CM released at the end of Soto, I spent close to 8 hours a day slacking off at work, doing that for nearly 2 months straight. So yeah, I do a lot of endgame PvE shenanigans. I like to do both more hardcore stuff and also a lot more new player-centric things. So things like raid trainings, I call them YOLO raids, which basically means no experience necessary. I lead progression groups, so things like Harvest Temple CM, Sarah CM, soon TM, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I hang out at my stream a lot. I say that I make YouTube videos, but honestly, I just make them for whatever flavor of the month class I'm playing at the moment. And yeah.
All right. Okay, next up, it is Lara. Look, we managed to shield you guys from Dark Lara that was unleashed before the stream. Okay, and
there is no honestly, such thing.
It was on I'm glad you were shielded from her. Like we've had a couple of glimpses of Dark Emmy on stream. Like HTCM brings out Dark Emmy, but look, Dark Lara guys is something else. Fortunately, we've got regular Lara here to talk about Guild Wars 2. What's going on?
I am really tired. Like this whole week, I've been streaming like 12 hours every day or something. I'm exhausted. But at some point, I will be recharged and I will stream more Guilds 2 at Taste of the /Serenity. And also, I do YouTube videos as well on YouTube.com/Serenity. Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was a really fun episode.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we also now have Nike. He's squidged in the middle. He's under the chat, right? Like observing, keeping an eye on them.
He's getting stepped on by chat.
Yeah.
He's moderating the chat.
Yeah.
Some people gotta go.
Yeah.
Gotta hold people accountable.
But what's going on?
You can come by my YouTube channel. There's some like build guides and stuff, but then there's also some editorial videos, and then it goes all the way to e-boy streamer tier lists for Guild Wars 2, where I rank all the male streamers in Guild Wars 2 according to their natural level.
I made entertaining. Yes.
Yeah. Some people got flamed a little bit, and deservedly so, in my opinion. It was the meta for like 2 days. Everyone was doing it.
Oh my god!
So I jumped on the trend. But you can check that video out. It's very fun. Twitch channel, not as much Guild Wars 2 stuff. Do some other games and stuff on there. But I will solve any of your life problems on my Twitch channel.
For channel points, I believe, right?
Yeah, if you see me streaming, you can build up some channel points. And then when you have enough channel points, you can cash them in, and I will solve whatever life problem you have as efficiently as I can. And that'll be fun for you.
All right.
So if I need money, I can just come over to you then? If money is my life problem?
Sure. I can teach you how to make money. That's fun.
That's crazy.
Okay. And of course, the links, they're everywhere. They're in the chat. They're in the YouTube video description. You should check them out. Otherwise, what are you doing with your life? Honestly, wasting your time. Go and embrace all the content from these fantastic individuals. And of course, you should also follow this stream as well. It's pretty good. I streamed 14 hours a day on average for JANTHIR WILDS. So I am a degenerate. I do all sorts of things here. Okay, like YouTube videos, Twitch streams. We've got a Discord server as well. You should go get involved. Okay, go crazy. Yeah. Like follow, subscribe here to everyone. On that's true. Yeah, that's true. You can get a chicken soup, spicy chicken soup.
Very spicy.
Very extra spicy.
If you mess with that, you're going deep.
Yeah.
I like how Sneb is like, I'm gonna go and get a PhD, and then all of us are like 14 hours of JANTHIR WILDS. Let's go.
Let's go.
I did it too. Like I did 18 hours day one. My only goal was to outlast you, Teapot.
Yeah. He did.
I was
he
like,
did
I
too.
will be the last
he made
one
it happen.
standing. I did. I was delirious though. I like woke up the next day and I was like, I feel ill. Like I cannot do this again. So I just didn't stream that day. It was, I don't know how you all do it.
We have got to step it up though, man. Like Vivaluve, he did 42 hours straight on the War Within in WoW. Like that's crazy. Honestly, he makes me feel old. Like he is actually a child boy. He's like 3 years old. Like it's
crazy. Do
crazy.
not try this at home. That's dangerous. That's like actually dangerous. Do not do that.
But anyway, that's going to do it. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. And I actually want to quickly, I do want to say a bit of a thank you to Sneb as well. I really want everyone to wish him well. And I do want to personally actually say some things here as well, because Sneb has definitely been one of my best and closest friends over the kind of like the past year, more than a year at this point. Actually, I don't even know how long. And like he's helped me with so many things, like, coming on the show, like chatting, like been doing content, like organizing events. And so much of this stuff actually would have been so much harder, if not impossible, without like Sneb really putting in a lot of work actually into the Guild Wars 2 community. And I want to say it was an absolute pleasure. Okay. It was an absolute pleasure up at 4 a.m. doing maths. Okay. It was a lot of fun. It was some good content. And
Thank you for that.
I just want to say here that, like you deserve all the success in the world, and you will definitely get it. Like I have complete confidence in you. I know the chat does as well. And I know you'll be back. Okay. It's not like he's dying, guys. Okay.
I'm not saying I'm like quitting or anything. I just want people to know that for the next few weeks, at least, I probably won't be around very much. And then I don't really know what I'm going to be doing after that. Because look, people, I looked at the syllabi. There's one for stats. This is what the prof said. He said, look, we don't actually teach like the intro course for this. And I think that's a mistake. So if you don't know these things, then he listed a bunch of things. And it's like, I know some of those words. It's like, you're kind of screwed. So you should probably do some background before you enter the class. So it's going to be a massive grind. And of course, I think a lot of people don't know this because they just see streamer Sneb or they just hear me on TeaTime. But I have 2 daughters, 2 beautiful, wonderful daughters. They're 4 and 2. And I have a lovely wife as well and a cute little dog. You probably saw make an appearance here. And I have to make sure that while I'm balancing all this insanity, trying to get a PhD, that I also attend to their needs and take care of them. So there's going to be a lot of juggling. And I'm also still teaching. I'm going to be teaching 1 class. And I'm hoping that I can eventually stream 1, maybe 2 days a week every once in a while, but I don't know what it's gonna look like. It might be one of those like I just stream whenever I'm feeling like I've got some time, make a YouTube video here and there, and then when December hits and finals are done, I degen it for a week and then do it all again, right? I don't know. So I just want people to know that I'm not abandoning you. I'm just going to do something that I'm super passionate about. And it's the reason I'm doing a PhD is I feel really inspired to do research on influencers and influencer marketing, gambling endorsements, and finding out how we can make the world a safer, better place. In the world of advertising. So that's my dream.
You got this.
You got this, my friend. You absolutely do. And with that, I think that is a very wholesome place to wrap things up. Thank you very much to all of our wonderful hosts here. They are awesome. What a great episode here. A bumper episode of Tea Time to start off JANTHIR Wilds. We'll, of course, be back in the future. Let us know what you think. Leave your comments, subscribe, like the video, follow everyone here, hand over all your money to everyone at the same time, buy 15 copies of the game using everyone's referral link with the Ultimate Edition, and we'll see you next time, gamers. Take it easy, my friends. We're out of here. And just like... And here we are. We're back in business. We're ready to juice up. It's content time, guys. We're here. Man, I need to be an artificer, dude. Yeah. Okay. Make some luck here, guys. Let's go. We're logged in. We got some hearts to do, man. Oh, dude. How much longer on drops? Basically until pretty early in the morning, actually. Going degen mode? Yeah, it was a big tea time, dude. It was a big old tea time. Did you get level 80? I did not get level 80. It took quite a long time, actually, so I just wanted to kind of just chill it down a little bit. Actually, you know, relax a bit. I didn't want to go too crazy. I've been going for like, I went for like 14 hours yesterday, nudge meme. So I didn't want to go much longer than that. I wanted to relax a little bit. I kind of wanted to wind down right at the end of the week, you know. I'm starting to actually get a little bit ragged. I'm starting to get a little bit tired. My voice is starting to die a little bit, so I didn't want to actually push it too much. There's no reason to do that, and I don't want to go like super crazy today. I'm not going to go crazy today because I want to be able to stream. You know, I'm probably going to take like a day off, and then we'll be back to kind of streaming after that. I kind of want to stream tomorrow, though. I don't know. Man, the thing is, I don't know where I can take a day off in a way that's actually going to be convenient. I really want to take tomorrow off, but I kind of want to stream the War Within a lot tomorrow and like do a lot of grinding, leveling up all my characters there as well. But I also really want a day off. And the thing is, I can't really take Tuesday off because I need to do the Fungus War meeting, I think, on Tuesday. I mean, maybe Monday's still the best way to go. I'm not sure. I think it might be. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Can I invite you? Yes. Because I need to do the Fungus War meeting to make sure everyone is locked in and also has a build. We are going to be doing, guys. Oh yeah, I guess we could go look at the NA Weekly. Okay. Okay. The latest version of the game, I wasn't updated. Oh no, that's not good. We have an abundance of new frogs. Yeah, we have a huge amount of new frogs, Nico, and we are going to whip them into shape. We are going to get these frogs up to snuff. Yo, nudge meme. Wait, wait. Oh, yeah, here we go. Well, I was going to say, where's the sub count? The sub count is here. Oh, yeah, I will go and look at the NA Weekly, actually. Give me one sec. I'll quickly transfer to NA. It's NA transfer time while I just do some random hearts, I guess. Oh, is the game going to die? Looks like it might do. All right. Come on. NA. Get over there. But yeah, we're going to get some frogs in here. We're going to get them builds as well. I'm going to force them to get builds. We're going to have like actual full-on Peepo inspection day. We're going to make sure they've got the right setups and they're ready to pump. It's going to be good. Frog. Yeah, Nudge Meme. Up to 721 subs. Dude, Nudge Meme is gifted on average over 100 subs a day. Okay, that's a pretty wild grind there. You gotta respect that. DPS Spear Elliot's good. I mean, honestly, like, that's probably playable, actually. I'm sure there's some variant that's good, but listen. We only play the disgusting Sally meta. That's what we do here. With this stuff. But we'll get to that when we get to that, of course. Best place for wolves to build Hardstuck website? Right now, it's, I mean, what I'm looking at is Parish's Discord, actually. That's where I'm getting all of my my builds from, so we'll have to. I do want to get some stuff going on the website though. We need more helpers. We need more people for the Hardstuck website, guys, so we can make it the best website ever. Oh man, like when's the Wolves or TeaTime then? I should do that actually. I should get like you and Parish on. I've wanted to speak to Parish for a while actually. I like Parish's stream quite a lot. And yeah, he used to like help out with the. He basically like all the builds that are on HS right now. They're a bit outdated now, obviously, but those are all from him. Let's go. But we'll see. But yeah, we've got to get that stuff going. We need more helpers. Want to get this site really good, actually. It's one of the projects I'm looking for. And actually, you know, speaking of that, man, have you guys seen the stuff going on with fast farming? Really interesting situation, actually, with fast farming. And honestly, this fucking sucks for me, man. Because fast farming is actually a really good site. I like that resource a lot. It sucks that, you know, it's now paywalled essentially, but hey, that's how it goes, right? It is what it is, man. It is what it is. 100% quick and a lack Vindy build with Rivers Relic. I mean, yeah, that's obviously going to be like a really busted build for like doing like solo champions and stuff. That's like Giga build, actually like broken build. How is it paywalled? It's paywalled because all of the data for EOD, Soto, and JANTHIR onwards, it's all you have to be a patron to see it. Like, so you have to like you have to be paying a monthly sub basically. That isn't even worth one call, but I actually disagree with that. I actually think the site is a really good resource. I found it very useful, to be honest. But it's actually very interesting, actually, when it comes to... it's very interesting because I think that a lot of this is kind of like a bit of a communication issue, to be honest. I don't think going the paywall direction was definitely not the way to go. I think definitely the way to go was like, yeah, I need some money to kind of compensate for like all the time I put into this, and I'm continuing to put into this, right? Like that I think is perfectly reasonable. Just being very open and transparent about that. But yeah, this was maybe not the way to go. And also I actually think that one of the reasons that I think one of the reasons why fast farming maybe struggled to generate like Patreon revenue like right now is like, one, because I think, you know, you kind of need to talk about it, you need to be very open about it. But secondly, also, I think fast farming is actually... it's kind of like weirdly niche, actually, in my opinion. I think some of the data is not very comprehensible to normal players, if that makes any sense. Like, I find it really useful, but that's because I kind of know how the game works ahead of time, if that makes any sense. So I think that if I was fast farming, I would have definitely gone the direction of, like, yeah, I want some funding to, like, remake the interface of the site and make it into, like, a really... like good solid experience for everyone, so that everyone can kind of like understand like what's going on and all that sort of thing. Like, I think that's the way that I would have gone with it, because it is actually a really good interface, right? A really good interface. But I think the really good service rather. But yeah, the interface I think was a little bit lacking actually, in like how comprehensible it was, like for like players who aren't familiar with like how the game's economy works and so on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need a lot of pre-knowledge for it, and I think that would be really cool to see that improved. I mean, like, but yeah, like we've got a different direction, so that's probably not going to happen. To be honest, it's actually something that I would be very interested in actually kind of making at some point. But the problem is that this is actually something that I think Cornix is really right on. Like, making something like this is actually incredibly difficult. It's like a very, very high effort thing to try and make this. It's certainly non-trivial to do. It would require a huge amount of effort, to be honest. Like, absolutely huge. There you go. Got the look. Oh my god, dude! How does he do it? How the fuck does he do it, dude? Do you guys see that shit? This guy thinks he can shadow step stomp, dude. Like, he thinks he can shadow stomp me. I interrupt it with the taunt. Like, that's what we do, guys. That is what we do. It's no big deal. What good Wikipedia does as a banner, they need donations. Yeah, I think that, again, like, if you're just, like, very, very open about it, then that's kind of, like, a big thing as well. But, yeah. But yeah, like this type of, this kind of monetization direction is not really going to work, right? I don't think it's a real shame. I actually like the site a lot, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. What build I'm running? I'm running the, this is basically the Shattered Aegis Firebrand build. I love this build, actually, because it's a build that I used to play back in HOT. My favorite build of all time was Shattered Aegis Core Guard in World vs. World. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love it. It was so good. And like this build kind of almost brought it back in a way, actually, like with the spear, feeling very much like old staff. And then you play like Axe Shield to like pull people and like put Aegis on people and stuff like that. You could run Mace too if you wanted to. with this. It's kind of like back, you know, we're back, man. We're so back. And you just use the Shattered Aegis Permeating Wrath synergy. Like, Permeating Wrath had to get nerfed because, well, this build was actually really strong, but also Spear makes it even better, so they had to kind of, like, nerf that down to compensate, but that's fair in my opinion. Like, this is still, like, the core of the build. It's really good. Very high tier. Very, very nice. Yeah. Big fan of this build, but yeah. I'm kind of proud to say I actually kind of pioneered the Shattered Aegis build a bit back in HOT. People kind of memed me a little bit for running it, and then Roy ran it in a GVG tournament. Boom. There you go. Ha 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 ha. I think that was something that I guess me and I guess our guild was quite well known for running. We ran like the ultimate porcupine comp in World vs. World in HOT. We ran in basically every sub. We had Condi Herald, which was like, whenever you would a chill, you'd apply Torment. We had a Heal Tempest, which applied Frost Aura, so that, you know, that activated the chill trait. Then we also had Condi Reapers, which then activated Vulnerability and Bleeding on chill, in addition to that, and also all the damage. And then we had double Core Guard, one of which was like a regular support Core Guard, and the other one was a Shattered Aegis Core Guard. Yeah, so we had like Retaliation, Fire Aura, Frost Aura, right? It was like actual porcupine comp. In World vs. World. Did also support and donations explaining the situation on the site and their Discord, but apparently wasn't enough. Yeah, this is I have a lot of sympathy actually for Cornix here in this situation. I think, unfortunately, it hasn't been handled the best. I think this is definitely not the way to go about doing these things, but this is actually one of the things that's really difficult to do with something like Hardstuck, actually, for example. Like, and actually with my tournaments, guys. So I'm in like a really rough spot, actually, when it comes to organizing tournaments and trying to crowdfund those. And let me explain why. I have always done tournaments for free and basically out of my own pocket. And again, I'm not complaining about that. I did that. I made that choice. I don't regret it. I'd do it again. If I was to go back. But here's the issue. I'm kind of at a different stage in my life now, like with kind of like what I want to do and like what I want to put hours into and, you know, thinking about the future and so on. I can't really afford to be nuking 4 figures on a tournament and also putting a huge amount of hours into it, like 100, 200 plus hours into a tournament, right? That's just not really where I'm at anymore. Like, I could do that when I was a bit younger, obviously. You know, you can do crazy stuff, right? I can't do that anymore. And the issue is that because I always did it for free, and in fact, at a loss, right? Which is, you know, Cornix was definitely doing the same, by the way. Like, because, you know, when we talk about costs, we're not talking about, like, server costs. Like, realistically, like, running a server for fast farming, it will cost you, but it's not going to cost you that much. Like, the cost is, like, the time, right? The time investment into actually building the resource. You know, the opportunity cost, right, in those situations. It's really difficult to transition from doing everything for free to saying, yeah, I need to be compensated for my time. It's, like, really, really difficult to do that, to be honest. Definitely hard. So I actually have a lot of sympathy for that, to be honest. But I think you have to do it. You have to do it right, you know. And I think that there are a couple of ways that, you know, I think it could have gone that would have worked out. But it is what it is. A real shame, to be honest. A real shame with fast farming. Right on a service and then introducing a paywall. Yeah, I mean it sucks because I really like fast farming. But oh well. Oh, dude, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. I can't just, like, fight these, like, little groups. We're gonna go over here, I guess. Different trade data. Yeah, I think it would be really cool if we actually had, if there was a service that basically compiled DRF data, actually. That would be really good. Drop rates have been sold, in the past. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just that a resource like that, I think, is really useful, and it kind of sucks that we're not really going to have that in Guild Wars anymore. Because people say the wiki, but look, I'm actually going to defend fast farming it. The wiki is way worse than fast farming, honestly. For, like, actually understanding, like, how the data works and, like, where all the value is in this stuff. Fast farming is way better than the wiki. Definitely not perfect, and, you know, I think I would definitely have preferred it if the interface was a bit different, but, like, fast farming is really good. Like, realistically, I found it very useful historically. So yeah, maybe that's another adventure, guys. turn the efficiency tracker and get the data. I mean, the way you do it is with DRF, right? But the issue is like, how do you compile all of that data together? That's where the complexity comes in. You have to you need to like an army of people gathering data and then funneling it into like a central database, I think. And you also need like you need trustable people too, which is the issue. Oh shit! Yes, the weekly. Let me go over. Is it? It might be over by now, actually. Whoops. Oh, it probably is over, isn't it? Fuck. I got a bit distracted. Oh no, it's not over yet. I'll log in. Are you 80? No, I'm not 80 yet in WoW. Actually, the story was quite good though. Like the map, you're gonna really like the maps, Jester. By the way, they look really good. You'll enjoy it, I think. Look, Jester, I don't want to get you too overexcited right now, dude. I don't want to get you too overexcited, but there are multiple shots of Xalatath's feet in the story. And they knew what they were doing. Like, they knew what they were doing, man. Look, I won't have anything else said. They knew what they were doing with this stuff. Spear skills and warrior. Are you kidding me? Oh, man, that's such an annoying bug. There's a bunch of skills that work that way. They need to fix that. That is not the way to go. The story ended so abruptly. That's the weird part, right? Because, of course, the thing is that it ends abruptly because the next part is the raid, right? And they don't want to do the raid on launch. So it definitely feels weird because, like, you know, we're basically geared up to go and do the raid, right? Right at the end of the story, but, you know, the raid doesn't exist yet, right? So it definitely is a bit weird, like, without that. Yeah. I'll blast it on Tuesday. Jester, how does it feel that, how does it feel knowing that, like, all hunter specs are currently basically dog shit? And, like, you're gonna be perceived as, like, a rat in all pugs. 77 to 80? I think you just grind dungeons, Nico. It's like you just queue. It's really fast to do like just dungeon queues. Please tell me you're pretending. It hasn't looked good, dude. It hasn't looked good on the tier list, man. The tier lists do not look good for Hunter right now. All right, we're in. Join the World vs. World Guild. Yes. I was actually expecting after we're done with the Wizard Tower part of the story, get a cutscene that shows the final boss part. I guess excited for the next patch. Oh, you mean like so we could like see the villain? Yeah, it would have been pretty cool to like just see the villain, right? Like to drop this like third Titan on us like right at the end. That would have been really nice. Maybe the model isn't quite ready yet though, right? That's entirely possible. It's not quite ready. Oh, wait. Is the weekly over? Wait, I can't see it. It says it's running, but I don't see it. Oh, it bugged? Oh, no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Oh, no. Well, I mean, that's unfortunate, isn't it? I wish Mage was D tier. Dude, look. Mage and Augmentation Evoker will be S tier until WoW shuts down. Like, that's just, that's reality, guys. Okay? That's what's going on. So just enjoy it. Just embrace it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Mage is literally the main character. It can't be bad. Like, Mage cannot be bad. If Mage is bad, it will just get buffed. Well, I guess we're going back to EU. This is over. I'm going to Ruins of Sirmia. Nice. All right, here we go. Decimir and Greer it's in an hour. Dude, I actually might look. Okay, okay, this is my plan, guys. I think my plan is I'm actually going to get a bit of an early night today, because I am actually really tired. My voice is hurting right now. I think I'm going to do a short stream today, guys. I think I'm coming back tomorrow, and we're going to slam WoW. And on the Tuesday is going to be a hybrid, I think. I need to do the Fungus War meeting and make sure everyone's woken the fuck up for that. Hey, CJ, thanks for the raid, man. Wait, what? Actually, yo, CJ, what happened with the tournament, man? People are telling me it bugged out. What was the situation on NA? Did the EU? Does anyone know if the EU one worked? I think the EU one worked, right? Yeah, this looks like this one worked. It bugged out. It just what happened? Like you couldn't enter? Like you couldn't enter it, or did it just we got out of game and it immediately so we weren't enrolled? Oh no! The queue didn't even pop. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. That's really interesting. Well, I mean, you know, I mean, you guys were streaming, right? Yeah, well, obviously, we're just streaming now. So I guess we need to forward those VODs over to, forward the VOD to ArenaNet and see if they can figure out what went wrong with it. And see if they can fix it. It still says waiting for opponent for me. Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah. 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 Weird. It was going pretty smoothly, right? Other than that, wasn't it? It was pretty decent. Can't queue ranked or anything, so we went enrolled. So it still thinks you're in queue for something, but it's like not working right. Yeah. Interesting. Is this event only during the meta? Oh, like the Coden one? Yeah, I believe so, Linker. This one only starts... yeah, this one, it only starts at the exact same time as the bosses spawn. It's quite awkward, unfortunately. Yeah. It didn't even register for the achievement? Oh, weird, actually. Like, it did work for me, actually, but yeah, it took me a while to find it. How's World vs. World these days? I think World vs. World is pretty good right now. It's kind of fun. Fun meta, in my opinion. Oh, dear. People are like, glitching into our... I need to go defend this. People are, like, glitching in, apparently. I do want to see ArenaNet fix this, actually. Like, we need to see this stuff go on here. Like, there are still some pretty annoying bugs in World vs. World. Like, people are able to, like, glitch into these keeps using the Warclaw and stuff. It's not like the Warclaw's bugged. It was like this before the expansion as well. And apparently some people are, like, breaking into the keeps all the time. That's not good. Not good at all. Bear Cubs Adventure. Apparently it's really weird, Jess. It's, like, bugged on certain maps and on other ones it works. Is not so fast farming available? I mean, the site is still there, but obviously it's basically been kind of like kneecapped, really. It's not really going to be that useful anymore. But oh well. You hate to see it. Probably have the 3v3. I mean, I hope they fix the 3v3. That's that is gonna be a thing. Oh, yeah. I'm a fish. Let's go. So where are the intruders here in this keep? Oh, yeah, by the way, do you mean to send me a message on Discord, by the way, Best Vixen? Got a friend request from you, but... not sure there was going to be a follow-up to that. Well, I mean, message away. Very exciting. I did the fish adventure first try. Ah, very nice, Jester. Very nice. Did you get gold? Did you get gold, though? That's the question. I assume that's what you meant. Yeah. Look at me go. Dude, you should be able to... This should be a combat tonic. You should be able to, like, fight people as a salmon. I'm dead. And pure speed, pace. Jester thinks he actually lives by the pace, man. That's crazy. Yeah, but look, you better live by the pace, Jester, because fungus raids and fungus strikes are returning. I think this week it's time for fungus. Project Fungo is here. Project Fungo. Yes. Fish swords you can slap people with it. That would be pretty good, actually. Yeah. So you could be a Coden, like using the Coden tonic, and then slap people. Like with that, be good content. When it's heroic, you mean the raid? The heroic raid, it comes out in 2 weeks, Chester. Almost invisible to enemies with low character models. That's actually extremely funny. So you can use it as like a little stealth mode. We gaming or what? I think Blue have a group here. Dude, my server is dead, man. No one's logged in. Everyone's logged out currently. Don't remind me. Project Fungo died way too young. No, Project Fungo is going to be back, guys. Did I juice up comps for raids? Not yet, no. I'm probably going to try and cook that up before next week. We might do strikes this week and maybe no raid clear, and then I'll try and get like a comped out raid clear for next week. Might be the kind of the plan. I've not even thought about Fungo. Jester, how dare you? How dare you not think about Project Fungo? You have to be thinking about it day and night. Need help? I'm up. Yeah, that would be really useful, honestly. If you've got like a default one, like a basic one, that would be nice. Then we can work, you know, kind of work from that. What was our guild invite? Send me a DM in game, then I can add you up. Dude, 240 members in a Fungus Among Us. Let's see. Yeah, I think Blue is attacking. Wait, actually, well, there's one of our players here, though. Maybe this is actually us. Is this us? I don't... No, actually, no. That's just a guild member. I think they're on the enemy team, actually. I think they're on Blue. Have you completed the Scream Safety? It's a bit buggy right now, but you have to do, like, the escort event. Is what you need to do. We've got some gamers. Nice. Yo! There you go. You've been invited. How does it feel? Fungus! We've got an army, guys. We've got an army of fungi coming through. Fungus is here. Has a story mode? Yes. Deplete. I can't wait to see Jester M+ streams again. I've missed those, man. It's time. I am ready. I'm ready. Yeah. Ah, fungus. More fungi recruits. Nice. It will not be good. I will mold and break live on stream. Dude, some of these dungeons, by the way, man, they're pretty fucked up, dude. Like, Stone Vault. Look, I'm going to make a prediction, Jester. I think you are going to break to the Stone Vault, man. Like, the stone... That dungeon is going to actually be a fucking breaker, man. That one and, Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is going to fuck people. Stone Vault is going to fuck people as well. It's going to be good. Thoughts the X pack? I actually have a first impressions video coming up soon. Oh man. Okay, guys. Okay. I actually had we've got the information, guys. Okay. So, would you guys like to know the ratio of story to dialogue in the actual main story? Because I have, well, we have crunched numbers. Jerna, in fact, my brother has crunched the numbers. So, during the full story, guys, of, and this is, you know, here's the story. It's 2 hours of dialogue So 1 hour and 55 minutes approximately. And then combat in the story is 33 minutes. So it's basically, yeah, it's about 80%, right? Yeah, 80% dialogue, 20% gameplay. There you go. However, it is worth noting, actually, guys, we do have to give ArenaNet a bit of credit here. If you include random stuff that you have to do, like going to do hearts and rifts, there was about 52 minutes of doing hearts and rifts. Look, we've got a full breakdown, man. We have a full breakdown here. So it's 2 hours of dialogue, 52 minutes of, like, general stuff, rifts, hearts, and so on. And then 20 minutes of pressing F. So basically, like, you know, interacting with, like, a shrub or something to, like, remove it. That's another 22 minutes. And then 33 minutes of actual direct combat and, like, playable combat. So in other words, if you actually add up all of that, it actually looks a little bit different. Overall, right? That, like, you know, that feels a lot better, I think. So it goes up to, what, an hour... Yeah, it's weirdly enough, if you include all of that, guys, it's almost 50-50. It's a lot more like 60-40 in terms of interactive content versus, yeah. Versus, non-interactive content, I guess, would be the way to describe it. Yes, JANTHIR has done it. Here is the spreadsheet. Look at this, guys. Here is the spreadsheet. 2 hours of unskippable dialogue. You can see there's a fucking big one, dude. Look, holy shit. Honestly, if you were going to make a criticism, this is kind of the issue, guys. So the first 2 story instances basically have 0 combat, essentially, and 35 minutes of unskippable dialogue. Holy shit. Like, it's a bit of a slow start, yeah? It's a slow start. Yeah. When it comes to the expansion. But, you know, if you actually look at the actual numbers, the actual data, it's not actually that bad. Like, the amount of kind of, like, playable stuff is, again, like 60-40, I'd say. Overall. And you've got to be fair, guys. You have to be fair. You have to actually look at the data, right? You have to look at the data, look at the actual numbers on this. And I actually really want to get that, because this is like, I would say, one of the key criticisms of the story. So I think it's important that we have the actual numbers, right? Like, the actual numbers. Not just, like, some made-up bullshit that we're all just kind of YOLOing. Yeah, that's honestly not that bad. I think the issue is that sometimes you have big chunks of dialogue, and there's not much to break it up. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of the problem. Is that overall, like, all in... It's fine, like, the actual ratio is okay, but the actual pacing of that within the context of the story is maybe a little bit off, especially at the start. At the start, it's, like, very dialogue heavy, and then you had kind of these, like, these segments of gameplay, and then you go back to a lot of dialogue stuff. It's, like, not, like, evenly interspersed, right? That's what you've got to keep in mind here, that it's kind of, like, big stretches of dialogue, and you also have, like, some stretches of gameplay there as well. The first act was brilliant. Yeah, the first act is slow, right? It does not start quickly, right? It hangs a lot, it hangs about a little bit. So there, look, guys, see, look, because I actually want to do basically a review. You know, me and JANTHIR are going to be making a review of JANTHIR Wilds over the course of the next week, actually. We've got a first impressions video that. Honestly, that probably comes out tomorrow, actually. We'll probably do the TeaTime a little bit later. Because the first impressions is kind of like, we want to get that out quickly. And then there is going to be, like, a full... Yeah, we're going to do a bit of games journalism, guys. I will do some, like, an actual proper review with, like, you know, proper research and proper, like, actual well-thought-out points and shit. You know? Oh, yeah. This is actually a really great point there, Pixie. Because... in the WoW story, they're clever about this. When they do exposition to you, they've got you on, like, a little cart. and you're moving around the world, right? Or you're on a little flying boat. So, like, you're moving around the world and, like, seeing some crazy shit. Like, I think the introduction to Hallowfall is, like, a really good example of this. They actually slap you with, you know, a good couple of minutes of exposition as, like, Phelan is explaining who she is and who the Priory is in The War Within, right? But you're on a little minecart, right? Well, a little cart being dragged around by a cat. So you're kind of seeing the, you're kind of seeing the world at the same time. It's a bit more dynamic, right? There's something going on. You're looking at, like, the crazy crystal, right? Like, in the sky. You're watching it, like, turn purple when it goes over to night, right? And that is a really great way to kind of hide that you're basically getting hit with a decent chunk of exposition. Like, you absolutely are, kind of explaining, you know, like, who these characters are and, like, what they're doing here. That is true, actually. Like, the fact that it is kind of static and you're just, like, you're literally standing still watching NPCs talk at you, it feels very different compared to, like, having a little bit of dynamism to it. Like, you're walking and talking, right? Like, you're watching something happen and, like, unfold in front of you, you know? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, Hallowfall is great, actually. Hallowfall is really impressive, to be honest, as a World of Warcraft zone. Man, like, when you first enter the zone, and I've got to say this, the render distance of WoW puts in some fucking work there, dude. Because they, I don't know if they did this on purpose here, but, like, the render distance, you can see everything, right? You can just see it stretching out in front of you. It looks absolutely awesome, to be honest. Like, a lot of the zones in the War Within are like that, actually. Like, they're really, really open. And you can see everything that's kind of going on there. It looks insane. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Indeed. Got some good journalism here, guys. There we go. That is how it, that's what we do. That's what you guys can expect, okay? This is the hard-hitting journalism on this channel. Go on the Patreon, support it, guys. Get on that Patreon. Do it now. That is what you are paying for. Okay, it's just like fast farming, but without the paywall. Boom! There it is. The War Within, first impressions? Oh, yeah, I should do that, actually, but I haven't played it enough. I need to play more. But yeah, maybe I will do, like, a War Within, like, first impressions thing as well. That would be good. Also, Green Death in the chat. One of those powerful gamers. Also, Magris in the chat, a.k.a. Margest. I need to go and do the hearts, man. I need to log in and do the fucking hearts. I'm going to finish this reward track, and then it's heart time. Frog. Wicked Frogs are going to be grinding for Ready Check Cup 4, dude. Ready Check Cup 4 is coming, and Frags will be ready. Yeah. Dude, honestly, I'm hyped for Vanilla Plus, man. I'm hyped for Vanilla Plus. I'm going to be logged in with awesomeness. Vanilla Plus, grind. Thoughts on being Salmon Run being the breaker? I mean, it is definitely the breaker. First off, I love the salmon races. I spent so long trying to get gold, and I finally did it. It didn't feel great, though, because I got janky at the train and routers and some bars. That actually is true, to be honest. I think 230 is way too tight. 245 seems more fair, considering only about 300 people have managed to get under 230 since the launch. Thoughts? To be honest, I mean, you can do it in the race, right? Like, I think that's kind of like the stopgap solution here, is that you can just simply play the race instead, and you basically are able to get the achievement doing that, but I don't know. I actually think this is fair. It is janky, and it is a bit frustrating. I think tightening it up would actually really help with some of the frustrations that people are having, but, yeah. I think it's fine with it being challenging, but just, like, fix some of the bugs, then it's going to feel way better, I think. Every time I think about you saying, "I'm rifting!" I can't help but let out a giggle. I mean, it's a good meme, I don't know. So it's not a surprise. Not a surprise to me. It's high tier. Deadlock, the new Valve game. I've heard some whispers about it, but what is it? What type of game is it? Are you going to assign roles, specs for World vs. World Reset? I'll probably be here early, yeah, so we can have, like, some organization. But, you know, I'm not going to, like, say, oh, yeah, if you can't play X and you can't play, we'll see what we can do. We'll, like, mix it together. Because of Dota and Overwatch. Interesting, actually. So it's almost going to be like a shooter version of Smite, then. Wasn't there what was that other one, guys? Wasn't there this, like, MOBA that was also a shooter? What was it called? I can't remember. Did it also begin with a V? It died. It's a dead game, guys. It's like a dead game. What was it called? What am I thinking of? It's not Paladins. It's not, Paragon. Yeah, Paragon. Yeah. That game. Yeah, so it's a bit like that. But yeah, that's like fucking dead as fuck, right? Interesting idea. Not with a V. Yeah, interesting. All right. Okay, I'm vaulting. Wait, I need a yak. Dude, I need a yak. I need a yak that we gotta go do the hearts. I'll do the world boss as well. Maybe here, does it? Oh, Paragon's back, huh? Predecessor. Okay. Interesting. This one's already been taken. Wilders Cat, tier 1. Yak, yak, yak. Very nice. Dude, 3,200 subs. I need to do a special stream. I need to do a special stream soon, guys, because we need to break the all-time sub record. I need to give you guys a reason to swipe. I need some good content here. Because 3.8k subs, I get a new emote slot. And this is a rare opportunity. I have to probably wait until next year for the next expansion to go for that again. You all need to swipe now, guys. T-What broke to Act 1. Yeah, that's unironically true, yeah. It's time. It's time to kill this yak. Pack Dolyak. Uh-oh. We've got a Harbinger here. Kind of want to... I need to kite a little bit here. Okay. Okay, and we get the... Oh, I'm blinded. It's annoying. Okay, you got the bigger... Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, this is not looking hot. Definitely not the best matchup, to be honest, guys. Not the best, honestly. And we honestly got him, though. We had him off guard there at the start, but... Yeah, Selly Harb, gonna be a little bit rough to face, honestly, on the Selly Firebrand. Vivaloof, tier 1. 42-hour Chaos Stream on September 27th. Yep, man, it's kind of crazy. It's such a long time away, actually. It's wild. Big on Pratt's new builds. I absolutely loathe beating up the Golem, but at the same time, it's also my build muscle memory the most. I feel like too comfortable playing the same 3 or 4 builds. I actually think you can't. I think you need to have a reason to do it. So... I think, actually, this is something that a lot of players struggle with because there actually isn't enough... There isn't enough, like, reason to learn something new because there's not enough new content. I honestly think wait for the raid would be my honest opinion. Because there, you're going to be motivated to push yourself. You're going to be motivated to, like, learn something new. Because, like, right now, there's not much... There's not much motivation because content is easy, right? Very, very easy. And there's nothing new to kind of try stuff out in. There's no like, reason to learn, right? And that can be difficult with motivation. For sure. Do you still feel strong emotions after you get soloed? I mean, no. If you lose and you're getting like a surge of emotion, that's an ego issue that you need to deal with. But I mean, in that situation, I actually think I did an okay job. That's an unwinnable matchup, right? Like, and that's something you can definitely feel frustrated if you, especially if you win a fair fight, but that's unwinnable. Like the fact that I even got him to 50%, right? Like means I kind of did okay. But yeah. But yeah, no, like Selly Harb versus like Zerg Firebrand, unwinnable. But you just gotta, you know, you shouldn't, you can never let your ego get in the way of like losing. If you lose, you lose. Like, you know, you're not dying in real life, right? There you go. I gave guiding star Mr. Quiggles. Mr. Quiggles, it's too much. Mr. Quiggles is impossible. Yeah, and I think it's not about funding the environment, to be honest. I think it's all about like having a motivation. I think the motivation is the key thing here. It's not actually it's not like how do I do it? It's how do I want to do it. That's like the key thing in my opinion. And that is actually where I think it is the much more difficult thing to overcome. It's like, you know, because I definitely feel this as well. It's like why would I learn a new build? I just have no reason to, right? Like everything I'm doing right now just like dominates the game, right? In every single way. There's like not a lot of motivation for me to do that. I actually want to make content, but again, that's like a motivation that is again like very isolated to me, right? Like not everyone is here for the content, right? You know? So it's not a particularly relevant motivation for you guys. Like I want to learn some builds, right? And like try some stuff out to like make some fun YouTube videos and do some fun streams. But other than that, like I have no reason to learn a new build. Because, like, when I want to learn a new build, I want to do something for a reason, right? Like, for example, I would be very motivated to learn new builds if I was playing in a PvP team, you know? And we were trying to win the monthly. Like, I'll learn any build to do that. But, or like, anything for, like, raid progression, I'll learn it for raid progression, right? No problem. Or, like, if Mythic Plus is really good. But, like, if there's, like, no reason to do it, then I don't really give a shit. I do want to get good at the builds, but I'm like, I'm already doing all this handful, like competitive, why do I need more? And yeah, that's what I mean. Like, this is why I think it's better to wait for an opportunity, right? Like, wait for a thing that is going to demand something of you. Yeah. Squad join? What is this? The hell is this? I'm just being randomly added. I'm leaving. What's the article, Embassy? Man, dude, these hearts, man. Dude, these hearts are fucking destroying me. No event. It's actually despair. Post power. Exactly right. Like that, in my opinion, like this is what you need. Like you need the game to actually push you here, in my opinion. I think that like learning something like in a way, like learning something just for the sake of it, like feels a bit artificial, to be honest. Like I think there always has, well, at least for me, I like a goal, I like a mission. It's why I've been like kind of almost like floating through Guild Wars 2 in a very unsatisfied way, because I have no quest, right? I did it. I beat the game, you know? And I'm not talking about JANTHIR Wilds, by the way. I'm talking about like the entire game. Like I've been just like moving through it without any kind of like goal or purpose, because there's like there's nothing for me to do that I haven't already done. And like that, you definitely need like some kind of mission. You need like some kind of quest to go on, like whether that's like a personal one or one that the game has set for you. You need a goal. Fabrascog though with the Prime, nice. When it was only the base games, worth trying to get back into the game. Yeah, sure, why not? Seems good. Okay, here we go.
The flames never last, but they
and max out your character. I can't imagine anything worse. You got to understand, like, I don't care about progression whatsoever, right? Like, and that might be someone's like version of this for sure, but it really is like it's a deeply personal thing that you have to figure out on your own. Like, what do you want out of the game? Like, is there anything you want out of the game, or maybe it's time for another game, right? There's nothing wrong with that answer, by the way. Like, you know, if you go and just do something else, then that's also perfectly fine too. Nice, dude. It's the disaster heart over here. On use relics. I actually think that would be, if there was like a relic hotkey that you could use, that would actually be pretty high tier, I think. New races or classes? Not this time around though. I think new race could happen though. They're experimenting with it. Why do you still play it? I mean, there's a couple of reasons. I'm trying to get a couple of things going in game in terms of actual gameplay, but like my big motivation to honestly play video games is because I like streaming. I like content creation. It's very fun to me. Is the game fun? I would say so. Yeah. First Garth. God. Continue. Ah, here we go. Nice. Just a couple more events, ArenaNet. Just give us a couple more in this map. Technical reason they don't allow race change or against their philosophy. It's probably a bit of like a legacy thing. Because of like of how the personal story works, right? Like it will be kind of weird to do a race change in that regard. And they also probably do want to encourage you to have more characters, because ultimately, like, they don't want you to just, like, race change your character, because they want you to ultimately, like, buy more character slots, right? And, like, have that kind of pressure on your account of, like, your character slots filling up. So there's a little column A, a little column B. I think it would be, race change in the game would be kind of weird, given, like, how the story works in the core game. Not so much anymore, obviously, but definitely in the core game. And, yeah, also just the, like, it's part of the business, isn't it? It is a part of business. Tell what, lost to the WoW story? How did I lose to the WoW story? WoW story was pretty good. Here we go. Lost to Zaltar's feet. Listen, I'm not into that stuff. I know you guys love that stuff, right? You're like posting images there. You know, you're you're retweeting stuff. I know you're involved in that, but I'm not into that stuff, guys.
Never attacked, not once, but twice. Yeah.
I think Jester is going to intentionally fail that story mission over and over again, so he never has to leave.
According to Guiding Star, one was enormous.
Open squad. Oh yeah, we've got the I guess we got the meta coming up. Guess we can do that. I will need to actually buy the War Within. Buy the Ultimate Edition, Jester. I think it's time. The Epic Edition. Swipe. Swiper! Yeah. Let's see if this, the Coden's here. The Garden. Nice. Oh. Oh, these people are all waiting for it, I think. They want the achievement. That Dana has been converted to the WoW cult? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What does that mean? He's playing. Does it mean he's playing WoW? I mean, that's that definitely. I mean, I think he used to play WoW. Obviously, he was like, involved in the Blizzard ecosystem with StarCraft, of course. Yeah. This meta is much like Epoch. It will fail when good people leave. I think so, yeah, because of the DPS check. Just like the DPS and healing check. It's going to farm people.
Good. Almost there.
Hasn't played an MMO? Oh, really? Interesting. First time a month ago. Yeah, I saw some of his first impressions. Can't join your squad? Well, try harder. You should be able to join. $15 week 1 to save 2 seconds week 6. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the leveling is. Leveling's pretty meaty, right? Like leveling a character is going to take a while. Hey, Dothan, how you doing? Okay, this one's done. Carrots. All right. Here we go. And now we've got the pomegranates and the raw meat. Let's go. Get to Hallowfall. I mean, I played the entire story. So I'm level 76. The quest chain with John Keishan is probably the best 20 minutes on YouTube. Yeah, honestly, some of the some of the quests in the game are really fun. Actually, they're really cool. The game's got a nice sense of humor. What do you think overall? I think the story is very solid. Actually, it was cool. I was engaged with the story. Like once again, I was super impressed by the voice acting. Actually, it's really good. I like the voice direction a lot. And there was like loads of different characters and stuff. It was pretty cool. Yeah, and all the cutscenes, yeah, were really good. Like, the cutscenes were really good. I think, I really like that they've gone hard on trying to make Xalatath, like, the main villain of the, I presume the entire expansion, and maybe even longer than that, actually, I guess, depending on, like, how things go. I think that's very cool. I think, yeah, like, her VA is really good. You know, I think the way she kind of, like, floats around and all that kind of stuff is also really fun. Definitely going to be a really compelling character, I think. That's going to be one hell of a raid fight, right? Like, you know, definitely want to see, like, Xalatath. Like, I want to see them go, like, really all out, you know, on making Xalatath, like, a crazy raid fight, right? Like, a mega, like, end boss, I think. If Xalatath isn't an end boss, that's kind of feels bad, to be honest. Like, I don't want to see that shit. Like, Xalatath needs to be an end boss. 100%.
What a reward I've received.
Don't want to stretch it to midnight. Yeah, I mean, she'd be a good final boss. I think she'd be a good final boss expansion. But with the Call of the Saga. Okay, so Xalatath is going to be like maybe an end boss in midnight then. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Can I get invited to Fungus? You can. You've been invited to Fungus. It's hype, man. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's going to be a big hype then up to when you finally get to battle her then, right? How are the metas in JANTHIR Wilds? I mean, there aren't any meta events. It's just world bosses, but they're decent for sure. I would have liked meta events, or at least one on this second map. That would have been really good. Is there a meta on the second map? There is not. There is a world boss on the second map. It uses the same UI as a meta event, but it is not a meta event. But that's not, like, inherently bad. Dude, I need just a tiny bit of progress, like a little drip. Just a sip. I went to the guild. Yes. You know what's really interesting to me, guys? People join guilds all the time. But do you know what's really fascinating to me, actually, guys? Is that, I always feel like people join guilds just to be in the guild, not to do anything with that guild. I guarantee you that I will be kicking probably 75% of everyone who's joined this guild, because nobody will actually show up to play. That's extremely likely. Like, this is a really big thing that happens in Guild Wars 2. Almost everyone here who's asking for an invite here is getting kicked. Because they won't actually do anything. Like, they just want to be in the guild to be in the guild. Like, to, I guess, like, you know, to kind of like, oh yeah, I'm in a guild, right? And almost have like a little tick, little checkbox almost. They won't actually do anything. Which is kind of interesting, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I kicked them. There we go. Heart completed. Yeah. Let's continue. Man, dude, this heart is fucked up. They need to make they actually have to make this one better, dude. We're already like, you know, we're a week in. I'm already dreading doing this heart. Like that's not right? I should not be dreading having to do this heart again. It's a real shame because I actually really like what they've done with hearts. I like the systems quite a lot, but they just need a couple more events on this map. They really do. No, I'm not. I will not cloud. I am ethical. I am not gonna cloud. Yeah. Ethical only, guys. But honestly, it feels good, man, you know? I actually really want to... Okay. I need to do the anti-MMO circle jerk video. Because every time people talk about MMOs, I feel like people talk about it like it's the fucking end of days when it comes to MMOs. And I think that's true when it comes to... I think that's true when it comes to new MMOs, actually. And I'll have to very carefully, like, draw that distinction here. But, dude, like, Guild Wars 2 and WoW releasing some banger fucking content, like, within a week. Like, bro, like, we cannot call this, like, you know, like, the doomsday for MMOs. Ah, no, dude. Like, and Final Fantasy just dropped a really big expansion. You know, I think there was... I need to do some research on that. Apparently, there was, like, a little bit of controversy over that. But, honestly, based, I think people said it was too easy. I fucking respect that. Okay? Love to see that, but I have to do some actual research into that. But it's like, it's actually so wild to me. Like, you'd think, like, the world is fucking ending when it comes to MMOs. Like, if you read the discourse online, but, no, dude. I feel like it's really good right now. Yeah. Is somehow around. I enjoy it and I'm comped. Well, I mean, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like, RuneScape 3, it's not a game that I would play, but you have to be happy that it exists, right? Because let's be real, guys. All of, like, the Gamba and MTX in that game is basically, like, enabling old school RuneScape to, basically, like, leech off it to an extent. Based. Okay, here we go. But ESO, didn't ESO have an expansion as well? ESO is just not a game I'm just not familiar with ESO. I can't give a lot of commentary on it. I just don't know anything about it. Yeah. Guild Wars releases are too far apart. Yeah, I mean, look. At the end of the day, I just view that as like a different type. Like, is Guild Wars 2 a good game to main for someone like you, MSC? Absolutely not. Like, Guild Wars 2 fits into your schedule. Like, you log in a little bit between releases and maybe, like, PvP a little bit. Like, I think if you played it as your PvP game, you'd be okay. Population's a bit scuffed, but, like, you know, you can still have fun in PvP, I think. A little bit. But, like, this is your main game? Definitely not. Like, you know, I think for some people it can be, who want, like, a much more slow-paced experience, but, like, someone like you? Nah, no way. Obviously not. You know, it's for Rev. Is it 60k yet? Have they managed to make it do 60k DPS yet?
My thanks.
Yeah. New World. Dude, the New World shit, like, I just want it to be over. I want them to shut down the game. I would never say that about any game, and obviously I'm kind of joking here, but I just want New World to be over, man. It needs to end, right? So I need closure. I need closure, guys. I feel like I'm watching a loved one, like wither away from, like, a terminal disease, and it's just like, Man, this feels really bad. Like, this is like a horrible experience. Yeah. And that's how I feel about New World, guys.
Most helpful this is. This should be all the samples. Very reliable you are. I was
Yeah.
now we can make a therapeutic using what was gathered.
Yeah, you know what? I think saying loved one is probably a bit fucked up. It's like a dog, you know? You've got a pet dog and the poor little bastard is just basically dying slowly and is in a huge amount of discomfort in front of you. It does not feel good, you know? Yeah. Does not feel good, chat.
Excellent, promising news.
Level 80 fly. Level 80 fly.
We've managed to craft a remedy, something that will hopefully stop the rot.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, Delta. Fuck. Yeah. Oh. Didn't the dog just get a surgery? Bro, a console release is not going to save New World. Well, I mean, dude, maybe we're actually just idiots. Maybe they've cooked up, like, the sickest console release and, like, New World is back. Like, maybe, but I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. Yeah. Delta died to level 7 Wolf. I believe it was actually level 15 Wolf. It was, of course, retweeted by the New World Twitter, guys. It was posted by New World Twitter. Delta dying to level 15 Wolf.
So many screaming mouths.
Boom.
Sacrifices on the bloodstone.
It was level 7, the Wolf 15, and I was AFK. I mean, that's no excuse. You still died to that Wolf, dude. Although, honestly, I'm not sure if Jester has room to talk. We could bring up a couple of very, very troubling clips. We could easily find those. Yeah. Fuck. Dude, New World is like the end of the Green Mile, bro. Bro, it's getting worse, man. Holy fuck. It's getting worse. It's actually getting worse. Yeah. That isn't funny. That is actually officially not funny. Yeah. Also, shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. 400 people are watching TeaTime live on YouTube. Love to see that. Big shout out there, guys. All the Throne and Liberty stands. It's because I have no fucking clue, to be honest. I have no idea. Yeah. Dude, give me the event. Feed me.
Samples are blended. Now to test them.
It's very cool, actually. But, you know, there's a good chunk of people that watch the stream on YouTube now. Like, usually it's like a good, you know, 150, 200 people watching on YouTube. Which is actually really cool. I guess I'm kind of diluting my Twitch views in some way. But, honestly, I actually don't really mind that much. Because, at the end of the day, I want to provide the best possible service I can to you guys. And if that means you guys prefer to watch on YouTube, then that's fine by me. I still want to actually improve this too, actually. I still really struggle to keep track of both chats. I mostly look at Twitch chat. I'm gonna have to actually just straight up... I'm gonna have to write my own, guys. I'm sorry, I have to do it. I have to write my own. To be honest. I need to write a software solution for watching both chats. But, you know. I'll get around to that eventually. Because I need to make my bot also work with I need to make the bot work with YouTube. Right now the bot only does Twitch. So I'm gonna have to actually write Mighty T Bot. Mighty T Bot version 5. There's a browser on that will merge them for you already. Can you link me that? Actually, I'm really interested. I did look around for stuff like that, but I couldn't find anything. Doesn't Twitch have a rule that you're not allowed to interact with the offsite chat? No, you're not allowed to show it. It's technically a violation of TOS if I show the YouTube chat on stream, which is a bit of a bummer in my opinion, but it is what it is. Truffle teapot? Let me have a look. Truffle Ludwig. What is this? What does it do? Okay, I'm just going to install it and see what happens. Okay, I've added it. I'm hacked. It's over. I'm hacked. Ludwig owns me now. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, he owns me. It's mining Bitcoin in my browser. Grub event? Bro, I don't mess around with grubs, bro. Okay, connect your YouTube. I've done it. Okay. I'm connecting my YouTube account. I'm doing it. It hacked me. Also, join for the world bosses, guys. We're tagged up. We're juiced. Right. Unknown error? What do you mean? Okay, it worked. All right. Oh, interesting. This is, This is interesting. So this is almost like a third-party chat service, actually. It, like, merges them together. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. Nice. I love it when I don't have to do it, and someone else has already done it. That's my favorite. How to join? You just squad join. Okay. Okay. I added the chat. How do I see the chat? I can do all sorts of things. I can, look, I can make a thing I can sell to you guys. I have a shop that we can add. Oh, wait. Oh, cool. Whoa. Okay, this is really interesting. Okay. Man, okay, this application is very interesting. You can actually sell emotes on this this service as well. Like, you can actually cut Twitch and YouTube out of it entirely. Ooh. It's time. Bought. I mean, a fungus. What should I take? A Reaper build. We will be doing builds on Tuesday. I will do a full walkthrough for everyone playing World vs. World. Okay, hang on. Guys, wait, what's this? Wait, the week of 26th of August. Friday, what was your searching? And Guildhall claiming, right? Hang on, I got to add this in. Okay. Okay, this is going in all caps. Tuesday, patch. Okay, Tuesday at patch time onwards. World versus World war meeting and Peepo inspection. Yes. Be there. There we go. Project Fungo begins. Okay, so how do I see the fucking chat on Truffle, man? I don't want to watch a video right now. I don't want to see a video, dude. I just want to... I want to see what's going on. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, wait, what... What is this, actually? I don't want to combine the chats together, though, and it's kind of doing that. Wait, this is like an overlay thing. Yo, crew, thanks for the raid. Yo! Love to see that. Very cool. Thanks a lot. Gamer mode active. Yes, gamer mode activated. Welcome, gamers. Welcome, friends. Welcome. We will face the world boss very soon. It's going to be epic. I'm also desperately trying to finish this heart and failing to do so. But it's good stuff. Crew, high tier, actually. Yeah, I was actually, I was reading your Twitter, actually, Crew. What did you say? You said something I found really interesting. Let me actually go and find it. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen your video on this yet. I didn't watch the clip, because I was just on my phone, and I wasn't watching the videos. But yeah, you said these side stories really need to be worked on. What? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I have to watch this video, actually. I'm not spamming the adventure. I refuse to do the adventure. I will only fight things.
So we're gonna just settle our expectations. We're gonna simmer down.
I led a map to 4% and it was so fun. Yeah, the world boss is pretty good. Wait, the wolves have all spawned up here. What is this? The hell is going on? Look, I get credit for these wolves. Okay. Surely the other event is up now. Welcome, Raiders. Last day of drops, man. Have you enabled it on Twitch? I think I have, yeah. But I was hoping it was. I was actually hoping that what this is going to do is like modify my Twitch chat. But it looks like I have to like have like a separate window open. That's fine. I can work with that. Man, I think I just want a. I think what I want is just an unbelievably specific use case. I might have to make it anyway. Yeah, this is your last chance to get your drops, guys. Like, your last chance to get your drops in. You better do it now. Get that FOMO in here. It's time. When I finished more of them, the last night Cycles was putting me through it. That's really interesting, actually. Which one were you doing? Wait, wait, are you doing, like, the getting the... Was it the getting the gang together one? Let me see. Oh, what was it? Oh, no, this is not that one. This is the when you have to, you're, like, building a quaggan, right? So, yeah, I'll look forward to it. I will definitely watch that. It integrates them both into Twitch in the same browser window. Really? It's not doing that for me. Do I have to, like, refresh or something? Like, wait, where do I enable that? How do I enable that? Because I enabled the application. What do I have to click? Because this is what this is the thing that I've got right now. Build a quaggan. Yeah. That was pretty cool, actually. Oh yeah, there are a couple where the tips are a little bit misleading. But you know what? That's kind of par for the course. All F4. I mean, who knows? We're nearly done. Well, I'll figure this out. This is pretty good, actually. This seems pretty good. Truffle.vip. I'm doing this relic. It's time. What? What the? Didn't work. It's over. Self-role developer. Yep. I got my work cut out, though, with Streamlink right now, because, yeah, I'm a little bit obsessed with this. I really want to try to get this to work. There's a plugin for OBS called Streamlink that basically allows you to just directly get the a video feed from any stream. And here's the really cool thing about this. I'm just going to get Twitch Turbo. Because check this out, guys. If you have Twitch Turbo, I can pass my account's authentication through Streamlink, and it means I won't have any ads. So you know that thing that shows up on the Twitch embedded player, right? Where the ads shows up and it kind of blocks the stream, so it's hard for me to switch between the streams all the time. That will no longer be a problem. The only issue is that it's... well, there's two issues, actually. One, it's written in C++, because, and that's a language I'm not very familiar with. I haven't really worked with it before. And two, it doesn't work with modern OBS, so it probably needs like a decent chunk of modification to actually make it work with like the more modern versions of OBS. So we've got some learning to do, guys. We've got some learning. Need to just block out the time and do it. It's actually a really powerful resource, by the way. I would probably, if I do manage to make it work and modify it, I'll actually just probably just like make a public repository for it, because it's actually really useful, to be honest. I imagine that quite a lot of people might have a similar use case for this. I was actually really impressed by what Twitch have done. Man, like I hope they keep developing. You know, let's like this like call-in feature that I had. We've been using a little bit with Twitch recently, guys. That is actually really good. The video quality and the audio quality on it is really high. It's actually like really high. I think it's great. I'm probably going to be switching to using that thing for TeaTime, guys, like the new Twitch feature, because it's just better audio quality than Discord. It's like very reminiscent to like what TeamSpeak sounds like, actually. Just like it's just better quality than Discord. And also the video sharing is actually really good as well. Everyone was dogging on it. I mean, people are dogging on it because it has this... For some reason, they made it opt out instead of opt in. And here's the other problem. You opt out, and then it re-enables the next stream. I'm not really sure what they were thinking there, to be honest. It's a bit weird, and it's kind of awkward to like fully opt out of it as well. I think that's what people are focusing on a lot, but it's actually really good. I think it's a good, very solid feature, actually. And you can just like hop on and talk to people like anytime with up to 6 people. It's really nice. And the video and audio is really good. It's better than Discord. There are a couple of things that are problematic, though, like the thing I just described, obviously, but also the other thing that's a bit wonky about it is there's no push-to-talk. Push-to-talk would be really good, and if they are able to... I think that's a bit weird to implement in a browser, though, actually. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, how weird that will be with, like, handling, you know, kind of, like, global key inputs, basically, through a browser. That's going to be weird, I think. But, yeah, like, if they can find a way to, like, you know, make it better... Has to activate, exactly, yeah, and that's super awkward because it's not necessarily going to be an active window, right? So, like, I think the implementing, like, push talk is going to be a bit hard there. So I almost feel like they... Oh, Discord browser push talk, but will it work even if you're not focusing on that browser? I almost feel like I almost feel like Twitch might even have to consider a standalone application for this to like really give it all the features it needs. Like web browsers are great, and the fact that it runs in a browser, in other words, people don't need to install anything for it to work, is really good actually. But there are a couple of things that, you know, I think only a desktop application is going to be able to deliver on properly. So that's also a thing. Yeah. I haven't seen this also, but work can be fiddly. Yeah, it's definitely you know, again, I haven't worked with C++, so, and I also know there's a lot of like working with C++ is not really going to be the same as working with C#, right? Trust me, okay? I was fucking messing around with fucking CMake trying to get the thing to actually build for ages. I'm a clown, guys. I'm fucking clueless, dude. Literally clueless. Well, we've got this jade armor over here. Let's kill it. Get him. They have blackline keys for map completion? I don't think so. I got a decent chunk actually doing map completion. Whoa. Hell happened there? Just got pulled in, instantly killed. Destroyed. That one was weird. It was like using its like Giga attack, and it was also doing its pull spin move at the same time. That was kind of weird. Well, it's dead now. Right, let's make some subgroups. I think the action key isn't working, by the way. Look, I'm still getting the condies even after pressing the button. What's up with that? Kind of programming. A variety of things, like mostly with C# and JavaScript. All right. Easy completion there. Wait, do I need to actually? Do I need to do anything with the weekly? No, we actually did the weekly. Okay. All right. Let me. I kind of want to do. Kind of want to do Greer, honestly. I kind of prefer Greer to Decima. Oh yeah, and PHP. That is true. Yeah, yeah. I forgot that. Although honestly, guys, I never found PHP to be quite as bad as it has its reputation for. Got a PHP in there, guys. A bit of a $ enjoyer.
And then I think I'm just having fun again. So like, you know what? It is what it is.
The winds are picking up.
I like how I had Kroof's Twitter clip just playing on repeat very quietly in the background until I noticed it just now. That's quite funny, actually. You love to see it. All right, guys, let's face the Titans. It's actually time. Got some druids, nice. It is time. Man, we need more booners. Get in here, guys. We got 4 minutes to get this set up. We face the Titans. Boona! I can't fully remember. Oh, you mean like the stuff on the stream? I mean, I don't want to show both chats on stream because that's actually, again, like that's technically against TOS. I'm not gonna do that unless Twitch can basically give it the okay. But you know, what do you think the best combination after Scourge Herald? I think after Scourge Herald, it's gonna be like Firebrand, and let's see. I mean, Firebrand and Tempest would be really good, I think. Well, I was trying to use Herald, not Herald and Druid. Like, we'll get rid of Herald. If we replace the second quickness source, what it's going to be, I feel like we're going to go... I feel like if we're not playing a Herald, Firebrand is the obvious way to go. And if we're not playing a Scourge, then Tempest is going to be a really way to go. No Alak in my sub. We do need more Alak providers. We do need that. We need more. We absolutely do. Maybe, dude, Orca is going to play Quickness Untamed. Let's fucking go. It's time. All right. Evens, Greer, odds, Decima. Yeah, we do have some Alak Scourges. Look, okay, I am going to commit to this, guys. I am gonna make like a little video series, maybe even on stream. We'll do like some stream content. I am gonna show you guys the fucking busted like hyper carry open world builds. It's actually time. Like, we are gonna spread the word of Selly Alak Scourge. We are gonna spread the word of Herald Okay, and the word of like Selly Firebrand as well. Like we have to spread the word, guys. It's the only way. Yeah. A boba. How long are you streaming for? Probably a little bit longer. I'm not gonna go too crazy though, actually. I want to actually just wind it down a little bit. Just relax. Just chill out. At the end of the week. Can I go into Fungus for World vs. World? You can. Here you go. Boom. Oh, no you can't. Because you got too many guilds. Too many guilds, Sag. Everyone is at Greer now. Guys, read this fucking squad message. There we go. Bank holiday Monday? We do. We do indeed. Alright, here we go. Join us.
The storm roars on the horizon.
Don't go down or Peepos transfuse me to AoEs. Oh, but look, they'll just res you though. They'll just press F and you'll get revived. Alt full Pugred FC Monday. I think I'm gonna play some WoW tomorrow. Like, oh, man, I really want to stream tomorrow. That's the thing. I wanted to have a chill day, but I might do like a very, very chill WoW leveling stream. That might be what we do tomorrow. Chill WoW leveling stream. Okay, let's get some Alak in there. Wait, where's Syraxa? Syraxa wants Alak. Where are you? I will give you a druid. You went to the guild as well. You can. There we go. 9. Okay, I'll move Avert there and give you a druid. There you are. And some of these mechs have got to give Alak, right, guys? Surely. Now we've got too much Alak, though. Now we're actually missing... Oh, well, I mean, this Harbinger is probably... I feel like the Harbinger is probably going to be... Yeah.
Rigid we must remain. The strangers have woken. They've come to dance in the rain.
Kind of... We need a quicknesser for that group, but surely it's fine. Alright, here we go. Yeah. Also, by the way, guys, Sneb did research on the map cap. It's definitely over 60. I think it's more like 70, actually, by the looks of it. So there you go. Go, fight, win. Ooh. The yearning I arrest to feast on the delicacy of your world is immedicable. That's what I'm talking about, man. Greer is based. Imagine being a Decima fan, guys, when you could be a Greer enjoyer. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Obliterate Greer. Oh yeah, you need stability for that one. Nice. I can't play WoW tomorrow because I'm poor. Yeah, you know, Dranet was talking about this, and I think Angels probably feels the same, right? Like, Angels is going to be mad when people who didn't swipe and pay to win will be able to play the game. He's probably going to quit the expansion at that point. Holy shit. There's an AFK player and they got the green. That's unfortunate. I like how they're baiting all the AoEs too. They're helping us out, guys. They're baiting. Fuck monthly subs, make a daily sub fee. Honestly, I think Delta's on something with that. Daily sub fee. Better not catch on. I actually really hope not, too. It's going to be dog shit if it does. Dude, Decima has got literally 0 DPS. What the hell's going on? Wait, do we just not have people there? Guys, we need some people to get over there. Maybe we should just make 2 tags for this. I guess that makes it a bit simpler. Hey, I need to close one instance of the game. This is bad. Okay. Get the CC. We CC. We got him.
Your journey kit now.
Grab him.
Shatter the armor from their flesh. Our
Oh,
spears
I didn't get that one
rest.
because I spawned in it. Unlucky. Dude, I have 1,000,000 condies. I'm a condition. It's over. Dude, what is with this frame rate? Oh, medium character model limit. That's why. I was almost like worried that my PC was dying in real time. Two greens. Nice. Oh. Yeah, people are kind of getting farmed. I feel like our DPS is weirdly low, no? Doesn't feel like we're blasting right now. Not sure what's going on with that. Whoa. I feel like we were outside of that swipe, but we all got hit anyway. It's a Sue 1 situation. Greer. Yeah, the character model limit is important. If you want to have any frame rate, you definitely don't want that too high. It's not going to go well for you. Nice. He's firing out orbs. Actually, we're fine on damage. Uh-oh. He brings the blight. %. Your squad is doing 60k more DPS than the Ceres comp does. Yeah, it's not crazy. But, you know, we're getting there. But we're blasting, you know? We're getting there. The DPS is activated. Get the ads. I'm 50 players stacked on Greer, though. That is true. It's only like 25. It's not the full 50. Let's go. It's CC time. I think our damage has actually ramped up a lot. I'm not sure what happened, but we started to blast, I think. I think it's Warclaw time, right? Oh, I should have grabbed the way station. Oh. Yank. Whoop. Quickness on lag really helps there, actually, huh? Boom. Get owned. Whoa, dude, Grid just smashed that one person. Look at him go. Destroyed. What the fuck? Yeah, you gotta be stacked for those. Oh, is he doing the breath attack? No, he's not yet. He's not. Oh, he did that Giga AoE. That's kind of weird. I feel like there wasn't really a telegraph for that, and then just dropped it on us. Full blast. That was a long one? Yeah, it was a big tea time. It was a big tea time. 3-hour tea time, I think, actually. Juicy tea time. Caught. Oh, yeah, he's doing the breath now. He was no, oh yeah, we better stop doing damage. I don't think we really need to move people over there. We just need to, I guess, stop damage here a little bit. Because they're kind of getting there. They're pretty close. Nice. Watch the breath. So yeah, it's a shame he doesn't usually live this long, right? Because this attack is pretty cool, and he doesn't really get a chance to use it. Okay, maybe we can kind of start doing it a little bit. The conditions have ticked. Let's kill. Boom. Done. In the same spot, the second JANTHIR, trying to get one achievement every time the event was there. I would just wait, man. Like, I know there's a couple of bugs right now. My core is restored.
But those celebrations must remain modest. Strangers will return to the next.
Away he goes.
What a victory this was.
Wow.
And it was grand.
Good job, team. Right, I gotta go do the hearts on the first map now. Wait, where's this clip? We got.
You know why salmon swim upstream, don't you? They go to spawn.
Mm.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Is we're going upstream to spawn, and therefore, I have to say, if you don't have gold in the uphill salmon, you're not gonna spawn. You're gonna die a perma-virgin because your DNA isn't good enough to be passed on.
Yeah.
To the salmon eggs that are up there. And so yeah, you gotta get gold. If you guys are not gold salmon run uphill, log in and get gold. Otherwise, you're a genetic dead end. That's it.
I am never doing this adventure again.
You know.
No. Enjoy. Pre-gas 1 minute swifters use twice, not an easy clap. Yeah, there's all sorts of crazy stuff you can do, actually. You can use, like, the endurance food. You can use, like, relic of speed, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff. You can get some crazy stuff to help you go a little bit quicker. The Avengers, I did it easier in the race version. Yeah, I think the race version is intentionally easier though. I think they want gold to be a bit of a challenge. In the adventure, but the race is much easier. That's it. Professional alack giver. That is what I like to hear. Very nice. Adventure is doable, sub 215 raw. Oh, for sure, yeah, if you get really good at it. It's a bit, I mean, look, it's like Fungus Among Us, guys. We originally thought that, oh yeah, like sub 110 is going to be hard. Oh yeah, sub 105 is going to be hard. Oh yeah, sub 1 minute is going to be hard. Right, like the time, yeah, if you actually optimize it, like you'll be able to find a lot more time. Pretty good. Incredible. Fungus land for world versus world. You can. I am a tree. Account name though. Ah, here we go. Spring-hearted. Let's go. Any CCs? I think the slow should get it, right? Yeah, there we are. I'm solar storming. I'm storming. I shouldn't have used that CC there, really. Should have used the pull. Got there in the end. Wasn't Ellie Spear look this cool? It kind of does, though. The adventure community is really showing us toxicity. That is true, actually. This is time for fungus to rise.
are true.
3 minutes in a row for man, dude, I guess people really struggle with it, huh? Like, it definitely felt a bit rough today, to be honest, Roy. I felt like DPS was a bit low today, but I guess it is late, actually. So I think a lot of people are asleep. Honestly, I didn't realize. Okay, guys, I've been streaming so much. I've been streaming really early, right? And because of that, I've almost been disconnected from reality. Like, I've been streaming for 6 hours now, and it just feels really weird that it's this late. Aren't really organizing. Yeah, I mean, you will get punished for that because, of course, there just is this DPS check. You have to do the DPS check. And if you don't, you will fail. I'm stuck at level 30. It's not fun for me. It takes too long to level. Hey, tips. If you've got a level 80 boost, just use the boost. Whoa! The raid from Kyoku here. Sus Squad. Fox Flop. I like that. I like a coordinated copy pasta. Very nice. Yeah, there's for the raid, my friend. Very kind of you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, gamers. Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to, like, leveling up, if you want to level normally, do the level guide, like the character adventure guide. And if you've bought the game, you've bought the expansions, just use the boost. The one only teapot. That's right. It's me. I'm here. You have to keep streaming. Yeah, I'm gonna stream a little bit more, but not that much. Maybe like another hour or so, potentially. Can you level in World vs. World? You can, yeah. I'm not sure I'd recommend it, though. Because, you know, your gear is still relevant there, so you will get absolutely deleted in World vs. World before you're max level. In an hour, Lara will raid you. Well, Lara is not streaming. Lara is relaxing today. Pros and cons of Ellie versus Mesmer. I mean, I think Mesmer is very versatile. Like, Ellie is a little bit less, a bit more brittle in what it can do. Whereas Mesmer has like basically amazing builds for every role. Elementalist has a lot of variety when it comes to what type of damage build you can play. There's like a million different DPS LE builds, and they're all pretty different as well.
Into the basket.
Enjoying the spear? I am enjoying the spear actually. I like the Guardian spear quite a lot, especially in World vs. World. You can campfire as Ellie, it's true. But yeah, honestly, I am feeling depleted. It's been an intense week, guys. Like it's been an average of 14 hours a day of streaming. Does guards bit DPS? Yeah, it does actually. In power builds, not as like Condi builds or hybrid builds, but it's really good on heal firebrand. And I think it's also good on DPS power builds. Like Dragon Hunter, for example, is doing really well right now with Spear. Yeah. Have you had fun? I mean, I'd say so. Yo, send in the chat. What's going on? Yeah, I'd say it was a fun week. It was a fun week, honestly. It was.
If you got anything left in your paws, bring it over.
Cinder in the chat. Yeah, I saw, yeah, did Sin, did you, was there a reason why you didn't want to play the Thief, Thief Spear in the AT? Some was it just because of those nerfs, like the changes they made? Like with the cancelling for the initiative refund? Because, yeah, I saw some footage of you, like, absolutely fucking farming people, right, with the Spear. Pretty cool stuff. Opinion on Condi Spear Revenant. Condi Spear Revenant, it's probably a little bit overpowered right now, but, yeah. The stealth on 3 needing to hit an enemy killed it. Interesting. So maybe they can look at that then and maybe have a bit of like a halfway solution to make it a bit more viable then. Yeah. Also, is that roster like your Moda team, by the way, Sind? Is that what you've been cooking up? Because I'm going to be rounding all the teams up, I think, or well, who's potentially going to be playing this week, hopefully. I need to get all of you guys together so we can actually figure out a good date for the tournament. That is going to be the goal.
There it is. Can't blame
The Giga Drake.
But it's going to turn the shoreline to fish bones.
Play it on my main. I will actually, but I haven't yet really.
Take care of our friend here.
Elite Drake. Let's do it. I like how that guy's just sky scaling. Just sky scaling this Drake down. Really should be using Torch. Double polycentric infusion effects on your character, they cancel each other out? I actually have no idea. I'm clueless. Nice. Job done. Wait, look at that. It's nearly completed. Not quite. Decent healer. Yeah, Mesmer is one of the best healers in the game, actually. Heal Chrono is one of the best, if not arguably the best healer in the game currently. That's the good news. Is this guy bugged?
Great catch today, Harp. Hope your knife's ready to scale.
Oh, no, it just folds onto the next event.
Not a crap catch. Pretty good, even for you. What'd you do, bro?
Bears.
Oh, you know my spear paw. Quick as a journeyman's leap. Ha! Was all sorts of silly. You see...
Got the Wayfinder's help, did you? You want to help me? Prep needs to start...
Bears.
Now. Don't care. You. Skin, gut, salt, and dry. In that order.
Fish are going sour real fast these days. So let's get to work.
Let's get to work. Let's do it. If anyone wants to put a subgroup bounty run in the game, how do you think I should do it? I imagine a mission where you command a squad of NPCs, you got to organize them RTS style. I mean, that would, yeah, that you could do that. I think the issue, I think the issue is not actually the concept of subgroups though. It's actually like what each class does is the issue. And also the fact that it kind of requires some communication. You kind of need to communicate with people and understand like who's playing what and kind of talk to people to figure that out.
To make them last as long as possible, they'll need a good salt bath.
Boom.
Then you hang them up to dry.
Heart complete. There we go. Fish has been hung up.
That knife work will get easier.
Daily login rewards? Yeah, there are. That is something that exists. First Garth. I mean, what a classic, guys. Like, First Garth, what an emote, you know? What a good emote. Wait, why did Mellors... Wait, why is First Garth... I'm not seeing First Garth even show up. What's happened here? Ah, here we go. Is this player, like, waited? Look at this little peepo. They're afraid of this bear.
Quickly, Wayfinder. Show me your purpose.
Let's do this. That overlay item thing that you showed on stream, yeah, that would be really nice actually. Like, it's Darren uses it on his stream actually. I think it's a little. It is technically a hack, so I won't use it. But yeah, I would love it if they actually allowed you to use stuff like that. It's really nice. And mark people on Boon's info. Okay, look, okay, I actually think that would be good, but the trouble is that in my mind, that really is not going to solve the problem. That is way too much effort for 99% of people to engage with. Like, that is a system that, to be frank, basically nobody would use. Or rather, okay, in my opinion, the type of person who would use that doesn't need it. Does that make any sense, guys? It's not even a band-aid. I don't think it actually hits the right people. Like, you're not trying to make commanding easier for the people who already do it. You're trying to make commanding more appealing for the people who don't. Like, in my opinion, something like that, like being able to like mark people with a boon, all the people who would use that are already doing it. They just go, oh, neat. This just makes my job a little bit easier. I don't think it would actually help with people who don't do it. Because, again, you still need the knowledge to implement a system like that. And even worse, it's actually a lot of work. It makes it sound complicated. And actually, imagine having to, like, update that every single time. That is, like, kind of a lot of busy work, right? Dude, listen to the music. It's very intense. Crazy. Nice. Can't imagine doing it for a 50-man squad regularly. I mean, I don't know, you can just kind of YOLO it most of the time and it will be mostly okay. As long as people are getting their boons, you're in business. Is PvP solo queue hell fixable? What do you mean by that? Like, can they make solo queue fun again? I think if they manage to get more people to play, they can. It's definitely fixable. Like, PvP, there's nothing inherently wrong with solo queue. The problem right now is there's just not enough players playing. 4 checkbox under the mentor appetite, they're saying A, Q, H, DPS. Because, again, you're focusing on people who are already tagging. You're not focusing on people who don't tag. Like, the people who already command would like a feature like that, but to be honest, that would just make their job easier. I actually don't think features like that would help. Everyone can declare what they are. The problem is that most people don't even know what they are. Like, I don't think it would actually be that useful. And what if people just, like, put it in wrong as well? Expecting the commander to need to know everything. I actually agree with that. I think there's actually a bit of a problem like with this actually in WoW too. Except it's not the leader of the group, it's the tank. If you're the tank in WoW, you are the leader, and everyone expects you to... Dude, this is fucked up actually. Although this is not a code and it's like a regular bear, but still. Everyone expects you as a tank to know like how to do the dungeon and like be able to like lead and stuff. It's kind of like that in WoW too, but yeah, in Guild 2 it's definitely worse. Like, yeah, you know, the command... I think there's a... Well, actually, is that even true? I'm not even sure if that's true. I think people think there's a lot of expectations, but I don't think that's actually true. I would argue this is one of the kind of misinformation moments in the community. I don't think people really... I don't think that... You're not even expected to do subgroups, actually, as a commander. Like, not very often, anyway. Like, maybe on, like, Epoch people do and on Dragon's End, but even then, not really. So I think people think there's expectations, but I don't think there actually are really expectations.
Hey, Wayfinder. JANTHIR is wild terrain.
How much cover they can achieve with their concentration? That stuff is way too specific. Like, that is, like... That is development and also intuition hell. Yeah, I don't know. Like, stuff like that is going to be sus. Like, even computing that, the thing is, you can't really compute information like that because that kind of implies doing a certain pre-built rotation, right? Like, using your abilities in a certain way. And again, these are not solutions that I think are guys, again, I really want to say this again, guys. Everything you're talking about is making it easier for people who already do it, which, by the way, I'm in favor of, but we need a solution that targets people who don't currently tag, right? Like, the actual problem that we're running into here is that not enough people are making groups. Based on concentration? Yeah, but what about rotation? Like, rotation is also incredibly relevant there, right? Like, not just, like, the stats. I should have the ability to flag down World Vs. World if you just want to run around the map and enjoy the scenery. Yes. Yeah. I think I don't know what I would do actually for this in open world. To be honest, look, I'm just gonna say it. I actually think World vs. World has this right. I think bonus loot for commanders would be good. And you have to have like a squad of like... I mean, that could potentially get a bit weird. Like, multiple people might want to do it, but... I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know how I would do it. You need to incentivize people to make groups. Like, you need to like, really incentivize people to tag up and use the tag system.
Oh, no.
Tag in open world. Yeah, we're talking about, like, just people making groups in general, like, for all, like, PvE stuff, I think. Yeah, like, PvE tags. Because people don't tag up. And, like, that's the problem we're trying to solve. But again, I don't even think it's even about rewards, really. This is the only MMO ever where making a group is scary to people. And okay, I need to be more precise with my language. Guild Wars 2, like, people are like, oh shit, I'm not gonna make a group, bro. Oh my god, that's such... I don't know what I'm doing. I need to know every single mechanic to make a group in this raid or for this open world map, and I don't know every single mechanic, so I can't do that. Like, imagine if people operated in other MMOs. Like, what the hell is this, by the way? Guys, imagine if people in WoW were like, dude, I'm not ever gonna tag up and, like, make a group for this, like, heroic dungeon. I don't know every mechanic in this heroic dungeon. I can't do that. Like, it's just not like that. Like, this is a big, like, to me, like, cultural issue. But the thing is, it's also downstream from... I think culture is downstream from systems. I do think that the tag... ArenaNet make the tag feel special by making it have a gold cost, that they've kind of like elevated it more than it really should be. At the end of the day, it really just should be like making a group, right? Like making a group should not be a big deal in an MMO, right? That's just not the way it is. But yeah, I also do think that the game's culture is very, I don't want to say leechy, but people are very used to like one person doing a lot of the work in World versus World and other game modes, and so that like that's kind of where these expectations come from. It's honestly a really bit of a, it's a bit of a kind of like a tangled mess, realistically. And that the game makes one for you. That's not true in Classic WoW, and that's not true in anything above LFR in raiding, and anything above heroic in World of Warcraft. If you want to do Mythic or Mythic Plus, you have to make your own group, and if you want to do normal, heroic, or Mythic raiding, you have to use the LFG. So, yes and no. I do actually think having auto group finder for like easier content does actually really help people get comfortable, by the way, and I actually do like that about WoW. I like the new follower dungeons as well, actually. They're really cool, actually. I like the follower dungeons a lot, actually. Yeah. Gigabat example. It's not a Gigabat example. I obviously should have said something else, but you get the point, right? Like that was not the point. The example was not the point, like whatsoever. Like the idea is, look. Here's the important thing. In other MMOs, people aren't like this about making groups. Like, the example is completely irrelevant, right? Like, nothing matters in that case. Like, all it is people are not weird about making groups in these other games, but they are in Guild Wars 2, right? And what's more interesting is people are not weird about making groups for content that's a lot harder than Guild Wars 2 content, right? Like, stuff like Mythic Plus is, like, it's a fair bit harder than stuff in Guild Wars 2. Same with Heroic Raiding. So... yeah, like, it's people aren't funny about it in that game. We need to figure out why people are funny about it in this game. Yes. In other games too, especially bad in Guild Wars 2, though. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, obviously. Like, yeah, making groups is... there's a reason why stuff like the LFR exists, is because people don't want to make groups, but people still do it in those games. People really don't do it in Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Isn't it scary? Yeah, see what I mean? I completely agree. You're absolutely right here, Ace Skulker. I don't blame people for being, like, a little bit worried and kind of scared, but... this is kind of the interesting thing, and I'm curious what you actually make of this, Skulker. To me, it's like an illusion. Like, people talk about tagging like it's some kind of crazy big deal, but it's just wrong, right? It's actually just not accurate in my mind. It's just misinformation that people elevate it and pretend it's like this crazy big deal when it really, really isn't. I think it's very unfortunate. You don't want to blame Holy Trinity absence, but it's the main reason, isn't it? I don't think so, actually. No, I don't. I think that it's probably because the tag has been a paid feature. In other words, you have to spend gold, right? And because like you have to, it's part of account. Okay, because it's part of account progression. You know how people would assume someone with, like, a very high amount of achievement points is, like, a good player? I feel like it's that with tagging, right? Like, the tag is, like, weirdly elevated in the Guild Wars 2, like, systems because it has that gold price to it. I think I would say that the gold price actually doesn't really stop people from tagging up. Look, and by the way, guys, you can test this, by the way. Make a squad in open world and right-click everyone. You'll see that actually most people, or like a very high amount of people, actually have the tag. They just never use it. Getting the tag, the actual gold price isn't the problem in my mind. It's actually what that price represents. It's the meta level. It's the fact that people view it as special because the game says it is, if that makes any sense, right? The game says making a group is this kind of big deal because you have to spend a lot of gold to do it, yeah? And that, I think, is kind of like one of the really key issues.
Droppings here.
I actually don't think it's the Holy Trinity. Like, in general, like, you know, people talk to each other and they say, oh, yeah, I'm quickness, like, I'm a lack. Like, yeah, it makes it more complex than other games, that's for sure. Like, you know, having a Trinity is really good for that stuff. But I actually don't think that's really the core issue here. Because, look, the thing is, people don't get to that point, right? Like, people don't get to the point where they have to sort the subgroups and go like, oh yeah, who's quickness, who's alacrity. People don't get that far. People get stuck on, oh, I don't think I'm qualified to make a group, right? And I think a lot of that is like people making it out to be a lot more complex than it actually is. And also a lot of it is like the game kind of almost misleading you into thinking that making a group is you know, is anything special, really.
You honor us with your sacrifice. Rest now, wild one. You fought well.
Breadth of knowledge and system involved being worse than other MMOs. I mean, I do think the Guild Wars 2 player base is in general less knowledgeable than that, but I don't think that's actually... I think that's not really because of the systems. I think that's entirely... I think it's entirely because of the way the community... Okay. Like, information just doesn't transfer, right? Like, I think good players and new players don't interact very much, or I don't have a lot of content. There's not enough, like, content around that, you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff.
Of you. Now, keep close. Dangers lurk, even near the hunting outpost.
I give a fair amount of people do consider it inability to correctly sort people. Yeah, but no, it's not a fallacy. I think people are wrong, right? I'm saying that they don't, like, I think they're scared of a ghost. Right, like, yeah, I even said this, right? Like, they're scared of not being able to organize the subs, but they're scared of a ghost. They're scared of a ghost of a ghost. It's not real. It's fake. It's wrong. Like, sorting subgroups in this game, it's not complex, right? Like, it really isn't. Yeah.
Hang on. I recognize this spot. Watch my back while I search.
Yeah. I seem to have more experience, and maybe players can't or don't want to assume that responsibility. Yeah, like, realistically, like, everyone should be involved in building a group, right? People should be talking like, oh, yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, right? And I do think that Guild Wars 2 appears from other MMOs being toxic. I mean, honestly, no. Other MMOs aren't toxic. I played, like, an entire year of WoW, and I saw it got toxic, like, maybe, like, less than 10 times, honestly. And I play tank, so, like, you definitely get less of that, but, nah, it's not that bad, honestly, in other games. People have flamed me for tagging on mats so that fully know what to do. It can be toxic. When has this happened? Like, what event? I believe you, but, like, when? Like, what event? I think goes through mini tags and roles. Tend to forget who the healers and the DPS. I mean, look, that's what the chat is for, right? Being the person to look for direction and leadership. I agree, yeah. And like, people, like, look, making a group should just be making a group. That's all it should be. It shouldn't be that you have to know everything. You have to, like, completely carry the squad. But again, this is like a big cultural assumption that exists within Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. It's a very bad assumption, too. And it's not an assumption that really exists in other games, or not as much, anyway.
Dangled from one of the larger strangers last I saw. It should have come loose as they headed north.
I tell you, so whether they know what the Reaver farm is? Oh, dude, well, honestly, like, you gotta know, man. Like, you're out of the loop on that. Yeah, 5% of the squad even responded to direct questions. I do think this actually is true. Guild Wars 2 being very, like, antisocial is tricky. Like, it is quite difficult to get people to actually talk to you in this game. That is a big problem, actually. Like, the game is not a very social game whatsoever. Especially in open world, right? Like, that does make things complicated. Tear for instance content without knowing the mechanics? Absolutely, yeah. Of course, yeah. Like, I mean, you've got to do it at some point. Like, I think, you know, if you're saying, like, oh, yeah, make a Veil Guardian group, and, like, yeah, I'm new, can you guys help me? Like, isn't that one of, like, the best things that could happen in an MMO is, like, that. Again, like, it's weird. Isn't this really weird? We were talking about this yesterday with, like, how WoW works, right? Like, with how the knowledge transference work. Like, we're basically saying... We're basically saying that nobody should ever if we say that you shouldn't tag unless you know, we're basically saying that that knowledge transference should never happen, right? Because you should already know before you put yourself in that environment. Like, that to me is like super weird when it comes to like making a ring, like getting started. Yeah. Nice. I just saw my N plus and learns like I have to do. Yeah, sure. And like you can like definitely ask people. And I was like playing on my Paladin, like learning N plus. I just asked people. Like if I saw someone with high rating, I would ask them if I did well, or like what could I do to play better. Yeah, this idea that you need a teacher to learn content, this is honestly one of the most damaging ideas that I think is prevalent in the Guild Wars 2 community. And this one, by the way, is kind of a Guild Wars 2 community thing. I wouldn't say it's unique to Guild Wars. I think that, you know, like, some people feel that way in every game. But yeah, this idea that you need to be taught to do content is very damaging. It's one of the worst things about the way the Guild Wars 2 community interacts with content. Like, yeah, training culture, I am, like, fully, like, training culture is not good. Like, I think, obviously, you gotta kind of clarify this, too. Like, the idea of, like, players helping other players, that's obviously awesome. Like, all the raid training guilds, they're awesome, but that's not what I mean when I say training culture. When I say training culture, I mean the expectation that I cannot do something new unless someone who's already done it is gonna teach me. That is an unbelievably corrosive idea to the community. And unfortunately, it is a mainstream opinion in Guild Wars. That is a absolutely mainstream opinion within Guild Wars 2. And look, you can see how it's can you guys see how that's like a double-edged, like, toxicity moment there as well? Because not only does it make it harder for new players to join, it also makes it harder for new players to make their own group. Because what's the implication there? It means if you're new, you can't make your own group. You need to join someone else's. That is a brutal assumption, right? Like to have baked into your culture, right? Imagine how bad that is. Holy shit. Like how bad that really is to the scene. Yeah. You can't have that. Like you really don't want that. Even if you made a group, nobody would join. I really, really do not buy this whatsoever. Like, groups for stuff like, Icebreed Saga 5, for example, or even like even dungeon groups, like dungeon groups, raid groups, or whatever, right? Like these fill very quickly. Like again, unless you're playing at like fucking midnight, right? If you're at midnight, then okay, yeah, sure, right? You know, it's you know, it might take a while to fill, but like if you're playing on Prime and you make an Icebreed Saga 5 group, it will fill very quickly, like within minutes, 100%. And in terms of open world, look, nobody's checking who you are in open world. Okay, dude, Lara is my only friend, guys. Look at that. On the Zero Hero account. Boom. We're gonna find this guy's spear or what? Yes. Only the newest members are tough. Dragons and Epoch, and now JANTHIR Synergy, some extra organization. Dragons have got nerfed to the ground. It's because the content exists for years, and owing to a fresh new raid, you're jumping overhead into the Olympic full filled with veterans that over time have lost their patience. The thing is that, okay, look, I really hate to do this because it feels very gaslighty, but I promise you I'm telling you the truth. That just isn't reality. I really don't think people give a shit, to be honest. Like, if you're like a mega giga veteran player, like tagging up, like if you make like a strike mission group or something like that and you're a noob, dude, you're gonna have like veterans joining and go like, yo, what's going on, man? I just don't think this happens, right? And yeah, sure, like sometimes people are assholes, like that's obviously the case. But I think this is like a really extreme minority of cases, you know? I do not think this is like a very common thing to happen. It's like you as a new player, like Joy, you get fucking flamed out, right? Making a group in the trading section. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, if we want to flame that, yeah, the trading section is bad. Even calling it training is a huge fucking mistake. Oh, my God. Dude, calling it training, I'm with Sneb on this. This was honestly one of the worst things they could possibly have done, I think, to actually name it that. Huge mistake. Yeah, I would never use the training section. Ever, ever, ever. Never use it. Yeah, call it progression or learning or something like that. Don't call it fucking training. Like, training, not good. Not good. Or just don't split it. Yeah, or just don't split it. Like, I'll give you, allow people to, like, tag their group with, like, the progression tag or something. Like, add, like, a better way to describe what your group is, you know, or something like that. Yeah. Yes. The tag minute more of a fun challenge. I invest in time to get it. Yeah, and I think that's awesome. Well done. Nice. Uh-oh. Let's help out. Let's get this elite Rot Strider.
This is the rotling that chased me before.
Nice.
The spear has to be nearby.
The Rotling. Community is very toxic. You just don't see it. Okay, the thing is, whenever I ask... Okay, look. If I don't see it, show me. Show me. Show me. The reason why I say people are scared of ghosts here is because... show me the evidence, right? Like, show me this happening, you know? Of, like, all of these, like, new players getting flamed the fuck out for, like, making a group in, like, Ice Brood Saga Strikes. Or, you know, like, or in, like, a Wing 1, like... all welcome, like, new player group. Like, where does this happen, right? Where you have this, like, crazy toxicity. I've been flamed for doing 80% lack or DPS lower than benchmark in fractals regularly. You have absolutely not been flamed. You have not been flamed for doing less than benchmark DPS. You just haven't. Like, no, outside of, like, unironically, like, 3 groups, nobody is doing, like, actually giga DPS in fractals, and definitely not in pugs, by the way. That's just not a thing. Will you get flamed for not providing alacrity? Honestly, I actually think that even... I was gonna say, maybe in, like, a tier 4 group... But actually, dude, if you have, like, patchy alac in tier 4, people might grumble about it, but I don't think people are going to give you a lot of hell for it. They're just going to, like, move on and, you know, they're going to, like, go, yeah, okay, this is a fucking write-off, man, then move on. Just, like, play the fractals, right? And then away you go. Now, I actually want to be very clear, actually, guys. I am not denying that you've been flamed in fractals, but what I'm saying here is that I actually think you don't know why you were flamed. If you join, like, a really experienced, like, semi-speedrun fractal group, like tier 4s and CMs, and you do low damage, like, very low damage, or if you don't provide alacrity, yes, people are going to be upset with you. Yes, you are actually gonna, you know, you are liable to get flamed. But, again, like, if you... yeah, it's like try-hard groups. I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, that's just kind of the way it goes in, like, try-hard groups. If you don't perform, people are not going to be happy with you. But if you're joining, like, a daily tier 4 pug, I honestly don't think anyone cares, realistically. But yeah, I do really think that... And, you know, I do agree that, like, all of these things are part of it. Like, the fact that subgroups are kind of scuffed and the tag costs gold. Like, all of this is part of it, but... The thing is, the thing that I really want to focus on, the fact is that it's wrong, to be honest. I think that making tags and making groups it's not... Wait. Oh, dude, I missed this one. I got distracted. Making tags and making groups is not as bad as people think it is. It's funny. I think Emmy mentioned this, I think on the TeaTime, right? Is that whenever people get through raids, people always go, oh, that wasn't that bad, was it? Right, there's this idea that raids in this game are this, like, mega hardcore content that only, like, the sweatiest of the sweaty can even begin to attempt. But it's wrong. That is just incorrect information, right? This is what I'm trying to get at here. Like, yeah, is making a group more awkward than, say, in World of Warcraft? Yes. Is it an unachievable goal for players? No, not even remotely close. I really believe that if players tried it, they would be A-okay with it. They would have zero issue, and they would be able to pick it up pretty damn quickly. Like, the problem here is, like, the degree to which people make this claim, right? Like, I'm not going to deny that it's not, like, trivial to make a group in this game. I'm not going to deny that there's a learning curve, and it is more complex than other games. All of those statements are inarguably objectively true. However, the way people talk about it, they make it sound like it's only the top 1% who could, like, even begin to start making a group in this game, or begin to get into, like, the end game scene, into PvP, into World versus World, and into squad content. Yeah. That's how it is.
Have you come to bask in the glow of
Yes. Well, no, I loaded Cold War. Tell me as an idiot, makes me feel bad about it. Wait, what? Wait, what do you get flamed for? But, like, doing Cold War?
Hey, out here to take care of that beast? Nasty.
I thought Cold War was part of Ice Age Saga 5 when I started tagging for strikes. Oh, no. This comments idiot and left, and the whole group then trickled out. Yeah, I mean, that is unfortunate, to be honest. Like, yeah, that's a bit rough. They shouldn't have done that. They should have probably explained to you that that's not what Ice Root Saga 5 is, but fair enough. Yeah. For every one bag, you're doing at least a dozen. So, oh, for sure, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Like, look, you know, if you shake hands with 100 people and then the 101st punches you in the face, which one of those interactions is going to stick out in your memory, right? Like, even if it's only like 1%, like, you're obviously going to remember that. Come to the tag for the mythical dig spot. Oh shit. Okay, I'm coming over. An EXP strike tagged by a new player asking for help that I joined to help out. People joined. He made a mistake on CC bar. We wiped a couple of times. It was like, this isn't EXP group. And then rude words thrown until he was disbanded. Well, here's the thing though, Zarok. Whoa. We got to do this. So a EXP strike group that you then joined to help out. And then people got mad when one player wasn't experienced. I mean, look. I don't condone that behavior. People should simply dip and say, okay, right, I don't want to be in this group. They shouldn't flame. But to be clear, that group was misleading. You misled people. Like, if you were advertising an experienced group with someone who wasn't experienced, who ended up wiping the group, yes, people are not going to be happy with that. By the way, that's unacceptable. They should never flame. They should simply say, okay, I'm leaving, right? Like, this group isn't for me. That's what you should do. But to be clear, you shouldn't do that either, right? Like, two wrongs do, just because those guys were assholes doesn't mean that, unfortunately, you were kind of an asshole there as well. Yes, if you're advertising EXP and it's not EXP, then that's an issue. Gil also experienced people bring in experienced friends and groups like groups. I completely agree. This is why I advocate for transparency on this. I think that the more you can see everyone in the group's experience level, the better. Okay, we've got a cache. Oh, shit. Boom. Did I get a runestone? I wasn't looking. I did. Based. Let's go.
The journey can grow restless.
Yeah. Guild 2 benchmarks are using log sites such as WoW 14 logs, cost performance. Do you think Guild 2 got benchmarks costing performance? Yes. Benchmarks are worse in basically every way. But mostly, benchmarks are fine as long as you have a community that understands them. And unfortunately, look, I'm not gonna lie, they're both bad. I mean, they're kind of both bad because if we're being real here, guys, if we're being real, people in WoW are fucking clueless. People have no idea what's good. People have no idea why what's good is good either. I don't think it's actually a big deal, honestly. I think it's exactly the same in other games as well. But yeah, no, I'm a big advocate for like information transparency. Oh, a new player made the group and I joined to help. Well, I'm not gonna lie, anyone who did that is a fucking asshole. Like if you join a new player group and you like flame people for being new, then I don't know what you'd expect. Are you fucking trash or what? Yeah. Also counter expose as well. If you join a new player group and you can't carry it, that means you're also trash. And that's actually, by the way, guys, that's not even a flippant remark. That's kind of true. Like, if you think you're hot shit and you can't carry a Guild Wars 2 raid, then I'm sorry, you're not. You're trash. Like, I don't know. Like, you know, with a couple of exceptions, obviously, but, like, most Guild Wars 2 raid content, like, I don't know, like, you should be kind of 1v9ing realistically. Like, if you're even a remotely competent player. Either with DPS or healing. Because, like, if you go in and you actually do good DPS, like, the boss is just not going to have enough time to wipe you. Most of the time. Yeah, you're not going to carry Doom CM. That's going to be rough. Dude, I'm picking the flowers, man. No, you're actually gaslighting? What are you talking about, Roy? Why are you calling me out, bro? Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, Roy wants to get in. I'm calling Roy.
A hunter. Glad you're here, I am.
Oh, let's see if it works. I accepted. Oh.
Something's got this one all worked up. Need to tether it to your journeykin like a
Wait, why isn't it work? Wait. Do the thing, Roy. Also, Trig in the chat. He just presses it and he had no idea how to work it. That's crazy. My thing is lining up. I can't. I think it. No, I'm not even in the room, Roy. For some reason, it's a bit weird. So sometimes you can't connect. Wait, maybe you have to. Do you have to like fully add me or something? Oh, wait. Oh, it just ended. He's trying again, though. Oh, I think I'm in.
Hello?
Yo!
Oh my god. Is this Twitch?
It is. We're on Twitch right now.
Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Oh, wow, it sounds good.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
Yeah, it's good. It's good
Can you
quality,
stop gaslighting chat?
Wait, why am I gaslighting the chat?
You said you can 1v9 raids. No, that's definitely not true. You need like 10, 100% try-hard raiders to like clear most things.
And that's what Heal Scourge was for, you know. That's why I invented Heal Scourge. So I don't need those other 9 raiders. It's important stuff.
Ah, so you just think you're better than everyone? I see.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that is true actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't I get invited to your TeaTime?
Well, I mean,
where are my TeaTime invites, T-Bot?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll invite you. Dude, maybe I'll invite you for the World versus World TeaTime, actually, because I'm gonna.
I don't want to go on that TeaTime.
Oh, really? Not World versus World?
I don't really like that game mode.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that's cool stuff.
It needs more groups of, like, large groups of players with lots of like boons.
Yeah.
I don't know what you would call that, but it needs more of those.
Yeah, the boon blob, right? So like you're more of a, you know, you don't want a cloud, like, and the cloud is too strong right now, and the boon blob is too weak. Is that kind of what you're implying?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, it feels like you are saying that though. It feels like you just.
Those are words I've said.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's up?
Oh, just gaming, you know. It's pretty good. JANTHIR Wilds,
Yeah,
kind of end of the first week, I guess, at this point of the expansion. We're chilling.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to start playing it.
Wait, oh yeah, you haven't played? You haven't played any of the expansion?
No, no.
Okay. What are your thoughts on it? What do you think? Trigger's clouding, he says, actually. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah. He seems like a clouder to me.
Yeah. I think it's quite possible.
Yeah.
But
You
yeah,
know, I
mean,
actually saw Trig recently.
Oh, really? Oh, in real life or in game?
Yeah, in real life.
Okay, that's cool. Are you?
Yeah,
Wait,
we hung out, it was
are you going to the meetup thing that Sneb's going to?
The fan event, yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool, actually. Ah, man,
Yeah.
I've got
Are you gonna go?
I got to show up to one of these things at some point. No, I'm not going to this one.
Well,
but
it's kind of hard. It's in
a bit-
America.
Yeah, it's obviously a bit tricky when it's in the States instead of
Yeah.
here in Europe. But yeah, I've got to show up to one of these things at some point. I haven't been for ages. Last time I did anything like that was Gamescom for HOT, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
Like way back in the day.
I remember
Yeah.
I remember the screenshots.
Yeah.
The pictures.
Yeah.
Not screenshots. What am I saying? Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I need
it
to go touch
ended up
grass.
on the where did it go? Wait, wasn't it on Flickr? I think actually that was like scuffed.
I don't know.
Wait, wasn't that like scuffed Instagram or something like that? Oh yeah, it still is. Yeah, it's still there. That's what where they posted them. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, EU meetup will be fun. Yeah, I mean there is one in Gamescom. I think. Wait, what is there one this year though? Actually, I can't remember. Like I remember there's like a week. I think it's not ArenaNet though. That's the thing. It's like a gw2 community thing. The one in Cologne. I'm not sure if it's happening this year though.
I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's there's usually a Gamescom, like a meeting. It's the one that I went to, right? It was not run directly by ArenaNet, I think, but ArenaNet were also there. It was like a kind of partnership meme or something. But yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it was actually very interesting. Like it was it was quite the scenario. There was like only meat, right? It was like a full meat only setup. It was a very interesting type of food actually. And it was funny because
what?
The partner manager the partner program at the time was David Ortiz, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah, man, you gotta come and get some of this food, man. The food is so good." He was like mega hyping up the food like massively at this. He was really into it. That's it's kind of interesting.
And it was only meat?
Yeah, it was like plates and plates of just meat, just like all
That's
kinds
wild.
of meats. It was actually wild, yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do it. Yeah, we gotta make it happen. Maybe we need to run our own setup, Lara. We need to do like I don't know. I have to come up with a good name for it, I guess. But we gotta do like the EU Guild Wars 2 meetup.
Yeah. Classic German fare. Did you finish those story achievements?
No.
Are you still claiming that you're done with the expansion?
Yes.
More lies. Nice. Mighty lie pot.
I'm not doing the story achievements, bro. I'm not doing...
Then you're not done with the expansion.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I saw a post on Reddit with someone who was saying that they were like done. They posted screenshots of like everything done, and clearly that's a real gamer. You though, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a fake gamer.
Can't scared of the Guild Wars 2 story.
I already retreated to World vs. World. I retreated to World vs. World to play with my nerf permeating wrath, dude. I can't believe you nerf. Why do you nerf permeating wrath, Roy? What's up with that? Is this like
it's too strong?
Yeah, is it like a vengeance thing for you? Because like, of course, that's a core guardian trait in the virtues trait line.
I think the Twitch thing might be dying. I can't. You're cutting out.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Why are we just talking about permeating wrath? You know. Good trait.
Yeah.
It's a good trait. It's definitely a good trait.
Yeah. Well, also, I like you said that I nerfed it.
Yeah.
What do you mean I nerfed it?
Yeah. Well, you did. Look.
Oh, okay.
This is one thing that I've learned from being on the internet. all devs are responsible for every change. Like that's
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean that's a fact, no? Like we all know this. Like if there's a bug in like the story, I blame Trig for it. You know, like that's how it works.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's pretty fair. Trig does do a lot of story.
Yeah.
You know,
it is his fault. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. You know, it's good stuff. I think JANTHIR WILDS, you know, definitely off to a good start. I would say, fairly high tier.
What's your favorite event?
Favorite event? Oh man, I think the
and
one.
Why is it the hot springs?
Okay, because you're there, aren't you? In the hot springs, I think, aren't you?
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that one is pretty good. I like that one. I like that one actually. That was it's a good reference. That's for sure.
Bog Queen is sick. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd actually say the Bog Queen overall because I really like the design of the event there. I think the boss maybe could do with a couple more abilities. Like she doesn't do so much like when you actually fight her, but I just think like the overall like thematic experience of it is really good. Like you got to go to all the different like bogs. Like she's raising up all the corpses, right? It's like really cool RP actually. I think the voice acting is really fun there, and the music is actually excellent. Like the track that plays there, the Queen of Merc, is actually insane. It's so good. I should go do the bog. In fact, I'm going to go do the Bog Queen right now. I think it's time, guys. Let's go and do the bog.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I like the dance event too.
What's this
Reddit?
good. Yeah, I actually do like that kind of stuff. Wait, did someone actually make this? Wait, holy shit. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. This is such a cool. This is why Homestead system is really, really fun. Like, someone's like made a Cormier piece of artwork, like by like carving it into the ice, by like blending different objects into the wall to like create this kind of artwork here as well.
That's sick.
That's actually really cool, yeah. But you guys know what's gonna happen, right? Like, have you seen what people make in PoE? Roy, have you seen the kind of setups that people make?
I'm sure I can. I mean, I can't guess because I am a pure soul and I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that is really cool, actually. It's why I actually wish that you could almost, like, export some of this and, like, share it with people, so people could kind of, like, copy it in a way, or, like, you can import it to your own Homestead there as well. But bear in mind, guys, you can do this in the Guildhall, too, as well. This is, like, something that, definitely needs to be stated. Like, this system has been ported to the Guildhall, right? Which is pretty cool. Yeah. But, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, the Homestead is going to be a bit of a setup for gooning, of course.
For what?
At this point. Gooning, Roy.
Is that something that got added with the expansion? What is that?
I mean, look, what you don't know what that is? I think you know what that is. In fact, I know you know what that is.
How would you know that I know what that is if I don't? If I say I don't know what that is? What makes you think I know what that is?
Because in fact, no. I know that you have read the definition out on this stream from Urban Dictionary. So yeah,
I read.
Yeah, you did.
Stream?
Yeah, you actually did. Yeah, you did.
When did I do that?
I can't remember.
You have a clip of that?
I mean, someone might be able to find it.
Teapot, are you telling me that you've been daydreaming about me gooning or something, Teapot? What is going on here, man? I don't even know what that means. I'm pretty sure you're making this up, Teapot. This is weird. I might need to go.
Yeah, this is definitely a little.
I don't even know what you're talking. I don't even know what the things you're saying mean, and I'm feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of when like Lara's in call, and then I start talking about Zojagar. Like Lara just runs away, like in fear. And look, by the way, people are gonna make Zojagar like in Homesteads, guys. Like, look, I guarantee you, Sebastian's probably already working on it right now. Like, he's cooking that up. Like, he's maybe even recreating it in 3D.
Surprised he hasn't done it already.
That's actually
it's kind of slacking, actually. Yeah, it's been like 5 days. Where is it at?
He hasn't done it yet.
Yeah. What the heck?
Yeah, he excellent. That's a fair point. It's
Poor Lara.
Yeah.
Maternity ward.
Yeah, he can make that. Yeah, he can make his dream a reality. He can now with the new Homestead feature in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. Wait, does Kroof even know what Zojagar is? Oh, Kroof might not know, actually. That's interesting.
Is Kroof in chat?
Yeah, Kroof's in chat right now.
Oh, Kroof is in chat. Yo, what up, Kroof?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing the
You
Bog
should explain
Queen.
it.
Come do the Bog Queen, guys. Face the Bog Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm initiating the Bog event.
Bog Queen or Zera?
Yeah. Well, like, which one is more based?
Yeah.
I think.
That's sure. Yeah.
I mean, I think the Bog Queen, I think, is actually... I think I prefer the Bog Queen thematically, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Bog Queen being... Oh, man, you know, we didn't really... yeah, I mean, look, obviously now we're really, like, memeing it up there, but if the Bog Queen had been a convergence on launch, that would have been so sick, actually. Like, Bog Queen convergence. Yo, let's go. I'm adding Lara to the squad.
Hell yeah. Why is Lara the only person you've added on this account?
Because I was trying to force Lara to leave the first map and come and do the world boss in the map too.
We have to do this now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I keep failing it. It's too hard.
Yeah, do you see that? Do you see the monthly AT yesterday, Roy? Some of the warrior?
I did not.
Yeah.
No, I went.
There's a little bit of content here. Like after the monthly AT, I actually made the
Oh?
mistake of watching the NA monthly actually, and Grim won,
Yeah.
dominated the
I heard
game,
that.
popping off. But like, here's the thing: like there was a couple of things said in map chat actually, and
Oh, like good game.
yeah,
GG. Well
yeah,
played.
yeah. It was a lot like that. It was like GG, well played.
Oh,
and honestly,
oh, hey Grim, I'm a Team USA member, and I'm really happy that there's some competition on an A now.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah,
awesome
yeah,
that
yeah,
we're
yeah.
fostering
It was
a
exactly like that,
competitive
yeah.
environment.
It was very much that.
Yeah.
And they felt so
Yeah.
strongly about it. It was so positive that it actually like came to my Twitch chat, right? And then they continued it. Yeah, they continued it here actually, and they were actually spamming so much I had to time them out. It kind of broke my heart. That they
Why?
Yeah.
What? What were they so mad about? Oh no! The 5th of the same gizmo that I had, I lost it. No! Ah! I'm so angry. Oh no!
The thing is, do you know what the best part is actually? And this was something that I was not even aware of. It was actually, it only really kicked off because of a third party in this case. Actually, I guess is how I would describe it. It was
It was you, wasn't it?
It wasn't me, but like
You brought the
basically
catalyst.
someone caught a stray. They got caught in the crossfire, right, of this positivity that was like flowing here. And then that person, I guess, happened to be on the stream at the same time, and then that, you know, it kind of kicked off like from that point, right? You know, that's kind of what happened. Yeah.
Huh. It was Boyce. Yeah, boy. I can imagine Boyce
He
caring
is.
about what goes on about a day.
Have you heard that Boyce is actually retired? He's actually retired.
Oh yeah, sure.
No. I mean, not from Guild Wars 2, but he's Coach Boyce now. Actually, he's coaching the team.
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, he's making tens of dollars coaching Guild Wars 2 players.
But no, seriously, like apparently
Hell
he
yeah.
actually is. Like he's not, because you know the teams are starting to form up, right, for potential Massive Arena 3, and he's basically, he says he's not going to play. He's gonna coach. He's gonna be like team leader Boyce. Kind of interesting, actually.
Yeah. Interesting. For 55 or?
55. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Well, congrats. Good job, Grim.
Yeah.
Well played. Congratulations.
Yeah, honestly, hey, look, you
hog.
know, memes aside,
Back
right?
to
like,
back.
yeah, memes aside,
NA and
right?
AT
It honestly is
champion.
really cool, right? Like, it's really good to have more than one, like, actual, you know, competitive team playing. Yeah. Especially on NA, right? Like, NA has not had that for a long time, actually. So I think it's really good. Because, you know, one thing that I'm actually worried about for Moda 3 is that there aren't going to be enough NA teams. But now that we've got, like, at least 2 solid ones. Well, the problem is, I'm pretty sure Grim's team doesn't exist for Moda, but that's for another separate reason, to be honest.
Unfortunate.
Which
Yeah.
is a little bit
Hate to see
unfortunate,
it.
yeah. It is a bit of an unfortunate situation.
What if are you planning on allowing? Is there anything in the rules that say you can't play if you're really really fast?
Yeah, we're obviously not going to be allowing that. It's going to be normal speed.
Oh, okay. That's gonna limit a few potential players then, I guess.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it sadly is, yeah. Yeah, it is actually,
Oh, well.
it is a massive loss, to be honest. It really, really sucks. Like, but the thing is, I am very determined to, I've talked about this a couple of times, but I'm very determined to not mess around with this. Like, even though, yeah, it kind of sucks that some teams won't exist, I'm not going to let people get away with stuff anymore, to be honest, because I kind of did that with my previous tournaments, and in retrospect, I think it was a mistake overall. Like, you know, Angels flamed me for this, and I think he was right to do so. And it definitely was not the right call. Well, it kind of depends, right? Like, it depends how you look at it, but we don't need to get into that. But yeah.
Wait, Jaden is banned?
No, Jaden is not banned.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd missed something. I was gonna say that would be unfortunate. Yeah. Well, so was yesterday's MAT a qualifier?
Well, technically, yeah. But I didn't really have time to like properly announce that. So I think the tour might end up being like a little bit delayed. I think, but I'll probably definitely use it as like a reference point, right, for sure with this. But yeah, it's gonna like really kick off with the next one. But yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Do I have a list of players who are banned from Moto 3? Yes, I do. You can look at it in the Hardstuck competitive Discord. Go and enjoy it.
That's big.
Yeah, it is big. But yeah, no, I want to actually try and get some fucking standards here. If we're gonna do these tournaments, I need to make it so I can actually trust people not to just do stupid shit.
That's pretty fair.
NA and you playing against each other, each one's all separate. It depends. It honestly depends how many NA teams we have. So let's say that I have, if I have like six EU teams and 2 NA teams, I would probably just run the entire thing on EU except for the grand finals and do like the grand finals cross region instead. If it's like 4 and 4 and there are like 4 really good EU teams and 4 really good NA teams, then I do it separately and then together at the end. So it kind of depends on like how many teams there are. Like the thing is, I really don't know how many NA teams there are going to be. Dude, Roy is massive, actually. He is big. He's absolutely huge.
What?
Roy, you've been lifting a lot lately. You're pretty swole these days.
Yeah, is this like a joke? Because he can't see me, so he's going to be like, oh, this is you, right? Or something?
No, I think he actually means it.
What? Well, where has he seen me?
Well, you've been on streams and stuff. And they're like the balance streams.
Not in a while. I mean, I don't know, a few months. I don't know. I saw a recent pic. Really? I don't know. I honestly cannot remember the last time Nike said anything positive towards me. Maybe ever. So I have to imagine this is like a bait.
Okay.
Somewhere. Did you know he called me washed?
Wait, really?
I haven't slept in weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the context of that? Why were you cold washed?
He did like a tier list.
Oh yeah, that tier list, yeah.
Yeah, I can't stop watching that video, and that that timestamp, like where he puts me in the wash category, and like yeah, I mean, it's like I'll like go to sleep and then I'll wake up screaming an hour later.
Well, I guess if you want to get out of that category, you got to actually stream, though,
no? No, because like my biggest fear is that I'm gonna start streaming and he won't put me out of the wash category. Like he'll keep me there. Maybe it's because I keep telling him I don't like onion rings.
I'd never believe her.
Wait, but that's weird though, because like everyone knows that you do.
You know, I've eaten them once in my life, and it happened after he started saying that I liked onion rings.
I feel like what you mean when you say you've only had them once is that it's like continuous, right? You started eating onion rings
once a day,
and then you never stopped, right? Like you were just eating onion rings continuously.
I have a bucket.
Yeah, just constantly, always within reach, like always within reach to get another onion ring.
Yeah. But anyways, no. Thank you, Nike. I appreciate that. That's nice. I've been trying to lift, yes. Yeah. Moto 3, exciting stuff. Let me know. Let me know if I can help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we'd love to have some Roy commentary yet again, and got to get Roy back in the mix. We'll get that. We're gonna get you out of the wash category, right? That's how we're gonna make that happen.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Did I just accidentally timed MSC out for 281,724
That's a long
seconds?
time.
Fuck.
How does that even happen? Wait, how long is that? That's a long time.
Wait, I need.
I'm gonna ban him. I'm gonna ban him.
Okay, he's back. Nice. Got a picture of Swole Roy here. I think that's a different Roy.
Yeah. Wait, who's this? That's Ronnie Coleman, actually, on his comp arc. Yeah. I would have to be on a lot of steroids to be that big.
CC the Bog Queen.
Yeah. That's 78 hours. Ban that guy for 3 days. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a long time. The cleanse. Have you seen like the cat emotes that exist actually in the chat?
The cat emotes?
Yeah, like buh.
Like buh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I type them in your chat all the time. I love buh.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a favorite cat emote?
That's probably Buh.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, well, I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually don't. Like I haven't looked very closely at each image. I just like the way that Buh sounds.
Yeah.
Like it's a fun word.
Mm.
Yeah. I'd have to look at all of them though. You know. But Buh is just fun to say.
I guess. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
What do you think about Tuh?
Tuh's pretty decent. I don't. What does Tuh look like? Let's see here. Tuh. Oh, that one. No, Buh's way better than that.
Oh, really? What about Yuh?
Yeah. Yeah. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. I like yeah.
Would you say? How would you say it compares to Buh?
Well, it's Buh is animated, right? And yeah isn't. So like Buh kind of has that going for it. I think I'd probably like Buh more. I don't know. It's hard. They're pretty close. I don't know.
You know, but kind of back to Moto 3, I guess. You know what's big about Moto 3? This is kind of a special occasion, actually.
It's the third one?
It's, well, the third one, but also it's basically the tiebreaker between EU and NA.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Because it's 1-1.
Was
the reigning world champions for Guild Wars 2. It's actually NA right now.
Do you know what USA's roster is going to be?
I don't yet. No, I think I'm gonna be probably taking maybe a couple days off this next coming week after the D-Gen grind that we've been doing and kind of rounding up all the teams, right?
Yeah.
Kind of doing that.
Yeah. Well, it'll also be interesting just because last Moda it was like the Rank 55 Dragons and USA merge, right?
Yeah.
Against French Worms. Right. I also heard that I heard there's a couple of you guys going to NA.
Well, wasn't it? Wasn't it basically Team USA plus? Wasn't it Team USA plus Grim for Moto 2?
Oh, yeah, wait, what tournament was Rank 55 Dragons?
That was like the
USA Dragons.
The Conquest League, right? Moto 2 was Zeromus wasn't there, and it was Grim. It was Grim instead of Zeromus.
Yes. Okay. I barely remember Moto 2 to be fair, because I think I came in when you casted the finals.
Hell yeah.
I didn't really watch Moto 2.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Trig? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. I completely forgot or confused the tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Draza? Yes.
Yeah, they are the same person.
Is Draza when he's just feeling a little like rushed, you know.
Can't type the full name out.
Yeah. So okay, so it was USA with Grim.
Yeah.
Was the last roster.
Yeah.
And yeah, right.
I think it will actually.
But, you know.
I think that will actually be the USA. I think it will be a different slightly different USA roster, but I think it's basically going to be USA and Grim this time around again. Maybe we'll have to see that.
Oh really?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm not actually sure.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out.
And there are a great many of those.
Interesting. That's cool. That's exciting. Yeah, Moto 3. Yeah, that'd be pretty great. Yeah, the EUNA deciders.
Yeah, it's the showdown actually. It's showdown. Oh, it's Wolf Spider actually. Okay, Wolf Spider's playing. Okay, well, I mean, are you cooking anything, Grim? Because I'm not gonna lie, I really want at least a second really strong NA team actually.
Grim's always cooking.
Yeah, we need a Grim cook. We need like a Grim cook, to be honest. And then I don't know. I don't even know who's playing on EU. It's kind of weird actually. Like everyone keeps changing the roster like every month, right? For a lot of these monthlies and stuff.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's out of control. People are completely out of control.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the Frenchies will make a team.
Yeah, they definitely will. I'm just looking for 8 teams. You know, I want to make it less well, not like smaller scale, but I want to compress it to one weekend. Like we did some like double weekends shit last time, and it was like Jesus, like this is too much. You know, it's out of control.
Yeah. Well, first Moto was 2 weekends, right?
It was 3 days, or the finals are 3 days. But yeah,
yes.
we had like dude. First Moto was kind of epic in a lot of ways. It was like a 3-day weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it also had like qualifiers as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to do the qualifiers, but I want to kind of keep them in game. Like my goal is to use Tournament of Legends, like and kind of like build the hype around that, right? And like that's when the teams will kind of get there. So I think there's actually like a really good in-game infrastructure right now. Like doing qualifiers separately would almost be, it would feel a little bit obsolete, right? I feel like we can, what the game can do is actually pretty hype actually, and it's really useful for me to do that stuff. And then I can like put all of the energy right into the production of the main event, which. The production is going to be insane, by the way. Like Noz has been cooking again. Yeah, we have some really cool stuff actually that we're kind of cooking up actually to make the tournament like really feel really good.
That's sick. Yeah. Well, I mean, I expect good things. The production value is always great.
Yeah.
So if it's gonna even better, then that's pretty sick.
It should be pretty good. Yeah. It's like, oh man, like I really want to like recruit some of the old dogs back in. Like I really want Hellset to cast again, but man, like the dude's he hasn't played the game in like years, so he's like mega.
Oh, he'd be fine. Yeah. He could cast, no problem.
Yeah, well, of course he could.
That'd be great. Yeah.
It's more like if he'd want to, right? It's more if he'd want to do it, right? That's the.
Dude, I loved casting with Hellset.
Yeah. I agree.
It was so much fun.
Yeah. It was really good. Like Hellset's very good. Yeah. He's really good actually at doing it. I think it was.
Yeah. No, it was good. Sure. It was good.
But yeah, spread the word, Grim. I am going to round everyone up. Okay, we are gonna do this because you know what? I'm feeling very motivated about this because. You know the thing that basically made Jaw like quit running tournaments with the whole like last sign up at the last minute thing. Like me and Sneb for our last tournament, we did like the chaos raiding one. We basically said to each other, "We've had enough. We're not doing this." Yeah. So basically, we said, "Listen, guys, sign the fuck up now, or we're not doing the tournament." And you know what? It actually worked. So
that's pretty good. Yeah.
So I'm gonna do the same thing with mode. It's like, guys, give me your fucking team, or we're not doing this. And
I mean,
yeah.
To be fair, PvP players are a special breed, but that's I have faith. Maybe it'll work.
Honestly, I'm confident. I'm confident. Like I think the players who are kind of on like all the teams like should be okay to work with. I'm feeling confident, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Do you hear that Sneb is fully abandoning Guild Wars 2, by the way, and he's going off to become a doctor?
I don't believe you because I saw his tweet that said he loves JANTHIR WILDS, and he's excited for this year of updates. Yeah. So I think you're lying.
I'm trying to stir up drama because I need content.
Oh yeah,
kind of what this is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think he's doing his PhD program if that's what you're saying. Yeah, which is awesome, and obviously congratulations to him. That's really cool.
And he's also going to be slugging as well pretty soon.
Oh yeah. He hasn't done that yet, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be slugging up. I think that Grouch even retweeted that. Grouch kind of wants to. See
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Every time I see Grouch, he talks to me about it. Actually.
Yeah, I think is it gonna be a situation
he's like
I know a bunch of the devs were watching us do Dragon's End, like when it released actually in EOD. That was super cool. That was really fun that was happening. Is it gonna be that kind of situation? It's gonna be.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a watch party.
Yeah, watch party, big TV in the office, right? Yeah. And just everyone.
Yeah, no, actually, it's at Grouch's house.
Yeah.
He's he actually invited the entire studio over. He sent an email out, and the subject of the email was slug watch party.
Yeah.
There was very little context. And you got a lot of question marks. Yeah. But
slugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sneb's going.
Does he have to wait for the raid to launch? For that
I think he's doing it like Wing 8. He's doing Wing 8 launch, and then he's gonna.
Okay.
He's gonna cover himself in Vaseline.
Yeah. You know what I would be if I was Sneb. More than anything else, what I would be wondering is because he's a dad. So like, what are my kids gonna think when they see this? Because obviously they will at some point, right? Because it's the internet, and he'll be immortalized on the internet. And so like, I'm just curious, what goes through his mind, when he thinks about that. That's what I would be. That's what I'd be wondering. But, yeah. Good stuff.
It is good stuff. I think there's definitely some exciting times ahead. I'm definitely looking forward to running. I'm definitely looking forward to running Motor actually. Like it's kind of one of those. It's one of those tournaments that. It's one of those tournaments that I actually quite like because it aligns with my vision the most, honestly, in terms of how it plays out. Especially with the production. Yeah, it does. The PvE ones, it's always a little bit awkward because I'm not allowed to hack the game, and like do ERP3 again.
What?
But like when it comes to motor,
Hack? What do you mean hack?
I know obviously I would never do such a thing, but you know, like gliding, right, to do the camera
gliding
stuff.
yeah,
gliding,
special gliding.
Yeah, like I can't do that anymore. And that means that it's always like, oh man, I've got a good idea though to make it better. I'm cooking something up for those as well. But yeah, in terms of like the PvP ones, like I really like the production. The production's gonna be hopefully pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's good stuff.
Actually, let me
Everyone back here.
I can send you what some of the motor stuff looks like. You might be interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can find you a little video, I think.
Yeah.
All right. You might. Oh yeah, no, yeah. You can see this. I'll copy the message link to you. I'm sending it to you on Discord. It's happening.
Hell yeah.
There you go. It will just link you to a Discord channel. You can play the video.
Oh, I might have seen this actually.
Yeah. I mean, I showed it on stream, so it's definitely possible.
Oh my god, that's me.
Yeah, it is. It's us.
What? Wow. Oh, I think Nas might have actually sent me this when he did it. Because I sometimes play. He's in a Worldless World guild that I play with sometimes.
Yeah.
I know him from outside of Oh yeah. This looks really good. This is super exciting. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. I forgot about how good this looks actually. This is so sick.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna be so good.
I hope so.
That's some juice right there.
Yeah, just a little bit of juice.
Are you doing any match arena stuff?
Actually, yes, I will try and get a prize pool going actually because basically I'm getting insanely boosted. I was initially not gonna do necessarily a cash prize because I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to actually do a little bit of crowdfunding for my time investment into actually making it exist. With this, but I will Nudge Meme and Falco actually are hard carrying me, basically, and they have essentially funded the tournament pretty much. So that means we can
gifters there.
We can definitely try and like throw something together actually and get a little bit of cash on the line too actually. For this.
Sick. Yeah, if you do that, I'll definitely donate some.
Yeah. I'll probably get a Matcherino going, or like if there's something better, I'll use that. But I think Matcherino's a good one to do it on. I get it's a little bit awkward actually because we have a good setup on the website now. We can basically do all of our tournament stuff on the website. Like all the brackets can be done there. Like all of the signups and stuff. Like using an external site would feel a little bit weird. But yeah, we can't just like add Matcherino to our site real quick. I'm not sure how would do it. I might just have like a donation thing on stream instead of on the like a prize.
Yeah, you could just do. Yeah. You could just do like any donations during the stream or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then that goes into it like that. That might be the way that that we kind of make that happen. Yeah, that will be the goal. I hopefully.
Unless of course you just steal all the money.
Yeah, I mean I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Would you do that? Is that something that you do? As an ArenaNet employee, you do that?
I don't have to answer that question.
Yeah. You're caught. You're caught.
Yeah, I'm caught.
Yeah.
IRL. Yeah. I'm coming, Sneb. I'm coming. I'm logging in.
He is logging in. Yeah, honestly, it's gonna be good.
I'm logged in.
Yeah, I think it'll be really good, and yeah, I hope so. Like, I definitely need some help, those Aromas. Like, you and all the other PvP people who are, helpful need to round up all the PvPers and figure out who's actually playing in this thing. That is the goal for this week, is to know vaguely what teams are playing. And with
is Ross watching on YouTube?
Yeah, I know he's in Twitch.
Am I blind? Where's his name? I don't see Ramos.
Yeah, he's blue.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's above. He was above your bot spam.
Yeah,
disgusting.
Whoa.
Yeah. 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 If you like I said before, if you need any help, like actually like organizing stuff too, let me know. Like I'd be down.
Oh yeah. I mean, I definitely will. So I'll probably take you up on that. We'll make it happen. Get some helpers. Oh, so there needs to be an ArenaNet team. Like, why does Trig not make a team with you and Awesomeness? Right? Like, Awesomeness would do it.
I would be down. Cal does not want to play the game with us. Seriously.
Wait, is it like a skill thing? Like he's too good, or what?
Well, Okay, let's make something very clear.
Mm.
Cal is like gigawashed. All right, if anyone's skill should be called into question, it's his. But no, he's just like, you know, Trig and I are like, oh Cal, TOL, oh Cal, Moda, let's do team. Oh, let's play the 3v3 tournament. And he's just like, nah, busy.
Wow.
Or just like ghost us. It's really sad. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
That's interesting stuff, actually. Interesting to hear that.
Yeah. Also, if we made an ArenaNet team, I wouldn't be able to cast. With
That's
you,
true,
'cause
actually. Yeah, that would
I'd be in the finals.
It would be complex. Wouldn't be ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had the interesting take that the Lonely Tower fractal is a good fractal. That's what Wooden Potatoes said, dude. I said it. I say it every time Wooden Potatoes comes up. Wooden Potatoes is the most base takes on stream. Honestly, like, he absolutely does. Like yeah. I always I invite him to TeaTime occasionally, but he's a busy guy. I think he's just doing his own thing as well. I definitely like to talk to WP though for sure. He's unchained, man. Like, he is fully unchained on stream. Like, you know, holy shit, he is unchained. And honestly, I love to see it. Yeah. I guess we better get a tournament going for like the new game mode too as well, when that beta comes out.
You could do that, yeah.
Yeah. He likes the fractal because it was short. I mean, it definitely is one of the faster fractals, that's for sure. It's pretty quick fire. So there is that. So you're going on NA now and doing the meta with Sneb? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got tired of failing it on EU, so I'm going to go to, like, a real region.
Dude, yeah, man. Like, yeah, EU is...
A good region?
EU is kind of washed, man. It kind of is. Dead region. Fully dead region. Nobody plays there.
Yeah. Yes, Sneb, you are. Teapot is scared of the story.
He actually does.
He thinks the Eater of Souls is coming back.
Yeah. And look, have you seen? I mean, look, have you seen Dag the story mode? Like, Dag the story mode is, it hasn't gone well for some people, right? Like, you know, yeah.
Some people, yeah.
Yeah, some people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it happen.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Yeah. Dag can win.
Suppose you might ponder why we don't
Oh no.
robust material. Stone, perhaps. For society.
Yeah, Noxy with the tier 1. I disown Fractal 100. There are only 99 fractals, which, you know, I guess that's kind of some decent RP then. I like that.
But us lowlanders build what may be returned.
Sneb, are we doing
We are, by our very
Greer or Decima?
when we inevitably
Which one do you prefer?
we leave things such that nature may reclaim them.
Well, what do you mean, like fighting, or
Yeah.
like which one do I think is like? Honestly, probably Greer.
Yeah. I'm in the same boat as well. I like Greer a lot because it's got lots of little movement checks. You know, you got to dodge out.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
You got to move around a lot. Decima, it's got some attacks that are going off, but it's mostly kind of like you can just kind of stack and just pump, you know, and you've got like some damage going off at the same time. See, I like.
Oh, I just
Greer
died
a
in
lot.
Decima too much.
I also like that. I like Greer's voice acting as well. It's really good. It's very high tier.
Oh yeah, the voice
And also
acting for Greer is
the
insane.
visual design too. Like the visual design of, I like the tree. You know, the tree setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you seen the Magrest emote, by the way?
Can make do with this.
The Magrest emote? No,
Yeah.
I don't even know who Magrest is, if I'm being honest with you. So.
Whoa. Wow.
So who?
Magrest is someone who kind of regular viewer of the stream. Also
Yeah.
clinically insane.
Oh, I have heard you talking about him before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I can't remember if you explained this to me before. What is the deal with the tree? Like, unironically, I actually don't know if I know the lore.
And the the lore is just that.
Is this something you shouldn't tell me?
No. It's actually no.
Okay.
It's just a stupid meme. Like it kind of originated
Okay,
in Final Fantasy actually, like, because of a certain raid boss mechanic. But it's essentially just like an expression of insanity, right? In some sense, right? Like it's a, you know, you put the tree when, you know, you've been almost like driven over the edge, right? Like you've been driven to madness, pretty much.
Our bridges shall
Like for example, people use that quite a lot. You know, when the tunnel released, that, you know, they felt they had no other way. They you know, that was all they could. That was all they could think of. Oh my god, Roy, look how good I am. I just got superior sigil of luck from like the lay energy matter converter, netting me an easy 6 gold. Wow.
Damn, that's 6 gold. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm rich.
Congratulations, man. That's sick.
Feels good.
Oh, it's reset. I can ecto gamble.
Yeah. Oh, are you gonna win?
Pog. Nope, that's a loss.
Yeah.
That's a win.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
I like that
too.
too.
Today?
No, because I'm probably gonna just finish these hearts and then it's bedtime for me. I think actually. But what I was gonna say is.
Oh, by the way, have you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. What's up?
Oh, good.
I was gonna say like it's kind of crazy that you need to do 18 reward tracks for the for the
yeah.
Because
it's a lot of reward tracks.
I thought it was only 6, but all the skins are different,
Yeah.
right? So you have to do it 18 times.
Yeah, there might be, there might be something cooking with that.
Okay, that's cool.
But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
a lot of reward tracks. Play some World
yeah.
vs. World. Get some boosters going. It's a good time.
Yeah, just get in there. You got to do it. Yeah. What are you gonna say?
Boost. Have you only been playing on your alt on the 0 to hero
Pretty
account?
much, yeah.
Have you not been playing?
Yeah, I'm gonna play. I think I'm playing my main this week though. I've got to complete all the con to get all the masteries and stuff.
I spear 'em,
Yeah.
you catch 'em, and drop them
Is it
in
just?
fellows
Is there like a
across
reason
the
for that, or are you just?
painless
I just thought I would just do it on the new account as kind of part of the 0 to hero series
But
stuff.
catch 'em with the careful
Play it
paw,
fresh,
they'll slip right out of your grasp.
Yeah.
Mind, don't
That's fair.
overdo it. Take what we need and
Pretty
leave
fair.
the rest for another. Balance and whatnot.
It's big.
And watch
Leakers.
Do I play WoW? No, I don't play
Every
WoW.
blood-sucking bog crawler is keeping an eye.
Right,
I have
secretly,
played WoW.
He secretly mains WoW.
Yeah. No, I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, it's a different game.
Wasn't for me.
It's not the same game.
Yeah, I like games with good combat.
True. Roy's on my Mythic Plus team. He depleted. Yeah. I caught a fish. Oh, actually, here's a bit. Speaking of fish, have you got gold on Salmon Run?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, nice.
I will. Okay, so I will say this. It's hard for the record. Like I do think it's actually hard. I got coached by the guy who made it, so like I got a little help there.
Okay.
Yeah. To be fair, when I got coached by him, I was only 2 seconds off. Okay. So I was gonna get it. He just gave me a couple tips that helped me get there a little sooner, I think.
What were the tips?
But well, couple things. There was like my start was a little bad, so he gave me some suggestions on the start. And then also with the like the first cannon, you can actually just jump up it instead of like jump up the rock to save your number 2 skill. Instead of like leaping up with the fish.
Yep.
And then also I didn't use this one, but he said action cam makes it easier.
Yeah, it does. It does actually because you can aim because you dash forwards there. Like if you have action cam, it makes it a fair bit easier to aim at some of the recharges, like while you're also drifting through the water at the same time, right?
Yeah. No, I mean that makes sense for sure. I just didn't try it. I was probably going to if I didn't get it, but I got it after a couple tries. So yeah, it's good. I like it. I'm a fan. I like hard adventures.
Yeah, it's cool. It is cool, actually. It's basically, like this expansion's version of Fungus Among Us.
Of what?
Fungus Among Us.
What's that?
It's an adventure from Heart of Thorns.
Oh, okay.
Do you dare face that? Do you dare face Fungus?
No. Did you like the achievement that was fungus themed?
Wait, you mean which one? The golden mushroom one or what? Which one?
Well, there's one that like says fungus in it. From map 1, I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, Fungus Strikes Back, right?
Yeah.
Get hit by the Mushroom King's hallucination. Yeah, I've got it. 1 AP.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do not have 1 minute fungus. Sorry.
Ooh, maybe you should.
I haven't really done fungus very much.
Maybe you should do it.
Yeah, I can try that.
Yeah, 1 minute Fungus Among Us.
What do I get?
Honestly, well, you get nothing. It's not like there's no achievement for it. Maybe there should be though. There should be an achievement for sub 1 minute fungus, I think.
Yeah? What should it be called?
It's a good question. A fungus above us for the speed
Ooh,
performance.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I like that.
Well, this heart involves picking up Warclaw feces, Roy.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
It's great. There's even an achievement for it.
Yeah.
I like that heart a lot. It's really cute. It's one of my favorite hearts. I'm serious.
You like the feces part of it, or like the petting the warclaws part?
Oh, the whole heart. I don't know why you're fixated on feces, but yeah.
Any chance to get the Octovine fixed? Man, yeah, honestly, it does feel bad. Like, you can't use Warrior Spear abilities on the Octovine. Or
wait, really?
Or Necrosceptor 3 and like stuff like that.
That's not good.
It does not feel good, actually. It does not feel good.
Wait, Necrosceptor 3?
Yeah, it's
really?
weird. Yeah, it's like yeah.
That's super weird. Wait, both versions or?
I think it's both versions. Yeah,
just base. Interesting.
Yeah, fantastic.
I mean, it would make sense for it to be both.
Yeah.
That's super weird. I hadn't heard of that.
Yeah, it is weird.
I mean, I know there's like some, like some things. I think one of the one of the paths you can take for Eparch, like Eparch meta, is has like some
it's good. Yeah,
gadgets you also can't.
Yeah, the cages you can't hit them. Yeah, with some abilities a bit annoying. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I know there's other things like that. I just didn't know Octovine was like that. It's interesting.
Fix the game, Roy.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Why not?
Fix the game.
Yeah.
Feeding some of these warclaws here.
Do you have the little like tokens you can turn in?
I do, yeah, but I'm kind of hoarding them for when I'm maybe a little bit, push for time or something.
Yeah,
so I'm just gathering them up.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same.
Yeah, I've got like 47 of these things. You know, some people have got a lot of these JANTHIR Sentry ones, Roy. They got a lot of them.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot of events.
Yeah.
A lot of events. They've been gliding through the events.
Yeah,
some might say.
They have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you been doing any of that? You've been doing any gliding?
I've glided.
Okay.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
not an
gamer.
excessive amount, right? Not like a.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I keep trying to get gold on the gliding event, but I can't, so I keep at it. Honestly, seriously, look, Trig is look, if any, you guys are lucky that chat histories aren't public. Like Trig has said shit in my chat, like, hopefully this deletes.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
He said stuff like, hopefully this deletes Steve from the game, right? Like, he's actually said some incredibly, if Reddit screenshotted it, it could be an issue.
I would have an ArenaNet Ben situation.
Yeah.
With Ascended Gear.
Yeah.
Or whatever
that was Paul. That was Paul, I think, not Ben. But yeah.
Oh, was it Paul? I thought Ben said something as well.
I'm pretty sure he has done it at some point. He's probably said something that people took out of context.
You know that Ben hired me and then immediately quit?
I mean, do you think those two events were connected?
Yes. Yes. He hired me. He's like, Roy, I'm going to be your manager. It's going to be great. I was like, oh, I'm so excited, Ben. I'm about to move across the country and leave all my family and friends. And he was like, haha, deuces. Literally like a day after.
Wow. Feels bad.
Yeah, I haven't recovered.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trig's a loose cannon. I'll say that.
No.
That stream that him and I did on our own, like without Cal, Cal was like, yeah, I'm not really worried about Roy. But it worked out okay.
Yeah. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Roy is Ben's legacy. Yeah, he passed the torch to you.
Oh god, he must be so disappointed. Holy cow.
Yeah.
I know I am.
You know what we need? We need a new community hero title, but it's like community fish. So we can do a salmon run tournament, and then like the winner gets community fish.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got to add that to the game.
Yeah, I actually think Gold Salmon Run should get like an exclusive title. I was talking to the guy who made it the other day about that.
Yeah, I kind of agree actually, because it is a decent challenge, right? It absolutely is. I think it deserves it. Because, I mean, you can still get all the achievements you need in the race, right? It's way easier in the race, so like it wouldn't be like a big deal if it had its own little special title for actually doing the adventure, right? Its own special thing. Because it's a decent challenge, right? Like you have to actually learn it and like figure out how it works.
Yeah, no, it is. It's awesome. I actually so like I really like adventures like that. Like I've always enjoyed the adventures that actually you have to like grind out for.
No, I agree.
Things.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the kind of the strengths of HOT actually. I think was like the fact that the adventures kind of had a little bit something to them. It wasn't like I think some of the adventures in the game that have been kind of like just thrown in there. There's not a lot. You just kind of do them once, right? And then it's kind of over at that point. But yeah, I think some of the ones in HOT, some of them are a little bit too far, right? Like I don't think I've like before like the nerf, like the golem one in HOT was actually pretty brutal, right? Like to get that one right. And I think the field rifle gun, like the scrap field rifle gun, is horrible still in HOT actually. So you've got those good experiences. Even like Fungus Among Us is actually a decent challenge to get that right as well. So I think it's good to have like some adventures that actually have like some actual gameplay to them, like rather than just being like an experience that you just like play through.
Yeah, no, I love it. I'm a fan of like, I think content that you can like reputable content that has like challenge that's like short, like you can do really quickly over and over again. I think is really good. Like I spent hours doing the Griffin races in Lambertine Cliffs, whatever the hell.
Those are cool actually. I actually like that. I actually really like that there were mount races on launch on this expansion too. Actually, and that was really cool. Like a bit of I think because that didn't really exist on Soto, kind of a missed opportunity, right? But yeah, especially the Warclaw being more exciting than the Sky Scale. I think it's really nice that those races exist on launch.
Yeah. What do you think of the Warclaw?
Yeah, I like it. I actually really like what was done with it in World vs. World 2 actually. To be honest, I think the extra lance is actually a good call. To be honest, to kind of like help roaming because roaming definitely kind of suffered a little bit, right, with the addition of the Warclaw.
True.
So like the double lance I think is going to help out with that, and also I actually do like the way that it was kind of made relevant in the siege as well, like with the extra like kind of extra damage modifier in addition to like the ram damage modifier. You can have like the structural vulnerability thing there as well. I think that's pretty interesting. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, it's the only thing I did for the expansion.
Yeah.
Even
though the you can't use the jump. It's kind of crazy, right? Like people are finding ways to jump into all these keeps, like even without the actual PvE Warclaw jump.
Yes.
It was actually very funny. Like I think a couple of weeks ago, dude, this was actually really annoying. There was this one thief, and he was doing this all day, like for like 6 hours, no joke. Like he would clip into the desert keep. We would kill him, and he would just keep coming back, like over and over again. He was like smelling the syrup, right, of the I guess the Lord or something. He was like trying to shadow portal people in, and he just kept doing it like all day. It's like, what is wrong with you, bro? Like who does this, right? Like
a little unhinged.
Yeah.
Wait, why can't I open this treasure chest? Oh no. But yeah, that's gaming.
He was a gamer.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how it is. Yeah. Emmy in the
2
chat.
lances is only fair if you get your 3rd jump back, but you have 2 jumps. You have 2 dodges, so now they have 2 lances. It's even.
Yeah. And look, I think that and look, guys, roaming, it's a part of World vs. World, right? Like you want to make sure that it still exists, right? We can't just all be in the Boon Blob, guys. We can't be in the Boon Blob forever.
Yeah. What if we could?
I mean, that is possible. What do you think? Okay, actually, we got to talk about this. What are your thoughts on JANTHIR B? Like, why are the bees in JANTHIR like so large? What's up with that? What's the lore? What's the lore on that, Roy? And also explain this. Look at the JANTHIR beehive. Look at this. Explain this, Roy.
Yeah.
I found a JANTHIR beehive. It's like smaller than an actual bee.
So okay, here's the lore that I'm gonna make up. That is definitely not real. And if anyone from the narrative team hears me, they're gonna be really mad at me. But so it's because when they're born in the beehive, right? And they're really tiny, so they can fit in there.
Okay.
And then they leave the beehive and they never come back. Because everyone knows bees don't actually go back to beehives. That's not real. And the reason they're so big is because they eat the coton.
Okay, someone has posted in a Discord. Someone breaking to Salmon Run live.
Oh no.
Yeah. I will paraphrase. What low intelligence designed this salmon run? Absolutely stupidest mechanic in the entire game.
Oh no.
I actually wait. Holy fuck! I actually cannot paraphrase this. No, I can't. I give up on line 2. This is actually holy shit. Okay.
Damn, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's.
I think it's just a fun race.
It escalates a lot very quickly. Yeah, they. Yeah. They've hit the models of the enemies larger for visual clarity. But wait, hang on a minute, Trig. Are you saying that these bees aren't actually... So, whoa, okay, whoa.
I don't think that's... I think he's just making fun of you.
If Trig is saying that... No, we've got to take this seriously. If Trig is saying that the bees are actually smaller, they've just been scaled up for visual clarity, are you saying then that if you die to a level 80 bee, or like the queen bee, you're literally dying to a tiny insect that just like stings you and you just fall over dead? Is that kind of what's going on there?
Have you died to the bee, T-Bot?
No, actually, I haven't. I defeated the queen bee easily.
Easily?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I died to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you die deliberately, like for your queen, or what?
It was, yeah, I fell in love with it.
Mm.
I could not bring myself to harm the bee, my queen. Although, don't tell the bug queen I said that.
Yeah. Multiple
She's really
queens.
my queen.
Sound like Jester a little bit there.
Yeah.
He's also a man to
oh, yeah?
have a lot of queens. Yeah.
I mean, that's not surprising. Have you seen Jester?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I wouldn't be able to stay away from him.
That is true, actually.
I wish I was Jester's queen.
Yeah.
Jester is such a wonderful, amazing, beautiful man.
Yeah. That was some good lore in those bees, though. That makes a lot of sense. You know, the bees, they increase in size. It was well done. With some...
Thanks. I definitely didn't make that up.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I'm okay at improving stuff. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. Have you done the?
Maybe I'm really not that washed, huh, Nike?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. You really that really is living in your head rent free then, huh? That actually is like it's kind of like a big deal.
No.
What have you done all the collections in the expansion? I've done all of them.
No. I've done a couple of them.
Yeah.
I haven't done a ton of the collections, to be honest. I was actually okay. After like day 1, most of what I've been doing is running around the map, like farming mats and sniffing.
Yeah.
That's kind of my ideal gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Have you done the
preferred gameplay?
Have you done the animal one, getting the gang together?
I have not, but I watched you do it.
Oh, that one is good.
It is really. I mean, I think all the collections are really good.
Yeah,
in this expansion.
they
I think they're all really fun.
They are. They are.
You know the best part.
Yeah.
Like, so obviously, like, you know, we do like playtests and stuff, right? Like, you know, leading up to everything.
Yeah.
And like, so obviously, you know, I've playtested some of this content. There's a ton of stuff that I just didn't know existed, and it's like been really fun, like being surprised by it. And like a lot of those collections, I didn't know that getting the Gang Together collection even existed, and it's sick.
Oh, wait, the world boss is actually up now. I'm not in a map. I need to get into one. I'm actually gonna look. Okay, guys. I'm actually gonna go on Safari. I'm going on Safari. Let's do this. Oh wait, there's like, there's like a 7-player squad. Wait, can we save this map? Okay, I'm gonna try and save this map. Guys, get in here. We're gonna just chat. Wake up, join. We are currently on Safari Greer.
What does that mean?
Well, exactly that. It's a Safari situation.
Interesting. Do you think you can beat NA?
Yeah. Definitely not, because I'm one person in squad right now. So that's that's gonna be a little rough, to be honest. Wake up, chat. Get in here. How is Safari if you're tagging up? Well, I guess it's not Safari. I'm de-Safaring it, okay? We're gonna have to... But look, there's like 3 people here. Greer. The Blightbringer. We actually don't have... Oh, we have 3 people. We can actually just barely do the green circle on Greer. Nice. That's a good start.
Nice. Yeah. That's enough to do mechanics.
Yeah, we have enough people. There you go. Yeah, look, this one does scale, though. This is interesting, actually. Like, this is why it would be really nice to have like a setting for absolute HP values. By the way, you know, like put that in the game, please, Roy. Because sometimes it's not obvious if the events scale, but it absolutely does, actually. You can see, even with only like 5 people, we've got through 6% of his HP already, which is kind of a good start.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Oh, we've got some Rev Spears here as well. Revenant Spear. Good weapon. Oh no, someone who's AFK has got the green circle. Okay, no, they came back to the keyboard. We're good. Good start. Wait, there's map queue? How can there possibly be map queue here? That's like the squad I joined to get onto the map had 7 people in it.
I think what happens, because like I've noticed similar situations, right, where like you'll be on a map that seems like it's full, but there's no one on the squad. I think what's happening is it's just people sitting like in queue for other maps.
Oh, I see. Yes. So basically, if you're saying that people are trying to evacuate this map, like at the same time as the meta.
Well, because I've been joining squads, and they have like 30-man queues, right? Which is insane.
Yeah.
And
like,
so
everyone's trying to break into other maps.
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing is happening. But obviously I don't know that for sure. It's just that's what I would guess.
Yeah, because right now in my squad there are currently 6 people on the map. There is a decent chunk of people like outside of the squad nearby, but yeah, that's what we're dealing with here. And apparently there's queue. So, and also there's not that many people on north. Like north is really slow. There's like some people there, but not that many. Interesting. Rats. Why'd you just put Ratga for no reason with no context? Oh, funny enough, actually, rats are actually featured on the ban list for Moda 3. Kind of interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's based.
Yeah. Rat Jam.
I noticed that Ops is also banned.
Yeah.
That's very sad.
Yeah.
Poor Ops, man.
Yeah.
He just didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah. Did he? There was someone else who was also just like blatantly hacking on stream, who's also on the list. It's like, bro, what are people fucking doing? I don't know. Like, obviously you might not want to comment on that, but like, it's like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. Like, what?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, actually, this is content. The person who hacked asked me, like, why can't I play? Okay, like
that is content. Yeah.
Like,
I wonder.
Yeah. It's something. Yeah. I'm actually not totally sure we're gonna succeed this matter. Actually, I can't get anyone to the map.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
It's rough, man.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I failed it 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be fair, I did start it like 3 minutes late one time, so.
It's actually really interesting because I actually think it's not the DPS check that's getting people here. This is something new. It's actually the survival check. Like,
Yeah.
Like, people don't really run healers in open world because healers are not honestly the best thing to run, right? You kind of want to run like damage builds that do big DPS and stuff a lot of the time. But this is actually I think the first open world meta event where healers are actually good. Like you may not want to run like dedicated healers, right, or anything like that. That's probably a bit overkill for like open world content. But it's actually very interesting. Like this is 100% like a situation where like having a couple of healers just makes such a big difference. Actually, I think that isn't happening in a lot of maps, and people end up dying, right? And then because people die, like you fail the DPS check, so it is failing for a slightly different reason, I think, than like other events. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. Yeah, healer on Greer is incredibly good, especially stuff like Scourge, like heal Scourge for just like rezzing people really quickly. It's honestly on Decima too. Like people die on Decima a lot, like a lot. There's quite a lot of damage going out. So like having a couple of healers is just so strong.
Yeah. What are you thinking of spears so far?
I think they're really smooth. That's what I would say. They're really really smooth. I like the Guardian Spear a lot in particular, especially in World versus World. It's very high tier.
What do you think of Ranger Spear?
Ranger Spear, look. The thing about Ranger Spear that entertains me is that a quality of life issue that is like rendered Thief like semi-unplayable in PvE for a long time. Got fixed for Ranger Spear.
Oh no.
Which is very, very funny to me, to be honest. But no, I think the Ranger one is honestly one of the coolest ones actually out there. Actually, I'm definitely looking forward to people playing it in PvP, honestly, and seeing what people can cook up. It didn't really see that much play in this monthly actually, because like Warrior was like super dominant when it comes to kind of like the side noder role, so people weren't playing as much Ranger. But like I'm definitely looking forward to see what people come up with Ranger. I think it's a really, really cool dynamic idea.
What about Mesmer?
I haven't actually tried that one yet, but I've heard it's doing really well. And yeah, I like the idea of it a lot. I really like the combo setup that it has with like the 2 and the 5 skill. Like every time like the 5 skill resets the 2 skill, that's a good time. Like the Necro one does that as well. I like the Necro one a lot, actually. I've been playing that one a fair bit, too. Necron's really good. I like the sound effects on it, actually. They're really good on the Necro one. Like, you can hear kind of like the... It's almost like the metal scraping on metal sound effect that it has. Like, it's really good.
Yeah, cool.
Dumbest expansion ever. That's also first message, by the way. Guys, please put first Garf in the chat. That is like an insane first Garf. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn, that's wild.
First Garf.
Holy cow.
Holy mackerel.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Fish moly.
We have holy and moly in the chat. So if you put holy moly, you get 2 skulls.
Oh, that's sick.
True story.
Yeah. We're at 25% on both bosses.
Yeah. We have actually managed to kind of rally the damage here on Greer. We're at 25% on Greer, but we're 50% on Decimer, unfortunately. I think there's too many people here. People are kind of, well, I think a lot of people from the stream are like joining, and they're coming to, you know, they're kind of coming over here, right?
Yeah.
And that means that Decimer is a little little underjuiced in terms of player DPS. But I think we actually, it's actually a little bit close. It's not free. We're in a bit of trouble, I think. It might end up being pretty close. I might go and help Decimer, actually, and try and attract a few gamers. Oh, man, this is really annoying, actually. This is kind of a bug that's happening in this expansion more than others. I don't know if, like, ArenaNet know about this, but some mobs just go invulnerable and reset their position. Like, one of the ads we have to kill for Greer just did that. It just went completely invulnerable and, like, ran back to its, like, spawn location. And we couldn't kill it. Feels bad. Dude, people are
having us swap bosses.
People are doing like the giant crab instead of actually fighting the boss. That's crazy.
Giant crab's a good event.
And it is a good event. It's kind of the thing that I love to see, like fighting a giant, you know, giant crab. It's an MMO staple in my mind.
Yeah. What's your favorite Warclaw skin?
I think it's still the Guild Rider one.
Oh, yeah?
I like yeah, it's the one I use on my main. I actually do, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You trying to test me, bro? Yeah, no, that's the one I actually use on my main.
Okay,
yeah. Because you can put your guild number on it. I think it's cool. I also do really like the one you get with JANTHIR. That was a really nice touch as well, like to kind of get a mount skin immediately when you get into the expansion. Because, of course, like, you know, that's what all the Warclaws look like in JANTHIR. They're all, like, you know, they're all cats. Well, I guess they're cats everywhere, but especially here. So I think that was a really nice touch to add that into the game. But yeah, like the JANTHIR one is really nice. But yeah, definitely, I like the Guild Rider one. I like all those guild skins, to be honest. I wish there was more stuff like that, where you could kind of put your guild emblem on stuff.
That's fair.
I think we might be okay here. We got 4 minutes for 25%. It's going to be a little spicy, but I think we're okay. Let's see what we got.
We did it.
We're at 20%. Yeah, we're a little behind. I mean, we've got through on Greer. I mean, Decimer should be okay, I think. I think it was definitely the right call to come to Greer, though.
I believe in you guys. You can do it.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes. I think we might have to go help Decima a little bit. Someone has the green all on their own. It's not looking good. They actually lived. That's crazy. They went into Shroud. And they soaked the damage. This event has been failing a lot, though, actually. Like, people in chat were kind of reporting around, like, 50% win rates a decent amount of the time. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not horrible. It wasn't like a 10% like Suwon, though, you know?
Yeah.
We have 3 minutes. I think we're good. Man, Decima's DPS is really low, though. I'm a bit scared. I'm scared.
Well, I hope.
If we lose, I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna blame the game and say that it needs to be nerfed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Just like Salmon Run.
Oh.
It's the game's fault.
Yeah. All right.
Greer is breathing at us. His purple clouds of doom.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave you here, Teapot. I'm gonna go play some World versus World.
Oh, good choice. What are you gonna play? What are you playing in World versus World right now?
Firebrand.
Oh yeah, the build right now is good. Are you playing the Shattered Aegis build?
I don't know. I'm joining a group, so I'm gonna play what they tell me to.
Oh,
but
fair enough.
I have been playing. Shattered Aegis. Yeah.
Yeah, that one is good. That's high tier. It's good to see it
Yeah,
come back.
it
was my favorite build in HOT actually. Like the Celestial Core Guard, glorious, absolutely glorious. Whoa.
Yeah.
Dude, Greer just did an attack I've never seen him do before. He did like a shockwave attack that corrupted all my booms. I'd never seen it before. Huh. He's never lived. He's never lived long enough to do it.
Yeah.
Now he did.
Congrats, you beat the boss. That's great.
Yeah, wait, you did. Nice. Yeah, I managed to pull it off. Salvage this map. But anyway, yeah, I guess I'll let you go. See you around, dude. It's good to catch up. Good to chat. Cool news of the Twitch feature.
Yes, great job, Twitch. Big double thumbs up. I love Twitch. Yes, huge, epic, pog. Let me know if I can help out with Moda at all.
Yeah, absolutely will do.
And yeah, I will. I'll talk to you. Talk to you later. Have a great night. Have a good night, chat. Great job playing the game, and make sure you sub to the stream if you want to be an epic gamer.
Twitch Prime,
or not. Just like pay as well.
Yeah.
You know, don't be a Prime Club.
That definitely works.
You know, swiper. All right.
Swiper.
Have a good night. All. Bye-bye.
All right. See ya. And that's it, guys. It's over. It's over. Right. Okay, then. I'm just going to round up. I'm just going to wrap up all these dailies, guys. Then I think I'll probably call it for the night. We've been doing what? Yeah, I've been going for nearly 8 hours. I'll probably just, like, round off at 8 hours. We'll just chill out a little bit. Man, this heart is going to fucking break me, dude. I'm literally going to break to this heart. I am going to break. Breaker!
Of course, gathering would go much more quickly if we had more bodies pitching in.
So see, if I stream for 8 hours today, what's my average stream per day? So I did 18 hours the first day, then 16 hours, then 14 hours, then 7 hours, then another 14 hours, and today we're doing 8 hours over the course of, 6 days. So if I end the stream at 8 hours, I'll have done an average of 13 hours of streaming a day. So going to the gym, I am, yeah. We're back on it at long last. Not so much this week, obviously, but... Wait, what is the meaning of this image, Nike? We have an egg salad machine. Yeah. How is WoW bug-wise in comparison to Guild Wars 2? It definitely has them, for sure. Especially on raid releases, there's often like a couple of things that slip through. I would say it's comparable in like the amount of bugs, maybe a teeny tiny bit smoother overall. But they get fixed a bit quicker, I would say. And I guess the other thing is, and actually this is something that I find quite annoying, that it's similar to ArenaNet actually. Like, if a bug doesn't affect that many people in WoW, it might not get fixed. Like, for example, there are kind of a lot of issues that only affect high-level M+ pushing. That stuff might not get fixed, which is actually not good. But in general, they handle it pretty well. Like, raid bugs get resolved very quickly. Like, very, very game-breaking bugs in M+ get resolved very, very quickly. But kind of like niche bugs that don't necessarily affect people, that many people, like, might not get fixed, which is kind of annoying. I'm not doing the cloud strat. I think it's a little bit exploity.
I can't eat that.
They tune shit way faster. Yeah, they'll like adjust the difficulty on stuff as well. They like retune. They tune classes and like tune content quicker, which is kind of good. Niche makes sense. Yeah. For example, okay, so there was this really bad bug on a boss called Dargrul in Neltharian's Lair. Okay, so basically the mechanic of this boss was he summons an ad, and you have to lead the ad into like a spike that the boss summons, okay? But here's the catch. So the boss would sometimes not summon enough spikes sometimes, and on a high key, you would essentially auto-lose because of a slight inconsistency with like how it kind of how the boss actually works essentially. But this was completely irrelevant on low keys. It like would never be a problem on like normal keys. It was only relevant on very high key levels essentially. And they didn't fix that. But stuff that like screws people over in you know, essentially like daily, like weekly keys, right? Like normal players, so like that typically gets fixed pretty fast. There's actually this really funny bug actually. There's a boss in a dungeon that basically has like a Sabbath of flamethrower, same kind of effect. You touch it, you die, right? Well, you touch it, you die on a high key, right? And it would basically sometimes like render incorrectly and like immediately kill you, basically, and like spin onto you. This one was really funny because they actually said they fixed that, but then they actually didn't, and it just happened again anyway. Yeah, they actually didn't fix that bug either. But again, it was only like really, really bad on like high key levels. Yeah, Chargath as well. Dude, I mean, honestly, Neltharos is just like a buggy piece of shit, right? Let's be honest. They never really fixed some of the issues with that one. Alderman Pepe Spit. Oh, no, Alderman is actually one of the best dungeons. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, the bear isn't rending. Alderman is one of the best dungeons in Dragonflight. That is a fact. I really like that dungeon overall. Maybe some of the tuning is not quite there, and like I think the the third boss is maybe a little bit overly difficult, especially on Tyrannical. But no, Alderman, sick dungeon. That one is incredibly good.
Probably cut those elementals down before they take their little party straight to camp.
And you just pull big, like you pull massive the entire time. Like there's not too many stops. Your M+ score last X-Pack. So in Season 2, it was 3,655. In Season 3, it was 3,813. And in Season 4, I'm not gonna lie, we slacked off. We only got 3,695 or something like that. Alderman Vanilla. They kind of made like a different version of it in retail. Ideal M+ 100 is 30 minutes, plus or minus 10%. Yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah. I think that some of the long ones were too long. Like fucking, Man, I dreaded doing Noku Defensive because, like, man, like, not only is it not a particularly good dungeon, it's also just, like, 40 minutes long, dude. I drained. That is an absolute drain. Noku is such a drain dungeon, man. It's just not, it's not that great, and it's also very long. Oh, yeah, 365, yeah, 3651, 3813, 3692. There you go. Those are the exact numbers. I actually think we did pretty well, honestly, in Season 4. Because, like, the keys were harder, so, like, that rating is higher than it kind of represents, to be honest. But we just didn't play that much. And we were able to achieve that score without playing that much. Some of our best keys were actually on bolstering Fortified Week, because we just didn't play that much. I had some IRL going on, unfortunately, so we couldn't play as much. And, yeah, we ended up having a push week, last Fortified push week for us, where we basically got most of our highest keys, was essentially... yeah, it was essentially like bolstered fortified, like fortified bolstering. Yeah. Ruby Light Balls? Yeah, Ruby Light Balls was probably the best dungeon of the entire expansion, I think, overall. What could be better than Ruby Life Pools? Like more between Mythic Raid and M+. I think right now I prefer M+, but that's because we're not as try-hard in M+. Like, I think, oh, man, I don't know. I'm not sure I can even say, because, like, I think I'd probably mainly, like, slightly lean towards raiding, purely because the Race to Worlds First is just insane. It's, like, pure insane hype. Compared to, let's say, TGP. But, like, it's actually really close, to be honest. Oh, dude, Freehold, actually. No, yeah, on it, yeah, reworked Halls of Infusions is absolute S tier. Like, 100% S tier. It is so good. Actually, now that they fixed the end boss. Very, very good dungeon. I mean, Freehold is almost unbeatable. Like, that dungeon is spectacularly good. It's held back a little bit, though, by its boss design. Like, the boss design is slightly mediocre on Freehold, especially the first boss. Like, first boss is a bit scuffed. Yeah. Yes. Did someone bug the ads on the final boss in HOI? They did, yes. They did. Sometimes they just run. Troubles are kind of shite. Yeah, they're not good. The only reason... But the thing is, I will say this for Freehold. The Freehold bosses being a little bit mediocre are compensated for by the fact that you pull trash onto all of them. That Freehold route, it was my favorite dungeon to tank. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. Because... every single boss we pulled trash. Pulled trash onto the first boss with Lust. We pulled trash onto the second boss to an insane degree with like all that kind of crazy like multi-pull stuff. And then the third boss you also pull. Dude, the third boss pull is insane. Actually, the one that you did for like the high keys, it was ridiculous what you'd pull onto the boss for third boss. And then also you pull trash on the last boss as well. It's actually so good. Right. Oh.
With the Astral Ward's help, we've managed to craft a remedy, something that will hopefully stop the rot from spreading.
Interesting.
Thank you, Wayfinder. I didn't expect your presence to be so necessary.
Underwrite is going to be hard to beat. Yeah, Underwrite is really good as well. That is an excellent dungeon. Man, honestly, dude, the BFA dungeons kind of slapped. Because think about it, you've also got Atal as well. Man, Atal the Tsar? Atal the Tsar is... I almost feel like it's the perfect dungeon. I think it would actually be a little bit better if it was a 3-bosser instead of a 4-bosser. And maybe there was like a bit more trash and you had to clear a bit more trash. Yeah. Yes. And I'm just going to go back and forth between these two hearts until I'm free. Trash is tough and punishing but fair. Yeah, I think the first pull on Ondra was a little bit bullshit sometimes. Like, I think the, but yeah, in general, yeah, it was pretty good. not offensive or anything. Yeah, I actually don't mind like first boss because it actually just required you to like use your kicks well. I kind of like challenges like that. Pretty decent. Yeah, I think the fourth boss is easily the worst in Underwrite. It's like, what the fuck even is this? But yeah, it's not bad. Vortex? Oh man. I definitely know what you're saying with Vortex, but okay, imagine that the first pull on Vortex doesn't exist. I think that immediately turns into an actual S tier dungeon. I think Vortex was probably one of my favorite, like, all-time keys that we timed. Like, that was probably the key that I'm the most proud of, and the most proud of the team for timing in Season 2, actually. The Season 2 28 Tyrannical, 28 Tyrannical Vortex, we played well there. Like, that was actually good. That was fucking key, man. That was very, very, very fun. To do that. Brackenide, yeah, Brackenide is actually a really good dungeon. That's also a really good one because I mean, it gets brought down a little bit by the end boss. I think the end boss is fucking cursed, but like everything else is really good on that one. The trash is good and the bosses are good. Ruin me this, thanks for the prime. Battle for Desirable, the raid. That was actually the first Race to Worlds first I watched. Is what kind of got me thinking about WoW a bit more with like the Jaina, the method Race to Worlds first streams they did with Jaina. So yeah, punishing. I kind of like the Kata dungeons because you know what? I think this would be an insanely hot take, but I would rate Throne of the Tides very highly. Like if I think of like the highlight of Season 4. It absolutely is 29 Throne. We did 29 Throne both weeks. That was a big highlight of our Season 3 100%. That was fucking good. To actually pull that off because that was hard. That was fucking hard. To be honest. Yeah. Yeah. And when we got it right, like we really got it right too. You know, we pulled it off. I actually like the tech on Dark Heart. Like, we did a Dark Heart 30, both weeks, I think, actually, on Dark Heart. And that was, the tech there, the route there was really good. 31 Fall is more hype. Dude, yeah, 31 Fall is hype because it's a 31, right? Like, that was like, let's fucking go. Like, that was like an actual high key, right? Like, to do the 31. We were really getting there with that, for sure.
No shame in asking for help on occasion.
Yeah. That was definitely a big moment. We had to cook our own route. Yeah, we had to like cook a little bit to figure out what to do. And yeah, we actually we came up with our own strats, right? Yeah, we had no org, so we had to do our own cook, which was fun. You're right. Augmentation Evoker. Dogmentation Evoker. Jaina Mechadot Rastakhan Bob Sandy. Yeah, that honestly, like, dude, man, this is the thing, Eddie. To me, it just blows my mind that BFA, like, isn't considered a good WoW expansion. When I actually look at the content in that expansion, I go, God damn. Like, the dev team was cooking with this shit, man. Like, all the raids look really, really good. The dungeons were all really, really good. The mega dungeon was really, really good. It's like, wow. Like, this is what happened, you know, the systems must have just brought it down so much. Like, all, like, the island expeditions and stuff. I mean, they just shit the bed, right? Like, on, like, the progression systems on that expansion, which just really feels bad. It's crazy to me. The actual quality of the content in BFA is insane. It's actually insanely good. Like, the story is really good. The zones are really interesting. The music is incredible. Wow. Crazy. Yeah. They just completely shot the bed when it comes to like what they were doing with like the Azerite power progression and stuff like that. It was just not good. Yeah. Crazy. But it's fine, guys. We're on the redemption arc right now. It's we're redeeming. The event for me is Estiva doing the Southwest Heart. Where's Lara at? Oh, is it the poison one up? Oh shit, the poison one is up. Oh, yeah, I know this one. Oh, wait. Oh, yes. Wait, this is actually the even better. This is like the Defend the Flower one, isn't it? It is the Defend the Flower one. Yeah, the Defend the Flower one is the best one. Fucking finally.
Additional doses from them if needed.
Good call, Lara. There we go. Curzon's mini raid, yeah, that one was cool actually, because also there was an upset there, right? Like, yeah, World's First. It was who was World's First on that one? It wasn't the usual gang, was it? Was it Pieces? Who got World's First? I think it was. I can't remember. But yeah, it wasn't the usual crew, which is always fun actually. Yeah, Pieces. Oh, dude, wait, we've got Jester's recap here. Let's see what we've got. Gearing up across Dragonflight. Dude, big upgrade there. 556. Holy shit. This is what Jester looked like. His elf. You know, his popular specs. 1 run on Pro, 128 Fury Warrior, and 336 Beast Mastery. He is the master of the beasts. Okay. Dragonflight M+ score. Season 2 Jester hit 2.9k. Wait, okay. Oh, wait. Dude, we can actually see Jester's deplete rate. Okay, so Jester had a in his hang on. His most active week, he had a 96% success rate. Oh wait, okay, wait. Oh, dude, it's not actually showing his deplete rate. Oh, dude, it needs to show the depletes, right? Dude, what's Jester complaining about, though, bro? What is this, dude? 100% success rate in Season 4. Literally didn't even deplete. Gotta catch them all. Look at this, guys, okay? Look. Jester, what is this? You know, why are you inviting this stuff, bro? Wait, 227 Resto Shamans? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no. This is just, you do not like to see that. Oh my god. Devastation Evoker? Preservation Blood DK. Dude, you do not want to have like Pug Blood DKs, man. You don't want that. You do not want Pug Blood DKs, bro. Well, dude, Restaurant is busted now actually in current X pack. It's really, really good in the Warden. It's kind of cool, actually. It's actually really fun. Dude, playing Shaman is actually mega good right now in the Warden, because all 3 specs are giga strong, actually. It's fun. Like, Elemental Enhance and Resto are all incredibly good. Yeah, Shaman is like mega good in the Warden. I don't think the players running Restaurant were necessarily the best healers. Oh yeah, that's the issue. There's nothing wrong with, honestly, there's nothing wrong with Restaurant. Obviously, like, for example, like, you know, Laren's team, right, like, do incredible stuff. And they play like a, not fully off meta, but like a little bit off meta, right? Like, because, you know, they don't play like full god comp, right? And yeah, they do insane every season, for sure. It's like Squish's team. Dude, Squish's team was crazy. Wait, Squish was playing like the most scuffed shit ever, and they were like timing plus 30s, right? Actually crazy. Oh, plus 20s. Actually insane. Squish vegan. Yes. Keys. the WoW class. I mean, yeah, definitely Shaman for sure. It's like it's so iconic of WoW. It really is. I feel the same about Paladin, to be honest. I kind of feel the same about DK as well. Like, DK is, like, I think really, really stands out. It's, like, mega RP. Like, Shaman Pally, like, especially, like, Ret, to be honest, is, like, omega roleplay. Although, I think you could say that about a lot of classes, actually. I think that, the RP in WoW is really well done. Like, the class fantasy stuff, they really lean into that. Ah, Dr. ArenaNet has arrived. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Jellyfish Rides. So I think with tomorrow, guys, we've got a big leveling stream. Tomorrow, we're, like, leveling all my alts, I think. It's gonna grind, you know?
Hear what happened, the Guiding Stars expedition team?
You may not be Cody,
Never
but it
attacked,
seems you
not
quite
once.
the nose on you, Wayfinder.
Yeah. Log in. Now, I'm not logging today. I don't want to stream anymore. I want to get, like, a short stream in and then come back tomorrow and we go big. Is your main max already? Nah, it's level 76, but I'm on the dungeon grind phase now. And every time you do one, you get, like, 5% more XP as well. That's kind of nice. Wingfall Pogtime, some really interesting things happening. 398 AP, 1 Mastery Point, Core Ranger. That's interesting. Nah, I'm not going to be doing anything today. But yeah, we're going to play WoW tomorrow, I think, guys. But today I want to chill out. I want to chill out a little bit and not go too crazy because my voice is feeling a bit rough. Like, me and Lara, it was very funny. In, like, the, in the pre-TeaTime show when we were just, like, chatting and stuff, dude, me and Lara were actually dying. Like, okay. Needed a little bit of time to warm the old voice up, to be honest, at the start of the stream. Yeah, but we made it, guys. We made it to the end of the week. Honestly, it feels good. You know, we've been, you know, like, I think I did a pretty good job of this. Like, I managed that. We kept the stamina going right the entire time. I asked why he was there. They could be toxic for gatekeeping. They took part of the garbage. What the fuck? I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, that's something. Definitely a weird experience. Let's go. We need, like, one more event. Is this in range of the heart? Oh, how is this not in range of the heart, bro? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I'm not really I don't really have a lot of motivation to play SOD right now. I might level again, though, actually. I might, like, level my warrior. Because maybe I might raid Nax, right? I don't know if you'd want to raid Nax, Jester, but I'd be interested in maybe raiding Nax. 20-man Nax could be interesting. So I might level a warrior up and get ready for Nax. 44 Kara, thanks to the Prime. Feed men. SOD is classic Bloods. No. They've actually very strongly implied that they are going to be making, like, the SOD was, like, the testing ground for what they're going to be doing and some kind of vanilla pros project. They very, like, Agron very heavily hinted at it on his Twitter, actually. That they are looking to actually do, like, a full-blown Classic Plus. And the SOD was kind of like a testing thing. Recreate Judgment Day? Man, dude, I hope he comes back, honestly. Like, I hope Tiny Violin is back, dude. He's kind of the content god, right? Let's be honest, guys. He's content god. Completely insane, but also a content god. Yeah, no, first two raids were good. Going to 20-man, it did not feel good. To be honest, I think that was a mistake. Going to 20-man and SOD, that kind of killed it for me. Or, like, that was kind of the beginning of the end. I did really like... Also, dude... They should have just not nerfed Sunken Temple, man. Like, Sunken Temple pre-nerf was quite based. But Sunken Temple post-nerf was way less based. Yeah. Yes. Why is it for the last 2 weapons and general NG changes that just felt unfun? NG is getting the shaft. Wait, what about it do you not like? Yeah. Did I already do these hearts? I already did. Okay, let's do Worthless as well. Oh, man. Zooing with NG Spear. I think it's, you know, I think it works. It gets the job done. Raids with the last set. Oh, for sure, yeah. I definitely enjoyed playing the War Within, for sure. I'm looking forward to the raid a lot, and M+. Oh, yeah, that was so unfortunate. Yeah, like the fact that we literally unbooned and then they hotfixed it, that actually deflated me so much, man. Because we were going to get it. We were going to get it, man. We were going to get that shit. And then, you know, we literally, they nerfed it as we unbooned. Oh, man. Look, I mean, as long as M+ doesn't have God comp, like, they need to fix Org. Like, if they need to literally make Org fucking worthless in M+, then honestly, so be it. They have to fix the God comp. They do. They have to fix it. What builds do you expect from Fungus and Worthless so I don't get Giga exposed? I think the stuff on Meta Battle is actually good. They have the good shit. There's like, I'm not sure if they have like all of the fully specialized things, like the Sally stuff, but they do have like most of it. Oh yeah, they do. They have it. This stuff is good. I think some of the more off-meta classes might not necessarily be here. For example, I think for Druid, the build I saw from Perish is actually a Selly immobilized spam Druid, and you can find that on his Discord. And that I don't think that's here on Meta Battle. I can't see it anyway. I could be blind. Maybe it's here. I'm not sure. And I think that like there's definitely some kind of like more niche ones that are really good. But yeah, broadly speaking, like this stuff is the way you want to go. I think. I'm not sure. Wait, Condition Scourge? Oh yeah, is this like the Blood Scourge? Okay, yeah. Oh yeah. This is good. This is good. Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Sally Druid isn't as good in big numbers, really good in 2030s. I feel like Immobilize is just so cancerous, but yeah, sure. Like maybe like the full support build works out well in the Zergs, but yeah. Yeah, wait, yeah, DPS Mirage. Like this we need some oh, they actually don't have they do have DPS Mirage, but it's here actually. I'm surprised they're not putting that in meta. I feel like DPS Mirage is like mega good in Zergs, but what do I know? I'm out of the loop. There's definitely a couple of builds in here that are really good. Like, yeah, for example, like DPS Mirage is really good. I think. Very strong. And honestly, this stuff is fine too. Like, I'd say look at meta and great. Like, everything here is fine. Like, when you get here, it's probably getting a bit more sus, right? Like, in terms of, like, if it's good or not. But, yeah, I'm looking here. I'm not sure about Power Reaper, honestly, but, I mean, you could definitely run it. But, yeah, Support Druid's good. Support Firebrand is fine. I think the SA Burn build is actually way better, but this is obviously fine. DPS Mirage is really good. Full Support Scourge, that's actually fine as well. DPS, all this stuff as well is good. Like Soul Beast, Spellbreaker, like Heal Ellie, right? DPS Findy, like this is all fine. Yeah. Yes. What do you think would have to change if they made Ray buffs not work in M+? And that would be fine, I think. I'm not... Would I care about that? I'm not sure if it would be a good idea, though, because I do kind of like the idea that, oh, shit, we're running a warrior, and that buffs our other physical DPS. I kind of like the idea of raid buffs, to be honest, even in M+. But it definitely needs to be kept in check, right? You don't want to have this situation where, like, Chaos Brand and Arcane Intellect are mega broken and just, like, completely warp the metagame, right? I think Mark of the Wild is another one that you really have to look out for. Like, 3% verse is it's pretty good, you know? Like, 3%, like, damage and healing and 1.5% DR. It's, like, really, really strong. So, yeah. What class do you say is good in all content? Open world, instant PvE, and world versus world? I'd say Guardian is good in all those game modes. Like Rev is good in all those game modes, and Mesmer is good in all those game modes. NG is also good in all those game modes at the same time. Like really, really good. And Ranger too. Ranger is good everywhere. Yeah, I think the Shaman raid buff is pretty good. Like, Shaman, I guess it depends on the class, depends on mastery. But for example, like, the Shaman buff is actually, like, really nice for Blood DK, actually. Because it just gives me, like, a good chunk of extra, shield, right? Like, shield conversion from healing. Who know how good Skyfire is? I think that someone posted, like, a spreadsheet, got posted, I think, somewhere. But yeah, that's basically the deal. These builds are good. We will eventually put them on Hardstuck, or, well, our own versions, obviously. Maybe a little bit of tweaking, but we do need pumpers. Like, we actually need, like, because we're going to be running, like, the Selly comp, we need people who actually play the DPS builds. We need fucking Berserkers. We need these Hollows. We need, Mirages, right? We need damage. Because that's what we... And Reapers, right? We need, like, some fucking Reapers. We need some fucking Mirages, right? Well, like, we need this shit. Oh, no. Oh, okay. And this guy wants to ruin. You know what? Fair enough, mate. Yeah. 5 guards. First guard. Yeah. You need some pumpers? Yeah, you kind of do. Because otherwise you just do nothing, right? And when you play Selly. It is worth noting, actually, that Scrapper is giga good, actually. Like, Scrapper is actually insane right now. This is, like, turbo meta for World versus what it feels like. I felt you almost want Scrapper in every sub. I know that sounds, like, unhinged, but, man, like, this class feels really good right now in World versus what I think. Super Speed, Barrier, Giga Cleanse as well. It's really nice. Project Fungo. I mean, Project Fungo is happening, but Vivi, he broke. He's out. He's not in Project Fungo. Nice. Nice. Let's go. The art window looks kind of wrong. Yeah. Well, it just feels like there's... Well, I mean, if I'm looking at this, it just feels like there's not enough... It feels like there's not enough DPS specs in that comp, right? Because, like, what's supposed to do damage there? Like, what DPS exists in that group? No? Because if I open this... This is like support hybrid. Damage, support. Well, I guess these Berserkers should be doing more. Like, you know, like, well, I guess one of the Berserkers should be doing more. You got like damage, support, damage, support. Well, like damage, sorry, like, well, hybrid, whatever. Like, I don't know. First of all, we just need some more damage specs in here. How do you feel the Twitch drop? Well, it's kind of variable, to be honest. Kind of depends. It's 10 hours maximum. We have to escort a yak. I guess maybe EB might be a good place to do that. Why does one look empty? Because it's 2:30 in the morning. Three to 4 hollows. Everything else to your minstrel. Yeah, you just need a couple. You just because of the way things are, right? Like the way the meta is, you need a couple of DPS. You don't need like 1 DPS per subgroup, right? You don't need you don't need like any more than that. Nice. All right, get in there. Go. Boom. Supply caravan successfully locked in. Okay. I do believe that that is going to just about do it. All right then, gamers. I think I am done. This is the beginning of the end. The end of the drops week. We farmed the drops hard, guys. We've done, yeah, about 13 hours a day streaming this week. I think I'll probably stream tomorrow. I think I'll stream tomorrow and we'll do the WoW leveling tomorrow, I think, is going to be the goal for the stream. We're going to level up some alts. Get those characters ready to go for heroic. Nice. 2 weeks of heroic dungeons based. Okay, going to make that happen. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be great. It's going to be epic. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, drops are done, guys. Follow the stream. Follow all my social media. Buy the game using my referral link. Come back and watch every single day. Yeah, that is gonna just about do it, I do believe. At least the time being. Join Discord. Be here, be there. Be everywhere. Okay, it's gonna be content, guys. You know what? Let's raid this guy, actually. Let's raid the Final Fantasy player, who is actually, I think, got sponsored to play the game, actually, but has kept playing it. I respect that. Let us encourage that behavior. So we're going to raid Whoops. Okay? Whoops! I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation. Could be. Maybe it's Whoops. I don't know. Let's go. Also, shout out to Whoops, by the way, for actually, like, showing some of the trailer footage early by accident. Fucking based. Okay? Let's go. Yeah, let's get in there. Wait, this is actually crazy. Dude, I want to know the context of this, but Whoops has somehow ended up in Edge of the Mists. I don't know. Like, how did this happen? Like, playing Deadeye as well. Uh-oh. Okay, but this is, something's gone very badly wrong here. But anyway, let's get in there, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I will see you around, either tomorrow or indeed later on. It's War Meeting on Tuesday as well for Fungus. That will be content. Lonely Tower. Ah, yes, that's an experience. Yeah, that's something. But anyway, oh, is it living? Oh, it's the living. Oh, it's the story. Oh, of course. It's Living World Season 1. Oh shit. Of course it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm done, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow or later. Hand over all your money. Follow, subscribe. Leave your comments, like. Watch more content. I'll see you next time, okay?